Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Macy. I shoved through the weathered double doors of Dave's diner, the familiar scent of burnt coffee and greasy home fries hitting me like a wall. The lunch rush is in full swing, a sea of tourists cramming their faces with overpriced burgers and locals hunched over their usual orders. I'm running 5 minutes late, which might as well be an hour in Dave's world. Look who finally decided to grace us with her presence. Dave's voice booms from behind the counter as I speed walk toward the employee locker room. Bus broke down again, I call over my shoulder, not slowing my pace. Had to wait for the next one. I don't mention I'd spent 20 minutes on the phone with my third collection agency this week before leaving home. They're getting more creative with their threats lately. The locker room is empty, thankfully. I change into my uniform, a hideous yellow polyester dress with a white apron that does nothing for my figure, and pull my curls back into a quick ponytail. Dark circles shadow my eyes, evidence of last night's double shift at the convenience store. 3 jobs, and I'm still drowning in debt. When I emerge onto the floor, order pad in hand, Marge slides me a sympathetic smile from the register. Section 3 today, honey. It's a madhouse. When isn't it? I force a grin, straightening my name tag. How's your grandson doing with those college applications? Applied to 5 schools already. That boy's going places. Her weathered face lights up. Unlike his grandmother, stuck in this grease trap for 30 years. You love this grease trap? I grab a coffee pot and head toward my section. Macy! A familiar voice catches my attention. Harold, a retired postal worker who's been coming here every Tuesday for as long as I've worked at Dave's, waves from his usual booth. There's my favorite waitress. I paste on my customer service smile. Morning, Harold. The usual? You know it. How's that financial advisor thing coming along? Still taking those online classes? My smile falters for just a second. On hold for now, but I'll get back to it. What I don't say. That dream died when my ex-boyfriend convinced me to co-sign on his business loan, then skipped town leaving me with $87,000 in debt. That my credit score is so abysmal I couldn't get approved for a library card. That I'm one missed payment away from losing my crappy studio apartment. You'll get there. Harold pats my hand with grandfatherly affection. Smart girl like you. Coffee's on me today, I tell him, pouring a cup before moving to my other tables. The next hour passes in a blur of food orders, refills, and forced pleasantries. My feet already ache, but I can't afford new shoes until next month. Maybe. Table 6 needs more napkins. Order up for 12. Customer at 4 wants to speak to you. Something about his eggs. I juggle it all with practiced efficiency. My mind calculating tips and mentally allocating each dollar toward bills. Rent, electricity, minimum payments on 3 credit cards, the loan that's ruining my life, groceries if I'm lucky. A group of businessmen in expensive suits enters, taking over my largest table. Great. Corporate types either tip exceptionally well or insultingly poor, and I'm betting on the latter from the way they're already snapping their fingers for service. Be right with you, I call, rushing to deliver 3 plates of pancakes to a family with screaming children. My phone vibrates in my pocket. Probably another collection agency. I ignore it. Excuse me? We've been waiting for 5 minutes. One of the suits complains as I approach their table. So sorry about that, gentlemen. What can I get you to drink? The man at the head of the table barks orders without looking up from his phone. Sparkling water, no ice, with lemon. And we need menus. And clean silverware. These look spotty. I bite my tongue, resisting the urge to point out that Dave's Diner doesn't serve sparkling anything, and the silverware is as clean as our ancient dishwasher can manage. We have regular water, iced tea, soda, or coffee, I say instead. He finally looks up, irritation flashing across his face. Fine. Water. Whatever. I scribble down drink orders for the table, acutely aware of the dozens of other customers needing attention. The lunch rush always brings out my insecurities. I'm not fast enough, not efficient enough, not enough. Period. As I'm walking away, I hear him mutter, "This is why I never eat at places like this." My eyes sting with unexpected tears. Normally, I'd let comments like that roll off my back, but today, after the collection call, after calculating I'm still $340 short on rent due next week, it cuts deeper than it should. In the kitchen, I lean against the wall for just a moment, taking a shaky breath. One tear escapes before I can stop it, and I quickly wipe it away before anyone notices. "You okay, Mace?" Luis, our cook, glances up from the grill. "Yeah, just tired." I force a smile, loading my tray with drinks. Another day in paradise, right? But as I push through the swinging door back into the chaos of the diner, all I can think is, I'm trapped. This isn't temporary anymore. This is my life, an endless cycle of barely making it, of serving people who look through me rather than at me, and I have no idea how to escape. I finally get my 15-minute break after the lunch crowd thins out. My ankles throb as I collapse onto the metal folding chair in the break room, kicking off my shoes under the table. The relief is immediate and almost sexual. If I could marry the sensation of taking off work shoes after a 6-hour shift, I would. "You look like hell warmed over." Lisa slides into the chair across from me, pushing a chipped mug of coffee in my direction. "Thanks. I aim to please." I accept the coffee gratefully, wrapping my hands around the warmth. Lisa's been at Dave's for 3 years, 2 longer than me, and somehow maintains her sanity despite it all. Her dark hair is pulled into a perfect bun, not a strand out of place despite the kitchen heat. "Those suits at table 6 leave you a decent tip at least." I snort. 5%, and they had the nerve to complain about the prices. I take a sip of coffee, grimacing at the bitter taste. It's fine. I made up for it with Harold. He left $20 on a $12 check. Lisa stretches her legs out, crossing her ankles. "So what's going on with you?" And don't say nothing. Your customer service smile is slipping. I could practically see your soul leaving your body when that guy complained about the silverware. That obvious, huh? I stare into my coffee, watching the ripples as my hands shake slightly from exhaustion. Just the usual. Bills, work, more bills. Macy. Her voice softens. "We've worked together long enough. Talk to me." Something in her tone breaks through my carefully constructed wall. Maybe it's the genuine concern, or maybe I'm just too damn tired to keep pretending I'm fine. "I got another call from the collection agency this morning." The words tumble out before I can stop them. "Third one this week. They're threatening to garnish my wages now." Lisa's eyes widen. "For the business loan? Your ex's loan?" "Yep, all $87,000 of it." I laugh, but it comes out hollow. Turns out co-signing for someone is a really bad idea, when they skipped town with both the money and another damn woman on his arm. That Marcus guy was a piece of work. I nod, memories flooding back, his charming smile. The way he'd make me feel like I was the only woman in the world. How stupid I'd been. I thought I was helping him start his dream business. He seemed so passionate about it. Talked about how we'd build something together. I traced the rim of my mug. Meanwhile, he was gambling away the loan money and sleeping with my friend behind my back. Men are trash. Lisa states this like it's a fundamental law of physics. Not all of them. I think of Harold, of my dad, who worked 3 jobs to put me through college. Just the ones who target women with good credit scores and savings accounts. So what are you going to do? I shrug. What I've been doing. Work until I drop. Pay what I can. Try not to cry when I check my bank account. And in 5 years? 10? The question hits me like a physical blow. I've been so focused on surviving day to day that I haven't allowed myself to think that far ahead. The math is brutal. At my current rate, I'll be paying off this debt until I'm in my 40s. I don't know. My voice cracks. Every time I start to get ahead, something happens. Car repair, rent increase, medical bill. I had plans, Lisa. I was going to be a financial advisor, help people like my parents, who never understood money management. Now I can barely manage my own disasters. Lisa reaches across the table and squeezes my hand. Listen to me. What happened to you sucks. It's unfair and it's cruel. But you can't let that jerk take your whole life from you. Kinda feels like he already did. The words taste bitter. No. Lisa shakes her head firmly. He took your money and your trust, but only you can give away your future. You need to find a way to reclaim your power. Reclaim my power? I laugh weakly. What, like hire a hitman with my non-existent savings? I'm serious, Macy. There's got to be options. Bankruptcy, loan consolidation, something. You're smart as hell. The woman I see handling 6 tables while calculating tips in her head and remembering every regular's order isn't someone who gives up. A small, dangerous flicker of something ignites in my chest. Not quite hope. I'm too practical for that, but possibility. The faintest spark of it. Maybe you're right, I murmur, straightening my shoulders slightly. I know I'm right. Lisa taps her watch, breaks over in 30 seconds. But promise me you'll think about what I said. Find your power again. That jerk doesn't get to write the...
Chapter 2. Theodore. I push through the heavy doors of Club Inferno and immediately feel like I've stepped back in time. The scent of aged leather and expensive bourbon washes over me, familiar and oddly comforting. Chandeliers cast a warm glow over dark wood panels and plush furnishings that scream old money. Nothing's changed, the same tasteful opulence that makes men with 8-figure bank accounts feel at home. Damn! Is that Theodore Lawrence in the flesh? I could recognize that voice from anywhere. Bruce. He rises from one of the leather armchairs, tumbler in hand, grinning like he's just closed a billion-dollar deal, which, knowing Bruce, he probably has. The prodigal son returns. I spread my arms wide, accepting Bruce's enthusiastic handshake that transitions into a backslapping hug. Miss me? Like a hole in the head. Bruce steps back, appraising me with shrewd eyes that have intimidated countless boardroom opponents. New York treating you well. You look respectable. Don't sound so disappointed. I adjust my custom Tom Ford suit jacket, a necessary armor in this world. Some of us had to grow up eventually. Speak for yourself. Jeff approaches with his characteristic smooth stride, legal briefcase still in hand like it's surgically attached. Theodore Lawrence. Manhattan spits you back to Sin City after all. I embraced Jeff, noting the new streaks of silver at his temples. Time waits for no man, not even high-powered attorneys who bill at $1,500 an hour. Gentlemen, I signal to the bartender, who nods in immediate recognition despite my 7-year absence. Shall we catch up properly? Macallan 25, 3 glasses. Still remember the good stuff. Bruce claps my shoulder as we settle into a corner booth with the perfect blend of privacy and prominence. Club Inferno's specialty, allowing its members to be simultaneously secluded and seen. So, Jeff leans forward once our drinks arrive. The charity crusade continues? Read about your New York expansion in Forbes. Impressive numbers. I take a slow sip of scotch, letting the liquid warm my throat. Second Chance Foundation just opened its 10th center. We're tracking to help over 20,000 people this year. What I don't say, how every person we help feels like one small payment toward an unpayable debt. How I still wake up some nights, hearing the crash that I wasn't even present for. How Kyle and Mark's faces haunt me, perpetually 19 years old while I keep aging without them. To success. Bruce raises his glass. And to whatever brought you back to our humble desert oasis. I offer a practiced smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. Who says I needed a reason? Maybe I missed you jerks. Nonsense, Jeff counters, lawyer sharp. You've been dodging Vegas like it's subpoena service. Something's changed. The ice in my glass clinks as I swirl the amber liquid. These men know me too well. The blessing and curse of friendships forged over years of shared history and secrets. My father made an offer, I finally admit. $10 million to Second Chance. Bruce whistles low. Lawrence Sr. opening the vault? Must be something important. He has conditions, I continue, already hating how transactional it sounds. Apparently I'm wasting my potential being, and I quote, a professional do-gooder bachelor. Recognition dawns on both their faces simultaneously. He wants you to settle down. Jeff nods knowingly. Join the honorable institution of marriage. Like you two upstanding examples of matrimonial bliss? I arch an eyebrow at them. Absolutely, Bruce says, perking a brow. Jennifer says hello. And Leslie would love to learn more about your charity. She's all about the stuff you do. Jeff smirks. Look, I get the skepticism. Just about everyone here has married quick for good reasons, Jeff explains, ever the lawyer. Mutually beneficial agreements between consenting adults with clearly defined terms and exit strategies, but then we fell in love for real. I lean back, taking in the familiar surroundings of Club Inferno. Jeff is right. Most of the men in this room are in marriages exactly like what my father is pushing me toward. Convenient partnerships with women who want financial stability and men who need the appearance of domestic respectability. The Las Vegas elite's open secret. $10 million would fund statewide prevention programs for years, I say quietly. We could reach every high school in Nevada. Maybe save some stupid kids from making the same mistakes. I cut myself off, the familiar guilt rising like bile. Bruce exchanges a look with Jeff. The Lawrence guilt complex remains intact, I see. Not everything's about Kyle and Mark, I snap, then immediately regret it. Sorry, it's been a long flight. So you're actually considering it? Jeff asks, his tone carefully neutral. Finding yourself a contractual bride. I drain my scotch, the burn matching the discomfort of this conversation. I've spent 3 years burying myself in work, trying to make something meaningful out of what happened. 10 million would make a real difference, and it's not like I have to love her. Just need her to show my father that I can follow the rules. Bruce settles back in his chair, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You know, if you're going to do this, might as well commit. A $10 million marriage is still a bargain in our world. He's not wrong, Jeff adds, signaling for another round. And it's not like you have to find some random stranger. We could help you vet candidates, professional women who understand the arrangement. You remember the Inferno test, don't you? I run my finger along the rim of my empty glass. You two sound like matchmaking yentas now. Next you'll be showing me your cousin's photos. I'm serious, Teddy. Bruce leans forward, lowering his voice. Half the guys in this room started with contracts and prenups. Look at them now. Family photos on their desks, weekend soccer games with the kids. I scan the club. He's right. The men around us, rich, powerful men in their respective industries, most started with marriages of convenience that somehow transformed into something real. The thought makes my stomach tighten with an emotion I can't quite name. I'm not looking for love, I say firmly. This is a business transaction. $10 million for my charity in exchange for playing house with someone for a couple years. Jeff chuckles. That's what I said before meeting Leslie. Then I somehow ended up actually falling for her smart mouth. Same with Jennifer. Bruce nods. Came in for the benefits, stayed for, well, everything else. The server places fresh drinks before us. I take mine immediately, needing the liquid courage. I appreciate the pep talk, but I'm different, I insist. After Kyle and Mark, I just can't. Some part of me doesn't deserve that kind of happiness. Bruce's expression hardens. That's the biggest load of crap I've heard, and I sit through meetings for a living. It's been 8 years, Theo, Jeff says more gently. At some point, you have to stop punishing yourself. I stare into my drink, watching the light refract through the amber liquid. 8 years since the accident. 8 years of carrying the weight of survivor's guilt. 8 years of working myself to exhaustion, so I don't have to think about why I'm still here when they aren't. Listen to me. Bruce leans in, his voice uncharacteristically serious. Teddy, it's happened time and time again to the men of Club Inferno. Why not let it happen if it does? The childhood nickname catches me off guard. Only my closest friends use it, a reminder of a time before tragedy reshuffled my life. Before I became Theodore Lawrence, the serious philanthropist with something to prove. Because I'm not built that way anymore, I admit quietly. Whatever part of me could love someone got buried with my friends. Nonsense, Jeff counters. You love plenty. Your whole foundation is proof of that. I consider his words, turning them over like puzzle pieces that don't quite fit. Is he right? Does my obsessive dedication to my charity count as love? Or is it just another form of penance? I seriously think I'm the exception, I finally say, meeting their concerned gazes. Love just isn't something that'll find me. And honestly, I'm okay with that. I've made peace with focusing on my work. Neither of them looks convinced, but they know me well enough not to push further. For now. So, Bruce changes tack, ever the strategist. If we're doing this, we need a plan. Your father set a timeline? 3 months to find someone, 6 to marry her. I grimace at how transactional it sounds. He wants a society wedding, something befitting the Lawrence name. Doable. Jeff nods, already thinking like a lawyer. We'll need a short list of candidates, background checks, discretion agreements. Jesus, you two are really into this, I mutter, but I can't deny their enthusiasm is infectious. For the first time since my father made his proposition, the knot in my chest loosens slightly. Maybe this charade won't be so terrible after all. A business arrangement, clean and simple. No messy feelings, no vulnerability, no chance to get hurt, or hurt someone else.
Chapter 3. Macy. The key sticks in my apartment door lock. It always does. I jiggle it twice, kick the bottom corner of the door with my heel, then twist. The familiar ritual feels like a metaphor for my life right now. Nothing comes easy. Home, sweet home, I mutter to the empty space as I flick on the lights. My studio apartment materializes in harsh fluorescent glory. At 450 square feet, it's barely bigger than some walk-in closets I've cleaned at the Lux. The furniture is a mismatched collection of Facebook Marketplace finds and hand-me-downs. functional but far from the stylish apartment I'd once pictured for myself. I drop my purse and kick off my shoes, wiggling my toes against the worn carpet. The Vegas heat has followed me inside, despite the struggling window unit's valiant efforts. I twist the ancient dial to high, wincing at the asthmatic wheeze it emits in response. "Don't you die on me too," I warn it, as if the air conditioner might actually listen. My gaze drifts to the kitchen table, my designated office space, where a stack of envelopes has multiplied like rabbits since this morning. Bills don't take days off, even when you do. I approach the pile with the enthusiasm of someone walking to their own execution. Let's see what financial horrors await today. I sort through them with practiced efficiency. Read final notice on the student loan. Medical bill from that ER visit last winter. Credit card statement with an interest rate that should be criminal. Power bill. Phone bill. Past due notice on the car payment. The business loan. The business loan. Jesus, I whisper, calculating the sums in my head. Even with 3 jobs, I'm barely treading water. I pull out my laptop, wincing as I check my bank balance. The numbers stare back at me, cold and unforgiving. Not enough? Never enough. A notification bubble from Instagram pops up on my screen. I should ignore it. Social media is the last thing I need right now. But my finger clicks anyway. Jasmine, my college roommate, beams at the camera from the deck of a yacht, champagne flute in hand. The Las Vegas Strip glitters behind her, the same skyline I see every day, though I experience it very differently. The caption reads, "Living my best life," followed by a slew of hashtags that makes me grimace. I scroll further. Tiana just made partner at her law firm. Devin bought a house. Everyone seems to be moving forward while I'm stuck in quicksand, watching the life I planned disappear inch by inch. This was supposed to be me, I whisper, staring at the images of success and happiness flooding my screen. I close the laptop with more force than necessary, pushing it away. Self-pity is a luxury I can't afford, not when there are bills to pay and shifts to work. The apartment feels suddenly too small, the walls closing in. I stand up, pacing the short distance from my bed to the kitchenette. My reflection catches in the microwave door, hair pulled back in a messy bun, dark circles under my eyes, the cheerful spark I once prided myself on notably absent. Hell no. I shake my head at my reflection. This isn't me. This isn't who I am. I grab a notebook from my purse, the nice one I splurged on at Target, with the gold spine and crisp white pages. If I'm going to reclaim my life, I might as well write it down in style. At the top of the page, I write in bold letters, Macy Evans, comeback plan. The pen flows across the paper as I outline concrete steps. Pay off highest interest debts. Better jobs. Invest, save never ever, let another man control my finances again. I pause at the last item, my hand tightening around the pen. Marcus's face flashes in my mind, his charming smile, the way he'd kiss my forehead while asking for just a little help with his bills. You don't get to win, I tell the empty room as if he might hear me. You don't get to ruin my life and walk away. The list stares back at me, ambitious but not impossible. Each item represents a piece of myself I lost, not just to Marcus, but to my own naivety, to the belief that love meant sacrifice without boundaries. I add one more item to the list. Be the woman I was meant to become. Something shifts inside me as I stare at the words. It's not just determination. It's something stronger, more primal, a refusal to be defined by my mistakes, a hunger to reclaim what was taken. I place the notebook on my nightstand, where I'll see it first thing tomorrow morning. The bills still wait on the table, the apartment is still too small, and my bank account is still anemic. But for the first time in months, I feel something like hope stirring in my chest. I tug open the mini fridge, finding only a half-empty bottle of wine and some questionable takeout. Food can wait. I pour what's left of the wine into a coffee mug with a chipped handle that reads, Girl Boss. A gag gift from before everything fell apart. The irony doesn't escape me. Some boss I turned out to be, I mutter, taking a long sip. Leaning against the counter, I let my eyes drift around the apartment. This place was supposed to be temporary, a stepping stone on the way to my real life. Now it's looking more and more permanent. I close my eyes, allowing myself a moment of indulgence. Behind my eyelids, I see the life I'd mapped out. A spacious condo with windows overlooking the city, a home office where I'd build my financial advising business, a closet full of clothes that weren't purchased from clearance racks. Financial independence, respect, security. My eyes snap open. That vision doesn't have to be dead. Buried under debt maybe, delayed certainly, but not dead. $87,000. I say the number aloud, forcing myself to confront it. The business loan Marcus convinced me to co-sign burns like acid in my stomach. His smooth talk about our future, the restaurant that would set us up for life, his promises that I wouldn't have to pay a dime, all lies. I drained the last of the wine, set down the mug with a decisive thunk. I'm getting my life back. The words hang in the air, a declaration and a promise. I grab my phone and open the calculator app. If I work 60 hours a week between Dave's diner and my cleaning gigs at the Lux, put every spare cent toward the debt, and live on ramen and tap water. 5 years, I whisper, staring at the numbers. 5 years to zero. Not ideal, but not impossible either. And every dollar paid is another piece of my independence reclaimed. I tap open my calendar app, mentally reorganizing my schedule. Morning shifts at Dave's, evening jobs cleaning hotel rooms, weekend gigs doing makeup for bachelorette parties when I can get them. Sleep will be a luxury, but sleep isn't going to pay my bills. I've done harder things, I tell myself, though I'm not entirely sure that's true. What I am sure of is that I have no choice but to try. I think about the women I admire. My mother who raised 3 kids. My grandmother who built a beauty salon from nothing in a time when Black women business owners were practically unicorns. Their blood runs in my veins. This debt doesn't define me. The vision of my future self grows clearer. Standing in an office of my own, helping others avoid the financial traps I fell into, living comfortably but wisely, independent, strong, free. I pull out my phone and scroll through my contacts until I find Dave's number. Hey, Dave. It's Macy. I know I'm not scheduled, but I'd like to pick up any extra shifts available this week. All of them. There's silence on the other end, then a chuckle. You sure about that, Mace? I got Melissa out with the flu, and Tori's on that cruise. It's gonna be brutal. I'm sure. I'll be there whenever you need me. More silence. All right then. See you tomorrow at 5 a.m., not p.m. I'll be there. I hang up and immediately send texts to my other employers with similar requests. More hours means more money. More money means less debt. Less debt means more freedom. My phone pings with responses. They're happy to have the extra help. By the time I'm done, my schedule is packed tighter than the Vegas Strip on New Year's Eve. I look back at my notebook, at the words, "Be the woman I was meant to become." The path ahead is long and steep, but for the first time in months, I feel something solid beneath my feet. Not hope exactly, something more substantial. Determination. Resolve. 87,000, I say again, but this time the number doesn't crush me. It's just a number. A big one, but still just digits on a page. Nothing compared to my worth. I set an alarm for 4 a.m. and place the phone on my nightstand. Tomorrow marks day 1 of reclaiming my life.
Chapter 4. Theodore. I slide into the corner booth of Dave's diner, nodding at the older waitress who's wiping down nearby tables. This place isn't exactly on my regular rotation of establishments, but there's something refreshingly unpretentious about it. No one here cares who I am or what my last name means. The worn vinyl seats and laminated menus with coffee stains offer a kind of authenticity the high-end restaurants I typically frequent can't match. "Coffee, hun?" The older waitress approaches with a pot. "Black, please." She fills my mug, leaving me to study the menu. The last 24 hours have been a storm of text messages and voicemails from my father, each one more insistent than the last. His latest ultimatum echoes in my head. Find a wife within the next few months or forget about the investment in Second Chance. Marry and settle down or I'm pulling my support. The old man knows exactly where to apply pressure. $10 million. The amount that would transform Second Chance into a serious nationwide program. $10 million that could help hundreds of kids avoid the fate of my friends. All held hostage to my father's antiquated ideas about marriage and legacy. I take a sip of coffee, grimacing at both the bitter taste and my predicament. At 27, marriage isn't exactly on my 5-year plan. But for $10 million and the future of Second Chance, I'd walk down the aisle tomorrow. Ready to order? I glance up, my train of thought interrupted by a new voice. The woman standing before me looks like she's running on fumes. Dark circles under her eyes, hair pulled back in a messy bun that suggests practicality over style. But beneath the exhaustion, there's something striking about her. Her hazel eyes hold a quiet intensity, and her full lips are set in a determined line. Yes. I'll take the breakfast special. Eggs over medium. Toast? Sourdough, and maybe another coffee. She jots down my order, and I notice her hand trembling slightly as she writes. Not the subtle shake of nervousness, but the unmistakable tremor of physical exhaustion. You okay? The question slips out before I can stop it. She looks startled, as if she's not used to customers noticing anything about her beyond their immediate needs. I'm fine. Your hand is shaking. A flash of something, embarrassment maybe, crosses her face before she masks it with a professional smile. Just a little tired. I'll get your order in. As she walks away, I catch sight of her name tag. Macy. It suits her somehow. Straightforward, no pretense. The diner fills up around me. The morning rush of construction workers and office employees grabbing breakfast before their shifts. Through the crowd, I watch Macy navigate the floor with the efficiency of someone who's mapped every inch in her mind. She's quick but careful, balancing multiple plates along her arm with practiced skill. Even exhausted, there's a grace to her movements. My phone buzzes with yet another message from my father. I ignore it, focusing instead on the coffee in front of me and the unexpected fascination I'm feeling for the waitress across the room. When Macy returns with my food, the tremor in her hand is more pronounced. The plate clatters slightly as she sets it down. Sorry about that, she murmurs, steadying the dish. How many hours have you worked? I find myself asking. She gives me a look that suggests I'm overstepping, but then sighs. Since 5 a.m. But who's counting, right? Seriously? Got bills to pay. She shrugs, then adds with a dry laugh. Well, more like mountains of debt to climb, but you know. One shift at a time. Something clicks in my mind. An idea so sudden and clear it feels like a literal light bulb moment. Marriage of convenience, financial exchange, mutual benefit. Anything else I can get you? She's already backing away, her attention pulled to another table, signaling for service. No, this is perfect. I find myself watching her move through the diner with renewed interest. She's beautiful, yes, but it's more than that. There's a resilience about her, a no-nonsense quality that's refreshing. And if her comment about debt is any indication, she might be exactly what I'm looking for. I cut into my eggs, a plan forming as clearly as the yolk spreading across my plate. $10 million for second chance. Financial freedom for her. A temporary arrangement that solves both our problems. I just need to find the right way to propose it. No woman with her head on right would accept an offer like mine without pushback. I linger over my breakfast longer than necessary, taking my time with each bite as I watch Macy work. Her movements have a natural rhythm to them, even through the fatigue that's clearly weighing her down. The morning light filtering through the diner's windows catches on her skin, highlighting the rich brown tone that reminds me of polished mahogany. Those hazel eyes of hers flash with intelligence even as they blink away exhaustion. Need a refill, sweetie? The older waitress approaches my table. I'm good. I slide my cup away, not taking my eyes off Macy. She's at a table of construction workers now, and one of them says something that makes her throw her head back and laugh. The sound carries across the diner, rich and genuine, not the practiced customer service chuckle I've heard from her before. Her entire face transforms when she laughs, the fatigue momentarily washed away, revealing a dimple in her right cheek that wasn't visible before. Is Dave around today? I ask the older waitress who's still hovering near my table. Owner's away today. I'm Marge. Something wrong with your meal? Not at all. The food's excellent. I flashed my most charming smile. I was just curious about your staff scheduling practices. Marge raises an eyebrow. What now? How long are your typical shifts? I notice some of your staff seem to be working extremely long hours. Her expression shifts from confusion to defensiveness. We follow all labor laws, if that's what you're asking. I'm sure you do. I take a sip of my coffee. Just seems like a tough gig. Marge gives me a long look before moving on to another table. Across the diner, Macy balances a coffee pot while taking an order, multitasking with practiced efficiency. Until she doesn't. Damn! The curse is audible even from where I sit, as coffee sloshes over the rim of the pot and onto her wrist. She quickly sets down the pot, shaking her hand and reaching for a napkin. I half rise from my seat, but she's already moving past it, apologizing to the customer and continuing on as if nothing happened. The grimace on her face is visible, even from here. Tough as nails, this one. The breakfast rush gradually thins out, and during a lull, Macy leans against the counter, her eyes drifting closed for a moment. Her head bobs forward before she jerks awake, straightening up and blinking rapidly. She glances around to see if anyone noticed her momentary lapse. Our eyes meet. I don't look away, and for a second, neither does she. Something electric passes between us, a current of mutual recognition or interest. I'm not sure which. Then she quickly averts her gaze, busying herself with rearranging the condiments on the counter, a pretense so transparent it almost makes me laugh. It's cute, the way she tries to act like she didn't just catch me staring or that she wasn't staring back. The quick averted gaze gives her away completely. She steals another glance in my direction, and this time I raise my coffee mug in a small salute. She rolls her eyes but can't quite suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Marge appears at her side, saying something I can't hear. Macy nods, removes her apron, and heads toward the back of the diner. Break time. I signal for my check, leaving a generous tip before standing to follow her path. The side door of the diner leads to a small patio area where I find her sitting alone on a bench, eyes closed, face tilted toward the sun. She looks peaceful for the first time since I've seen her, beautiful in the unguarded moment. Mind if I join you? I ask, keeping my voice low to avoid startling her. Her eyes snap open and the mask of professional detachment slides back into place. This area is for staff only. Is it? I glance around the empty patio. No sign. It's implied. I'm Theodore Lawrence. I extend my hand. But my friends call me Theo. She looks at my hand, then back at my face, making no move to shake it. Good for them. I withdraw my hand, unable to keep from smiling at her comeback. You're Macy, right? I saw your name tag. Listen, I have exactly 15 minutes to sit here and pretend the world doesn't exist before I have to go back in there. What do you want? Direct and to the point. I like that about her already. I have a business proposition for you.
Chapter 5. Macy. My 15-minute break is the only thing keeping me from falling face first into someone's plate of scrambled eggs. 3 hours of sleep in 24 hours will do that to a person. The sun feels good on my face, warm and steady, unlike everything else in my life. So when I hear that deep voice asking to join me, my first instinct is pure irritation. This is my time, my 15 precious minutes. But when I open my eyes, it's him. The guy from booth 7 with the expensive watch and perfect brown hair who's been staring at me all morning. This area is for staff only, I say, summoning what little energy I have left for customer service. He doesn't leave. Instead, he introduces himself like we're at some networking event. Theodore Lawrence. The name tickles something in my brain, like I should recognize it, but exhaustion has turned my memory into soup. When I don't take his extended hand, he doesn't seem offended. If anything, his smile widens. And damn if it isn't a good smile, the kind that probably gets him whatever he wants. I have a business proposition for you. This ought to be good. I've heard my share of propositions working in Vegas. Listen, I'm not interested in whatever you're selling. Just hear me out. He sits down beside me on the bench, uninvited. I'm actually a philanthropist. A philanthropist? I repeat flatly. In Dave's diner, at 8 a.m. on a Tuesday. Even philanthropists need breakfast. His eyes crinkle at the corners when he smiles. I grew up here in Vegas, actually, not far from this neighborhood. Fascinating. I check my watch. 12 minutes of peace left. When I was 19, something happened that changed my life. His voice drops, and the lighthearted tone disappears. My friends had been out partying. They got drunk, decided to drive home, and wrapped their car around a telephone pole. The abrupt shift catches me off guard. I look at him, really look at him for the first time. There's a shadow behind his blue eyes that wasn't there a moment ago. They died instantly. His gaze fixes on something distant. I should have been there. I should have been the designated driver like I usually was, but I had this stupid family obligation that night. I've carried that guilt every day since. That's terrible. I'm sorry, and I am. The pain in his voice sounds genuine. After that, I started a charity called Second Chance. We work with at-risk youth, focusing on drunk driving prevention, education, community support, trying to make sure no one else has to experience what my friends' families did. But I also help others battle with their addictions too. Alcohol, drugs, nicotine, all of that. I nod, genuinely interested now despite my exhaustion. That's admirable work. It is. And we've done good things on a small scale. But now I have the opportunity to take it nationwide. His energy shifts again, intensity replacing solemnity. My father has offered $10 million in funding. That's great, I say, wondering why he's telling me all this. Congratulations. There's a condition. Theodore runs a hand through his hair. My father is traditional. He believes a man should be settled down, married, starting a family. He's giving me an ultimatum. Get married or the funding disappears. I laugh, thinking he's joking, but his expression doesn't change. Wait, you're serious? Completely. $10 million for Second Chance if I get married. Soon. And you're telling me this because... His eyes lock with mine. I'm asking if you'd be interested in marrying me. The words hang in the air between us. I blink. Once, twice. Waiting for the punchline. You want to marry me? I say slowly. A complete stranger who served you eggs? It would be a business arrangement. Temporary. You'd be compensated, of course. Compensated. I'm having trouble processing the words coming out of his mouth. For being your, what? Rental wife? I prefer to think of it as a mutually beneficial arrangement. You mentioned mountains of debt. I'm offering a way to climb them faster. My jaw literally drops. What the hell? I understand it's unconventional. Unconventional? I stand up, lightheaded from both exhaustion and shock. It's insane. You're insane. $1 million, he says quietly. That would be your compensation, plus expenses while we're married. The number hits me like a physical blow. $1 million. The exact amount that would erase my debt and give me a clean slate. The exact amount that would take me 10 years to earn at this rate. This is a joke, right? You're doing some kind of social experiment? I scan the patio for hidden cameras. Or is this how rich guys get their kicks now? Mess with the waitress? Theodore stands too, his height forcing me to look up to meet his eyes. I'm completely serious, Macy. No tricks, no games. The way he says my name sends an unwelcome shiver down my spine. How do you... I glance down at my name tag. Right. $1 million, a temporary marriage, and then we both get what we want. Why me? The question tumbles out before I can stop it. You could literally ask anyone. There are professional, trophy wives or whatever. People who actually want to do this kind of thing. Theodore's expression softens, and something about it makes me more uncomfortable than his business proposal did. Pity looks wrong on that perfect face. I know we just met, he says, leaning slightly closer. But I've been watching you all morning. That's not creepy at all. I mean, I've been observing how hard you work. He gestures toward the diner. 3 tables at once, never missing an order, staying professional even when that guy at the counter snapped his fingers at you. You're exhausted. Anyone can see that. But you're still pushing through. I cross my arms. So you want to marry me because I can balance plates while sleep deprived? I need someone real, someone who understands struggle and responsibility. His voice drops lower. Not someone who's after my family's money or connections. You clearly have your own priorities. Yeah, like paying rent and eating occasionally. The debt you mentioned, how much is it? I laugh, the sound brittle even to my own ears. Listen, this is all completely insane. A fake marriage? Secret deals? This is the stuff of bad movies, not real life. Actually, it happens more often than you'd think. He shrugs. Especially in Vegas. Well, not in my side of Vegas. I check my watch. Break's over in 2 minutes. I need to get back inside. Please, he says. And the earnestness in his voice makes me pause. Just think about it. Theodore reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a sleek business card, offering it between 2 fingers. I take it, mostly to make him go away. The card is heavy, textured paper with raised lettering. Theodore Lawrence, CEO, Second Chance Foundation. I can prove I'm serious, he adds. How exactly would you do that? His eyes never leave mine. How much would it take to completely wipe out your debt? The exact number. The question makes my stomach clench. I've done the math so many times the numbers are burned into my brain, but I've never said them out loud. Saying them makes the mountain of debt real in a way spreadsheets don't. 87,000, I finally say, my voice barely above a whisper. Plus maxed out credit cards, another 20,000 there. He nods like I've just told him the weather forecast. Where do you live? Excuse me? I step back. What the hell kind of question is that? I can bring you that amount in cash tonight, if you're interested in my proposal. His face remains entirely serious. Consider it a gesture of good faith. Part of me wants to laugh in his face. Another part, the part that's been drowning in debt for so long, the part that works double shifts and still can't get ahead, is curiosity igniting like a matchstick. This is insane, I mutter, more to myself than to him. Your address? He repeats. Before my better judgment can kick in, I hear myself rattling off my apartment number and street. Desert Palms Complex, Unit 237. But this doesn't mean I understand. He steps back, giving me space. I'll see you tonight, Macy. Thank you for listening. I watch him walk away, his expensive shoes clicking on the concrete, the business card still pinched between my fingers. $107,000. Cash. Tonight. My brain buzzes with equal parts exhaustion, disbelief, and something dangerous that feels almost like hope. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Theodore. The clock on my dashboard reads 9:48 p.m. when I pull up to the Desert Palms. The complex doesn't match its tropical name, just a two-story beige building with metal railings and dim security lights that flicker intermittently. I park my Audi between a rusted pickup and a sedan missing its front bumper. The briefcase sits heavy on the passenger seat. $107,000 in neat stacks of hundreds. I had my assistant withdraw it this afternoon. Not an unusual request in Vegas, though her eyebrows had risen slightly at the amount. I'm not nervous exactly. Nervousness isn't my thing. But there's a certain tension in my shoulders as I grab the case and exit the car. I've made business deals worth hundreds of millions before. This amount is practically a rounding error to my family. But something about this exchange feels different. More personal. Unit 237 is on the second floor, at the far end of an open-air hallway. Music thumps from somewhere nearby, and the smell of fried food hangs in the air. I knock 3 times, sharp and confident. The door opens a crack, chain still in place. Hazel eyes peer out at me, wide with what looks like surprise. "You actually came." Macy's voice sounds different than it did this morning, more subdued, less guarded. "I said I would." The door closes, chain rattles, and then she's standing there in gray sweatpants and a faded University of Nevada t-shirt. Her hair is pulled back, face scrubbed clean of makeup. She looks younger this way, vulnerable in a way that makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. "Come in." She steps aside, looking past me to the parking lot. "Before someone sees you with that." I step inside, taking in the small apartment with one quick scan. Everything is neat but well worn. A small sofa with a throw blanket, kitchenette with mismatched dishes drying on a rack, a bookshelf sagging under the weight of paperbacks. It smells like vanilla and coffee. It feels lived in. Real. Nice place. I mean it. There's something refreshing about its honesty. It's a shoebox, but it's my shoebox. Macy crosses her arms, eyes fixed on the briefcase. "So, is that what I think it is?" $107,000. Exactly as you said. I place it on her coffee table, pop the locks, and open it to reveal the stacked bills inside. Her reaction isn't what I expected. Not excitement or greed or suspicion. Instead, she freezes, her eyes locked on the money, lips parting slightly. Then her face crumples, and before I know what's happening, tears are streaming down her cheeks. "Damn." I cross to her in 2 strides, unsure what to do. "Macy, I'm sorry." She presses the heels of her hands against her eyes, shoulders shaking. "I didn't think you were serious. I thought this was some elaborate prank or worse, and I'd open my door to find, I don't know, not this." I place a hand on her shoulder, and when she doesn't pull away, I guide her to the sofa. "It's real. I meant what I said." She stares at the open briefcase, tears still falling. "Do you have any idea what this means?" "I've been killing myself working. 60, 70 hours a week, 3 jobs, no breaks, for years. I calculated once that it would take me at least another 6 years to clear this debt, and you just walk in with all of it like it's nothing." "It's not nothing," I say, sitting beside her. "Not to you. 3 years ago, my ex-boyfriend convinced me to invest in his business, put my name on loans, max out credit cards." Her voice is bitter. "He disappeared with every cent. Left me holding the bag." My jaw tightens. "What a coward!" "Yeah, well, life lesson learned. The expensive way." She wipes at her face, embarrassment crossing her features. "Sorry for the breakdown. I don't usually cry in front of strangers with briefcases full of cash." I can't help but smile at that. "I'd be concerned if this was a regular occurrence for you." That gets a watery laugh from her. "This is insane. You know that, right? I want to help you, Macy. Genuinely." I reach out, hesitate, then take her hand. Her fingers are small, calloused from work. A woman like you shouldn't waste her youth working herself into the ground. A woman like me? Her eyebrows lift. What kind is that exactly? Smart, determined, proud. I hold her gaze. The kind who deserves a break. She looks away, her eyes falling back to the briefcase. The money sits between us, both literal and figurative. A solution to her problems. The beginning of mine being solved. I need to sit down, she murmurs. I understand what she means. She needs to process this. I give her space, moving slightly away on the sofa as she draws her legs up underneath her. Her hand trembles as she reaches out toward the briefcase, then stops short of touching it, as if it might burn her. I don't even know what to say. Macy's voice comes out small, unsteady. She looks up at me, eyes searching my face for deception, for the catch, for the moment this all falls apart. There isn't one. Not in the way she's expecting. You don't need to say anything right now. I lean forward, elbows on my knees. The position brings me closer to her level, less imposing. I can have a lawyer draft some documents, make everything official and fair for both of us. A lawyer? Her voice catches. Jeff, he's a friend of mine. He's discreet. Part of Club Inferno, the private club I mentioned. I keep my tone casual, matter of fact. He specializes in these kinds of arrangements. These kinds, she echoes, eyes widening slightly. Marriages of convenience aren't exactly rare in my circle. I shrug one shoulder. People have their reasons, financial gain, green cards, family expectations. Her gaze drops to the money again. And yours is securing an investment from your father. $10 million to expand my foundation's work. I watch her carefully, gauging her reaction. In return, your debt gets wiped clean. You won't have to work 3 jobs anymore, no more 70-hour weeks just to stay afloat. The enormity of what I'm offering settles over her. Freedom from debt, freedom from exhaustion, freedom from the constant grind that's been her life these past years. I can see it in her face. The temptation, the calculation, the disbelief. No feelings have to be involved, I add, wanting to be absolutely clear. This is a business arrangement. We get married, I secure my funding, and after an appropriate amount of time has passed, we go our separate ways. Macy's fingers pick at a loose thread on her sweatpants. How long would appropriate be? A year? Maybe 2. I keep my voice steady, though something in my chest tightens at how clinical this sounds. Long enough to make it believable. She's quiet for a long moment, staring at her hands. I resist the urge to fill the silence. This isn't a boardroom negotiation where pressing for an immediate answer is the goal. This is her life I'm asking her to temporarily merge with mine. Finally, she looks up. There's something in her eyes that wasn't there before. Resolve, maybe, or resignation. We'd have to live together, she says. Not a question. Yes, I have a penthouse downtown. Plenty of space. And what would people think? Your friends, your family. That I fell hard and fast for the beautiful woman who turned my world upside down. I smile, surprised by how easily the words come. Not entirely untrue. She averts her gaze at the compliment, but she pushes past it. What about physical expectations? None. I hold her gaze, wanting her to see my sincerity. This is strictly business, Macy. I'm not that kind of man. She nods slowly, processing. Then, with a deep breath that seems to steady her, I'll do it. Her voice is shaky but determined. 3 small words that will change both our lives. You're sure? I need to hear it again. Yes, stronger this time. I'm sure. Something unfamiliar loosens in my chest. Relief, maybe, or anticipation. I extend my hand to her, the gesture formal despite the intimacy of what we've just agreed to. Then we have a deal.
Chapter 7. Macy, 3 days later, I'm sitting in a booth at Rosie's Diner, a vinyl-covered menu gripped in my hands like it's the only thing keeping me tethered to earth. The laminated pages tremble slightly. I'm not exactly a bundle of nerves. I'm tougher than that. But agreeing to marry a billionaire stranger isn't exactly an everyday decision. Theodore slides into the booth across from me, his expensive cologne mingling with the greasy diner smells of bacon and coffee. He doesn't belong here in his tailored navy suit and fancy leather shoes, but he doesn't seem bothered by the fluorescent lighting that makes everyone else look sickly. Jeff just texted. He'll be here in 5. Theodore reaches across the table and gently pries the menu from my death grip, his fingers brushing mine. Breathe, Macy. He doesn't bite. I'm fine. I straighten my blouse, a sensible cream button-up I bought specifically for this meeting. The price tag nearly gave me a heart attack, but if I'm going to sit across from lawyers discussing fake marriages, I figure I should at least look the part. Just wondering what kind of lawyer meets clients in a diner. The kind who appreciates good pie. Theodore's eyes crinkle at the corners. And the kind who knows discretion sometimes means public places where nobody's paying attention. He has a point. Nobody in this crowded diner gives us a second glance. We're just another couple having breakfast. Not a billionaire, and his bride-to-be hammering out the details of their marriage contract. The bell above the door chimes, and Theodore's posture shifts subtly. He sits straighter, shoulders squaring as his eyes track someone across the restaurant. That's him. A tall man with brown hair approaches our table. He's dressed in an expensive but understated charcoal suit, carrying a sleek leather portfolio. Everything about him screams money and influence. Teddy. The man claps Theodore on the shoulder before sliding into the booth beside him. Always a pleasure. Jeff, this is Macy Evans. Macy, Jeff Barnes. Jeff extends his hand across the table. His grip is firm, professional, the handshake of a man who closes million-dollar deals over breakfast. Miss Evans, a pleasure. Likewise. I pull my hand back, resisting the urge to wipe my clammy palm on my pants. Something about his appraising look makes me feel like merchandise being evaluated. So, Jeff flips open his portfolio, revealing a stack of documents. Teddy tells me congratulations are in order. A waitress appears, coffee pot in hand. We pause while she fills our cups, Theodore ordering a full breakfast while I stick to toast. My stomach's too knotted for anything more. Once she's gone, Jeff leans forward. I've drawn up the preliminary agreements. Standard prenuptial contract with a few specific clauses relevant to your unique situation. You do this often? The question slips out before I can stop it. Jeff's eyes flick to Theodore before he answers. Let's just say certain arrangements are more common in certain circles than the general public might imagine. His smile doesn't reach his eyes, particularly in Vegas, the marriage capital of the world for a reason, my dear. She's not your dear, Jeff. Theodore's voice carries a warning edge that surprises me. Jeff raises his hands in mock surrender. No offense intended. Just making conversation. He pulls out a document and slides it across the table. This outlines the timeline. Marriage within 2 weeks. Joint residence for a minimum of 1 year. Public appearances as required. I scan the paper, my finger tracing each bullet point. What constitutes public appearances? Dinner parties, charity events, family gatherings? Theodore answers before Jeff can. Nothing excessive. And this blank section, I point to a space labeled additional terms. That's where we detail your compensation. Jeff's eyes gleam with something that feels uncomfortably like amusement. Teddy mentioned something about debt clearance and a stipend. That's already been handled. Theodore's tone is clipped. The debt is cleared. We'll discuss any additional arrangements privately. Jeff raises an eyebrow. Already taken care of? My Teddy, you move quickly these days. The hustle and bustle of New York is still coursing in you, I see. The waitress returns with our food, the pause in conversation heavy with unspoken tension. Theodore's jaw is tight, one hand curled into a loose fist on the table. Let me be clear, Jeff. Theodore's voice is quiet but carries authority once the waitress leaves. Macy's doing me a favor, a significant one. I expect you to treat her with the same respect you'd show any of my business partners. Heat creeps up my neck, a mixture of embarrassment and something else I can't quite name. I'm not used to being defended. Of course. Sorry. Jeff's smile turns professional again. I apologize, Ms. Evans. No disrespect intended. Teddy and we have history. I've known him since he was a kid, basically. So forgive me for trying to pull some legs here. It's fine, I manage, though the exchange has left me off balance. Jeff slides another document forward. These are the confidentiality agreements. Both parties agree not to disclose the nature of the arrangement during or after the marriage. Both parties, I echo, staring at the paper. So Theodore can't tell people it was fake either? That's right. Jeff nods. Protects both of you. No kiss and tell, as it were. Though in this case, he trails off with a chuckle. Theodore silences him with a look. What happens after the year is up? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady. Clean break. Divorce on grounds of irreconcilable differences. The prenup ensures equitable division of any jointly acquired assets. Jeff taps the document. Though I should mention, traditionally these arrangements include a completion bonus. I frown. A what? A financial incentive upon successful completion of the contract term. Jeff's tone is matter-of-fact, like he's discussing the weather rather than putting a price tag on my year of freedom. Usually substantial. That's enough, Jeff. Theodore's voice has an edge I haven't heard before. We're not discussing finances in public. Just doing my job, Teddy. Jeff shrugs, unbothered, making sure both parties understand what they're signing up for. I take a sip of my coffee, trying to make sense of the bizarre conversation happening around me. Theodore and Jeff are clearly operating in a world that runs by different rules than mine. You should also know, Theodore says, pushing his empty plate aside, that Jeff and I are both members of Club Inferno. Club Inferno? I repeat, the name conjuring images of some high-end gentleman's club with crystal decanters and cigar smoke. Theodore nods. It's an exclusive club here in Vegas. Private. Exclusive. Very exclusive, Jeff adds, straightening his tie. Some of the most powerful men in the city. In relevance to our situation, I ask pointedly. Theodore's eyes meet mine. The members there, I've known most of them for years. They're going to be part of our social circle. You'll need to get used to them. Great, I mutter. A bunch of rich guys sizing me up. They're not so bad once you get to know them, Theodore says with a half smile. Though there is a certain test that new. I catch the movement under the table as Jeff's foot connects with Theodore's shin. Theodore winces slightly. No, Jeff says sharply, shaking his head. Don't do that. Not yet. My gaze darts between them. Test? What test? Jeff waves a dismissive hand, his smile too quick, too polished. Nothing. He's not serious. Forget about it. Theodore gives me a look I can't quite decipher. Something between apology and conspiracy. My instinct screams that they're hiding something, but in the hierarchy of things to worry about, some mysterious club test ranks below, marrying a stranger and pretending to be in love. Okay then, I say slowly, moving on. Jeff slides a pen across the table. If you're both satisfied with the terms, we can proceed with the signatures. I pick up the pen, its weight suddenly significant. One signature and I'm committing to a year of my life in service to this charade, but also wiping away my debt and giving myself a fresh start. Where do I sign? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Jeff flips through the pages, pointing out signature lines. Initial here, here, and here. Full signature on the final page. Theodore signs first, his pen gliding across the paper with practiced ease. When he finishes, he hands me the pen, our fingers brushing. I try to ignore the little spark of something that jumps between us. I sign my name, the loops and curves of my signature sealing my fate. Excellent, Jeff says. Gathering the papers, I'll file these with the appropriate parties. He tucks the documents into his portfolio. You know, the other men at Club Inferno. Bruce, Ben, Lord, Joseph, Mitchell. They're not going to be scandalized by the idea of a sudden marriage. Jesus Christ, I blurt out. How many of you are there? Jeff's smile widens, revealing perfect white teeth. There's a lot of us. Fantastic, I mutter, draining my coffee cup. A whole club of billionaires watching our every move. They're discreet, Theodore assures me, though something flickers in his eyes that makes me wonder if he's telling me everything. And they understand. Arrangements. Arrangements, I repeat. Is that what we're calling this? Partnership, Theodore corrects, his gaze steady on mine. Mutually beneficial. I hold his stare, trying to read past that carefully composed expression. There's something he's not telling me about this club, about this test Jeff shut down so quickly. But I've already signed the papers. I've committed. Well, partners, I say, extending my hand across the table. I guess we're doing this. Theodore's large hand envelops mine, warm and solid. I guess we are.
Chapter 8. Theodore. I pace the length of my living room, phone pressed to my ear, watching Macy as she cautiously circles my kitchen island. She runs her fingertips along the marble countertop like she's afraid it might disintegrate at her touch. The sight distracts me momentarily from my father's booming voice. A small wedding? Theodore, be reasonable. The Lawrence name demands certain standards. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Dad, we want something intimate. Just close friends and family. Intimate? You're the son of Maxwell Lawrence. People expect... I don't give a damn what people expect. The words come out sharper than intended, causing Macy to glance up from her exploration. I flash her an apologetic smile and lower my voice. This is my wedding, not a corporate merger. My father's heavy sigh reverberates through the phone. Your mother has already spoken to 3 different event planners. The plaza is holding their grand ballroom. Cancel it. I turn toward the windows, looking out at the Las Vegas skyline. Take whatever budget you planned for the circus and donate it to Second Chance instead. That charity of yours again? His laugh contains just enough dismissiveness to set my teeth on edge. Oh, Teddy. You and your causes. That cause is changing lives, Dad. I watch Macy's reflection in the glass as she tentatively opens one of my kitchen cabinets, then quickly shuts it. Kids who've lost parents to drunk driving need support more than society needs another champagne fountain. The silence that follows tells me I've hit a nerve. My father knows why this matters to me, even if he pretends not to understand. Speaking of Second Chance, I continue, pressing my advantage. You promised a $10 million investment for our expansion. Yes, of course. His tone shifts to business mode. The board is reviewing the proposal this week. Good. I turn away from the window, catching Macy's eye. She's standing by my bookshelf now, fingertip tracing spines but not removing any volumes. Because that matters. A wedding spectacle doesn't. Well, at the very least, your mother and I need to meet this woman. His voice drops an octave. You've known her what? A month? And suddenly you're getting married? It's not like you, Theodore. If he only knew how right he is. Her name is Macy, Dad. And yes, you'll meet her. We can fly in soon. Next weekend, it's not a request. I'll check with Macy. I walk toward her, extending my free hand in invitation. After a moment's hesitation, she takes it, her fingers warm against mine. We've got a lot going on right now with her moving in. Moving in? Before the wedding? Your mother will have a conniption. I laugh despite myself. Welcome to the 21st century, Dad. Fine, fine. He clears his throat. But soon, Theodore. We want to welcome her properly to the family. I'll make arrangements. I squeeze Macy's hand, watching curiosity play across her features. I've got to go now. After we hang up, I slip my phone into my pocket and gesture around the penthouse. So, what do you think? Macy drops my hand, crossing her arms over her chest. It's bigger than my entire apartment building. It's not that big. I follow her gaze around the open-concept living space, seeing it through fresh eyes, the minimalist furniture that probably cost more than her annual salary, the original artwork, the state-of-the-art everything. Your refrigerator has a touchscreen, Theodore. She arches an eyebrow. Who needs a touchscreen on a refrigerator? It has useful features. I walk to the fridge and tap the screen. See? It can show you recipes based on what's inside. Fascinating. Her tone is dry as desert sand. Does it also do your taxes? Only the simple returns. I shoot back with a smirk. That was my dad, by the way. He and my mom want to meet you. Great. She wanders toward the couch but doesn't sit, merely hovering near it like she needs permission. Let me guess. They're thrilled their billionaire son is marrying a debt-ridden stranger? They don't know that part. I drop onto the couch, patting the space beside me. Come on, it's not going to bite you. Neither will I. She sits gingerly on the edge of the cushion. They want a big wedding, don't they? How'd you know? Rich people always want spectacles. She shrugs. More opportunities to remind everyone else how rich they are. Not all rich people. I lean back, stretching my arm along the back of the couch. I told him to donate the wedding budget to my charity instead. Something shifts in her expression. Surprise, maybe even a hint of respect. And how did that go over? About as well as you'd expect. I grin. But I reminded him about a promised investment, so he'll come around. Macy finally relaxes enough to lean back against the cushions. 10 million, huh? Must be nice to throw around numbers like that. It's not being thrown around. It's being invested in something that matters. I watch her profile as she takes in the room once more. You can touch things, you know. This is your home now, too. Her laugh is short, almost disbelieving. For a year. For a year, I agree. But that doesn't mean you should live like a ghost. Macy sighs, her shoulders dropping as she finally settles deeper into my couch. The tension she's been carrying since entering my penthouse seems to seep out, if only slightly. I know I should relax. It's just... She traces an invisible pattern on her jeans. I have serious trust issues I need to work through. Because of your ex? Her gaze hardens. So, I told you about this already. Marcus made me co-sign his business loan. Said it was our future he was building. A humorless laugh escapes her lips. And then I came home one day to find half my stuff gone, my bank account drained, and a text saying he'd found someone more suited to his ambitions. What a piece of trash. The words escape before I can filter them. That's putting it mildly. Macy tucks her legs beneath her, becoming smaller on my massive couch. He left me with $90,000 in debt and a broken lease. The bank doesn't care that he was the one who took the money. My signature's on the paperwork. I clench my jaw, anger rising at a man I've never met. We should track him down. I know people who... No. She holds up her hand. I don't want anything to do with him. I just want to move forward. Fair enough. But that's why... She gestures between us. Why I'm not a fan of romance or relationships anymore. It's all a game I don't want to play. The sweet words, the promises, the plans for the future. Been there. Got the collection notices to prove it. I reach for my whiskey glass from the coffee table, taking a thoughtful sip. We don't have to have any feelings involved in this. That was part of the deal, and that's the beauty of our arrangement. It's pure business. Macy lets out a short, sharp laugh. Come on, Theodore. We'll be living together, in close proximity, seeing each other constantly. She waves her hand around the open concept space. This place is enormous, but we'll still be in each other's orbit every day. What if something does happen? The question hangs in the air between us. I've considered this possibility, of course. How could I not? Macy's gorgeous, with a quicksilver wit that keeps me on my toes. Under different circumstances. But that's not what this is about. Not likely. I set my glass down with a decisive click. I'm not a romance guy either. Right. Macy arches one perfectly shaped eyebrow, her tone making it clear she's not convinced. I mean it. I shift to face her directly. Look, I date. I have fun. But I don't do hearts and flowers and happily ever after. Because... I hesitate. Memories threatening to surface that I'd rather keep buried. Because I've seen what happens when people make promises they can't keep. When they say forever and deliver until something better comes along. Macy studies me for a moment, something shifting in her expression. Your parents? No, they're annoyingly devoted to each other. I stand, needing to move. Friends? People I thought I could count on. She follows me with her eyes as I pace toward the windows. So we're both damaged goods, then. I prefer selectively cautious. I turn back to her with a half smile. It makes us perfect for this arrangement, don't you think? No unrealistic expectations, no romantic delusions. Just two adults with a mutually beneficial agreement. Mutually beneficial, she repeats, testing the words. That's one way to describe a fake marriage. It's the most accurate way. I return to the couch, sitting closer to her this time. So don't worry about catching feelings for me, Evans. I promise I make terrible boyfriend material. Ask any of my exes. I wasn't worried about me catching feelings, she retorts. A spark of that fire I glimpsed during our first meeting returning to her eyes. I was worried about you? Me? I press a hand to my chest in mock offense. I'm a professional. This is practically a business transaction. If you say so. Macy's lips curl into a skeptical smile. But for the record, I make a terrible girlfriend, too. I work too much. I hardly cook. And I've been told I have the emotional accessibility of a brick wall. Sounds perfect. I extend my hand to her. So we're agreed? A strictly business arrangement with absolutely no romantic entanglements? Agreed. She shakes my hand.
Chapter 9. Macy. I stare at my reflection in the courthouse bathroom mirror, smoothing non-existent wrinkles from my simple white dress. It's nothing fancy, just a knee-length cotton sundress with subtle lace trim, but it's the nicest thing I own that's also white. Seemed appropriate for a wedding, even a fake one. This is really happening, I whisper to myself, gripping the edge of the sink. You're marrying a billionaire. A fake marriage to a man you barely know. The bathroom door creaks open, startling me. I straighten up instantly, pretending to adjust my small pearl earrings, my mother's, the only heirloom I have. 2 minutes, Miss Evans. The courthouse clerk offers a practiced smile. Judge Hernandez is ready for you. Thank you. I gather my small bouquet of white roses. Theodore's idea, not mine. Said we should at least look the part, in case anyone questions the legitimacy later. I take a deep breath and step into the hallway, where Theodore waits in a tailored suit that he looks exceptional in. His eyes widen slightly when he sees me, and something flickers across his face that I can't quite place. You look... He pauses, searching for words. Clean? Presentable? Not likely to embarrass you in front of the judge? I supply, deflecting with humor as usual. A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. I was going to say beautiful. Heat spreads across my body. Oh, thanks. You clean up okay yourself. Theodore's friend Bruce stands a few feet away checking his watch. He's intimidatingly attractive in that wealthy, privileged way. Tall, with perfectly styled dirty blonde hair and a suit that screams old money. When he looks up, his appraising gaze makes me feel like I'm a deer in headlights. So this is the bride? Bruce extends his hand. His grip is firm, borderline uncomfortable. Bruce Fordington. Theo and I go way back. Macy Evans. I match his grip strength, refusing to wince. Soon to be Lawrence, I guess. Bruce's eyes narrow slightly. Indeed. Bruce is lending us his vacation home for a week, Theodore explains, placing his hand lightly on my lower back. For our honeymoon. How generous. I force a smile, trying not to stiffen at Theodore's touch. We've practiced small gestures like this over the past week, casual contact to sell our relationship. It still feels foreign. Bruce pockets his hands. Anything for Theo. Though I admit, when he told me he was getting married after knowing someone for less than 2 months, he gives a deliberate pause. Well, let's just say it was surprising. When you know, you know. Theodore's voice contains a warning edge as his hand presses more firmly against my back. Court's ready for you now, the clerk interrupts, gesturing toward the door. The courtroom is surprisingly bright, sunlight streaming through tall windows. Judge Hernandez, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and no-nonsense posture, waits at the bench. There's no audience, no music, just us, Bruce, the clerk, and the judge. We gather today for the marriage of Theodore Lawrence and Macy Evans. Judge Hernandez begins without preamble. I understand you've chosen a basic civil ceremony. Theodore nods. Yes, Your Honor. The judge launches into the standard speech about marriage being a solemn commitment, the foundation of family, and a lifelong bond. Each word feels like a small stone, adding to the weight on my shoulders. This isn't real, I remind myself. It's a business arrangement with an expiration date. The rings? Judge Hernandez prompts. Theodore reaches into his pocket and pulls out 2 bands. I blink in surprise. We hadn't discussed rings. The one he slides onto my finger is a simple platinum band, elegant but not flashy. Nothing like the gaudy diamond I'd half expected. As I take his matching ring, our eyes meet. For a split second, I see uncertainty in his gaze, matching my own. Then it's gone, replaced by that confident mask he wears so well. I do, he says clearly when prompted, not breaking eye contact. When my turn comes, I'm surprised by how steady my voice sounds. I do. By the power vested in me by the state of Nevada, I now pronounce you husband and wife, Judge Hernandez declares. You may kiss. Kiss? We didn't rehearse this part. Theodore leans in slowly, giving me time to prepare. His lips brush against mine, gentle, brief, yet somehow electric. I pull back first, trying to ignore the unexpected flutter in my stomach. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, the judge announces. Just like that, it's done. I'm married. I have a husband. Bruce signs the witness line with a flourish, his expression still measuring, calculating. The clerk takes our paperwork, and within minutes we're standing in the hallway again, officially husband and wife. Well, Theodore says after a moment of awkward silence. That was painless, right? I twist the unfamiliar ring on my finger, reality settling around me like a cloak. Sure, painless. Bruce claps Theodore on the shoulder, his smile not quite reaching his eyes. Congratulations, man. The boys at Club Inferno send their best. His attention shifts to me, and I resist the urge to take a step back. They'd love to meet the woman who finally caught Theo Lawrence. Perhaps at our next gathering? Sure, I manage, curiosity piquing despite myself. This Club Inferno sounds intriguing. Oh, it's quite exclusive. Bruce straightens his already perfect tie. But it's fun. No worries. Theodore's hand finds the small of my back again, a gentle pressure steering me away. We'll see about that invitation, Bruce. Thanks for being here today. Wouldn't miss it, Bruce replies, checking his Rolex. The lake house is stocked and ready. Keys under the third planter on the left of the entrance. I'll be in Tokyo until Thursday with Jennifer. The place is all yours. As Bruce disappears down the courthouse steps, I turn to Theodore. So, Club Inferno. A billionaire boys' club, I'm assuming? Something like that. Theodore guides me toward the exit, his hand slipping into mine with practiced ease. Men with money, power, shared interests. Like fake marriages? The words slip out before I can stop them. His thumb traces a small circle against my hand, a gesture that feels oddly intimate. Among other things. I'll tell you more sometime. Outside, the Las Vegas sun hits with force, bright and unrelenting. Theodore leads me toward his waiting car, a sleek black Bentley that probably costs more than I'll make in a decade. You did great in there, he says, voice low as we navigate past a group of people entering the courthouse. Very convincing. Thanks. Acting lessons finally paying off. I'm not sure why I'm making jokes. Maybe to mask how surreal this feels, walking hand in hand with a virtual stranger who's now legally my husband. Theodore opens the passenger door for me. I mean it. Not everyone could handle this situation with such grace. Once we're both settled in the car, leather seats cool against my skin, Theodore doesn't start the engine immediately. Instead, he turns to face me, expression suddenly serious. I know this is just the beginning. We have a lot more convincing to do. Family dinners, charity galas, public appearances. His fingers tap against the steering wheel. My father will be the hardest to fool. He's skeptical of everyone. I figured as much. I adjust my dress, suddenly conscious of how simple it is compared to everything in Theodore's world. What else should I expect? The Second Chance annual gala is in 3 weeks. It's our biggest fundraiser of the year. He runs a hand through his perfectly styled hair. Before that, Sunday dinner with my parents. They'll have questions. Lots of them. The reality of what I've agreed to settles heavier now. It's not just a paper marriage. It's stepping into a role, creating an illusion convincing enough to fool the elite of Las Vegas. I'll make this worth your while, Macy. Theodore's voice cuts through my thoughts. When this is over, you'll be financially secure for the rest of your life. That's a promise. The mention of financial security sends a wave of relief through me. After what Marcus did, draining my savings, racking up debt in my name, leaving me to clean up his mess, the thought of being free from that burden is almost intoxicating. That sounds amazing, I admit, twisting the new ring on my finger. After everything after my ex, I never thought I'd see the light at the end of that tunnel. Theodore starts the car, the engine purring to life. Marcus, right? The gambling addict who left you holding the bag? I nod, surprised he remembered that detail from our initial conversation. Yeah, Marcus Turner, financial saboteur extraordinaire. Well, Mrs. Lawrence, Theodore says with a slight smile, pulling into traffic. That's all in the past now. Mrs. Lawrence. The name hits differently than I expected. Not with dread or regret, but with a strange sense of possibility. For the next year at least, I have a shield against the financial storm that's been drowning me. A way out.
Chapter 10. Theodore. I paced the length of my condo's living area, checking my watch for the third time in 5 minutes. My parents are nothing if not punctual, a Lawrence family trait that borders on pathological. The thought of them meeting Macy has my stomach in knots, which is unusual for me. I don't get nervous. Ever. Is the wine breathing properly? I call toward the kitchen where Macy has been arranging appetizers on a platter. Unless wine breathes differently in billionaire households, then yes. Macy appears in the doorway, wiping her hands on a kitchen towel. Even in a simple black dress, she looks stunning, comfortable yet elegant in a way that seems effortless. Sorry. I loosen my tie slightly. My mother has opinions about everything, especially wine. Macy crosses to me, batting my hands away from my tie before straightening it herself. The casual intimacy of the gesture catches me off guard. Relax. We rehearsed this, remember? Her fingers linger at my collar. I'm the charming newlywed who swept you off your feet. You're the lovesick billionaire who couldn't wait to put a ring on it. I can't help but smile. Is that what we rehearsed? Close enough. She steps back to survey her handiwork with my tie. How do I look? Worthy of the Lawrence Empire? She does a little twirl, and I take in the sight of her. Confident despite the circumstances. Resilient in a way I find increasingly admirable. You look perfect, I say, meaning it more than I expected to. The doorbell chimes through the apartment, and Macy freezes mid-smile. Showtime. I squeeze her shoulder reassuringly before crossing to the door. My parents stand in the hallway. The very picture of old money. My father, Maxwell Lawrence, tall and imposing even at 65, his silver hair perfectly coiffed. My mother, Juliana, elegant in a navy dress that she nabbed while in Paris, no doubt, with her blonde hair swept into an immaculate updo. Theodore. My father extends his hand for a firm handshake, while my mother offers her cheek for a kiss. Right on time, as always, I say, ushering them inside. There's someone very special I want you to meet. Macy steps forward, shoulders squared, chin lifted slightly. The nervousness I detected earlier is nowhere to be seen. Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence. She extends her hand to my father first, then my mother. I'm Macy. It's such a pleasure to finally meet you both. My father's handshake is brief, his gaze analytical. The pleasure is ours. Though I must say this has all been rather expeditious. When you know, you know. Macy slides her arm through mine, her words echoing what I said at the courthouse. Your son is quite the catch. My mother's eyes flicker with interest. Indeed he is, though he's never been one to be caught before. Would anyone like a drink? I interject, guiding everyone toward the living room. Dad, I have that 18-year Macallan you like. Perfect, my father says, taking a seat in one of the leather armchairs. I'd love some wine, my mother says. Macy, will you join me? Absolutely. Macy smiles warmly. I was just admiring the bottle Theo selected. I'm still learning about fine wines. I pour drinks while Macy brings out the appetizer platter she's arranged, a selection of cheeses, cured meats, and fruits that looks impressively professional. This looks lovely, my mother comments, selecting a piece of cheese. Did you prepare this, Macy? I did. Macy settles onto the couch, perfectly poised. I worked in catering through college. Nothing high-end, but I picked up a few presentation tricks. My mother raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed. College? What did you study? Finance, actually. Macy accepts the wine glass I offer her, though life took me in a slightly different direction after graduation. Finance? My father perks up. Any particular specialty? I was most interested in personal financial planning, Macy explains, helping people secure their futures, prepare for retirement, that sort of thing. I watch my father's expression shift from polite interest to genuine curiosity. Finance is his love language. And what do you do now? My mother inquires. Macy doesn't miss a beat. Currently, I manage several small businesses' accounts. It's freelance work, flexible hours, diverse clients. We've prepared this answer carefully, vague enough to avoid detailed questions, plausible enough to not raise suspicions. Fascinating. My mother sips her wine. And what do you do for enjoyment, dear? Any hobbies? Macy's face lights up. I love photography. Nothing professional, just capturing moments that speak to me. Urban landscapes mostly, finding beauty in unexpected places. This is new information. We didn't rehearse this detail, and I find myself genuinely intrigued. Photography? I ask, unable to hide my surprise. Macy glances at me, a smile playing at her lips. Yes, photography. Not everyone broadcasts all their interests right away, Theo. My mother laughs delightedly. Oh, I like her. I also volunteer at a literacy program for adults, Macy continues, teaching reading skills to people who never had the opportunity to learn. Another revelation. I find myself staring at her with newfound curiosity. That's wonderful, my mother says sincerely. Literacy is so fundamental to opportunity. Our own foundation supports several educational initiatives. Isn't that right, dear? Dinner progresses from the appetizers to the main course, a catered meal I arranged for my parents' favorite restaurant. Throughout the meal, Macy handles herself with remarkable grace. She doesn't pretend to know which fork to use for each course, instead watching my mother subtly and following her lead. Tell me, Macy, my father asks as we finish the main course. What first attracted you to my son? Besides the obvious financial advantages. Maxwell, my mother chides, but Macy just laughs. Honestly, his passion for his work. She glances at me, and for a moment I could swear the warmth in her eyes is genuine. The way he talks about second chance, there's nothing sexier than someone who genuinely wants to make a difference. My father studies her face, looking for deception. Finding none, he nods slowly. And what about you, Theodore? My mother turns to me. What made Macy special? I look at Macy, taking in her confident posture, the intelligence in her eyes, the way she's handled this entire situation with grace under pressure. She sees me, I answer truthfully. Not the Lawrence name or the bank account, just me. Macy and I exchange a look across the table, something private passing between us that feels oddly genuine. Her lips curve into a small smile that I find myself returning, momentarily forgetting our audience. There's something about the way her eyes crinkle at the corners that hits me differently than the practiced smiles we've rehearsed. The food is exceptional, my mother comments, breaking our moment. Though I'm curious, Macy. I'd love to know more about what you think of Theodore's work with Second Chance. Macy dabs her lips with her napkin before setting it down carefully. When I first learned what Theo was doing with Second Chance, I was truly amazed. Her voice takes on a warmth that wasn't there before, an authenticity that catches me by surprise. It's not just throwing money at a problem, which would be easy for someone in his position. He's created something sustainable that actually changes lives. She meets my gaze again, and I find myself transfixed by the genuine admiration in her expression. The statistics on drunk driving are heartbreaking, she continues, turning back to my parents. Over 10,000 lives lost every year in the U.S. alone. But Second Chance addresses the root causes: addiction, poor decision-making, lack of resources. When Theo explained his vision to me, she shakes her head slightly, as if still processing it. Well, it's hard not to be smitten with someone who carries that kind of purpose. My chest tightens unexpectedly at her words. We agreed she'd praise Second Chance, but this feels different from our rehearsals, more personal somehow. She's exaggerating, I say, though my voice lacks conviction. Second Chance is a team effort. Don't dismiss her praise, Theodore, my father interjects, surprising me with his supportive tone. Leadership starts at the top. You've built something significant. My mother nods in agreement. We're incredibly proud of what you're accomplishing there. Her fingers trace the stem of her wine glass thoughtfully. Not just the rehabilitation programs, but the prevention work in schools and the ride service initiative. I watch Macy's expression as my parents speak, catching a flicker of what looks like genuine interest. She leans forward slightly, engaged in a way that goes beyond our practice performance. The ride service component is genius, she adds. Making it free removes every barrier or excuse for getting behind the wheel impaired. I saw the app you developed. The interface is so intuitive, even someone who's had a few drinks can use it easily. My father's eyebrows rise appreciatively. He lifts his glass toward Macy in a subtle gesture of approval that I recognize from board meetings. It's his way of acknowledging a point well made. You know, Maxwell, my mother says, turning to my father with a meaningful look, perhaps we should expedite that $10 million donation to Second Chance, especially if it's caught the attention of such a discerning young woman. My father chuckles, a rare sound that momentarily throws me off balance. I think that can be arranged. Consider it an unorthodox wedding gift. Macy's eyes widen a fraction, and I know she's calculating just how much good that amount could do, how many lives could be saved, how many addiction recovery programs funded, how many rides provided. We wouldn't want to disappoint our new daughter-in-law, my father adds, raising his glass in a toast. We all laugh, the sound filling the dining room with unexpected warmth. The tension that had wound its way around my shoulders since my parents arrived begins to unravel. For a moment, just a moment, this feels less like a performance and more like a genuine family dinner. I catch Macy's eye again as she takes a sip of her wine. There's something different in her expression now, a softness that wasn't there before, as if she's seeing past the Lawrence name to something more fundamental. I wonder if she's realizing that my commitment to Second Chance isn't just about assuaging guilt, it's about transformation. Something we might have in common after all.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 11. Macy. I close the bedroom door behind me and slip off my heels with a grateful sigh. My feet tingle as they meet the plush carpet. God bless Theodore Lawrence and his expensive taste in flooring. The tension I've been carrying in my shoulders all evening begins to melt away as I pad toward the king-sized bed. Well, that wasn't a complete disaster, I murmur to myself, unzipping my dress and letting it pool at my feet. In fact, Dinner with the Lawrences went surprisingly well. Maxwell and Juliana were intimidating, sure, but nothing like the cold aristocrats I'd imagined. And that $10 million wedding gift for second chance? The look on Theodore's face when his father announced it, like someone had handed him the moon, was worth every minute of pre-dinner anxiety. I pull on a soft t-shirt and climb onto the bed, propping myself against a mountain of pillows. My phone buzzes with a text from Lisa. "Did they eat you alive?" I smile, typing back. "Still have all my limbs." His dad actually smiled. Twice. Settling against the pillows, I find myself opening my browser and typing Theodore Lawrence second chance before I can question why. The search results populate immediately. Articles, interviews, photos of Theodore at charity galas and program launches. I click on an image of him at a second chance fundraiser from last year. He's in a tuxedo, champagne flute in hand, caught mid-laugh by the photographer. The genuine joy on his face makes something flutter in my chest. Purely objective observation. "You clean up nice, Lawrence," I mutter, zooming in on the photo. I scroll to another article, a business profile in Forbes. The headline reads, "Theodore Lawrence, the billionaire's son, saving lives one ride at a time." The photo shows him standing in front of the Second Chance headquarters. Sleeves rolled up to his elbows, forearms exposed, blue eyes intense as he gestures toward the building. Damn, I breathe. The article describes how Theodore built Second Chance from the ground up, refusing his father's financial backing, initially to prove the concept on his own merits. It mentions the personal tragedy that inspired his mission. Close friends lost due to their decision to drunk drive. My finger hovers over a line. Lawrence speaks of his friends with a raw vulnerability rarely seen in the polished circles of high society. I hadn't realized how deeply personal this was for him. At dinner, watching him describe the program's impact to his parents, there was an intensity in his eyes I couldn't look away from. I click on a video interview next. Theodore sits across from a morning show host discussing the new Second Chance app. He's wearing a navy suit that makes his eyes look impossibly blue, and he's leaning forward, animated as he describes how the app works. "We've removed every barrier," on-screen Theodore explains passionately. "No payment info needed, no questions asked. Just 3 taps on your phone and a safe ride arrives. That's it." I find myself smiling at his enthusiasm, remembering how at dinner he used almost identical phrasing when describing it to me during our rehearsals. This isn't a script for him, it's genuine conviction. The host asks him about giving up his playboy lifestyle to focus on the foundation. Theodore's laugh is warm, self-deprecating. "Let's just say I found something more meaningful than nightclubs." My finger pauses the video on a frame, capturing his smile. Confident, but with something vulnerable around the edges. It's nothing like the calculated charm he deploys in our public appearances. This is real. I swipe to another article, this one featuring Theodore at a high school, speaking to students about making responsible choices. The photo shows him surrounded by teenagers, all listening raptly as he speaks. There's no hint of condescension in his expression, just sincere engagement. "Who are you really, Theodore Lawrence?" I whisper to the screen. I find myself thinking about how he looked tonight when I complimented Second Chance, surprised, almost shy, as if he wasn't used to genuine praise. For someone who's had every advantage, he carries himself with surprising humility when it comes to his work. My phone buzzes with another text from Lisa. "Earth to Macy? You alive?" I realize I've been scrolling through Theodore Lawrence content for nearly an hour. "Sorry, got distracted." She replies immediately. "By what?" "Hot husband duties?" I glance down at my screen, still open to a close-up of Theodore's face, those piercing blue eyes, the strong line of his jaw, the genuine smile that transforms his entire face. "Just research." I type back, but even as I send it, I know it's not entirely true. There's something about seeing this side of him. Passionate, purposeful, using his privilege to create real change. That's getting under my skin in a way I hadn't anticipated. The Theodore Lawrence from these articles and videos is someone I could actually number. I closed the browser window abruptly. This is still a business arrangement, a temporary fix to both our problems. But as I set my phone aside and switch off the lamp, I can't quite shake the image of Theodore's face lit up with purpose as he described Second Chance's mission, or the way his eyes found mine across the dinner table, seeking connection rather than confirmation. I reached for my phone again, unable to stop myself. Just one more article, one more glimpse into the world of Theodore Lawrence before I force myself to sleep. This time, I find an interview from last year where he discusses expanding Second Chance to serve lower-income neighborhoods. The interviewer asks why he's focusing on areas with little profit potential. Profit was never the point, Theodore says, his expression serious. Lives saved can't have a price tag. I set the phone down on my chest, staring at the ceiling. Theodore Lawrence is nothing like I expected. I'm discovering a man with genuine conviction, someone who could have coasted through life on his family's wealth, but chose to build something meaningful. My mind drifts unwillingly to Marcus. He had conviction too, about taking my money. Stop it, I whisper to myself, but the memories surface anyway. Marcus had been irresistible when we first met. Charming, attentive, always telling me exactly what I wanted to hear. He'd bring me coffee just the way I liked it, surprise me with flowers for no reason, listen intently when I talked about my financial planning certification courses. You're gonna be the smartest financial advisor in Vegas, he'd say, kissing me on the forehead. And I'm gonna be the luckiest man, having you help me manage my money. That should have been my first clue. Marcus never wanted help managing his money. He wanted access to mine. I turn onto my side, punch my pillow into a more comfortable shape. The contrast between Marcus and Theodore couldn't be more stark. Marcus wore charm like a costume, slipping it on and off when it served him. His eyes would light up when I talked about my savings account, but glaze over when I discussed my dreams. He'd listen just long enough to figure out what to say to get what he wanted. Theodore's passion, though, it radiates from him naturally, especially when he talks about second chance. There's nothing calculated about the way his voice deepens, how he leans forward, hands gesturing emphatically. He's not performing, he's revealing. You're being naive, I mutter to myself. You barely know him. But that's not entirely true anymore. I've spent nearly every day with Theodore for weeks now. I've watched him interact with his staff, seen how he remembers everyone's names, asks about their families. I've noticed how he tips service workers generously without making a show of it. And tonight at dinner, when his father announced that $10 million donation, Theodore didn't look triumphant or smug. He looked hopeful, like he was already calculating how many lives that money could save. Marcus used to calculate too. How much he could extract from my accounts before I noticed. How many temporary loans he could take for his business investments that were really poker games. How many times he could promise to pay me back before I stopped believing him. I close my eyes, feeling that familiar ache of humiliation. I was supposed to be good with money. I was studying to help others manage their finances. Yet I let Marcus drain my savings and rack up debt in my name. You love me, right? He'd say whenever I questioned him. Don't you trust me? Theodore has never tried to manipulate me that way. Our arrangement is refreshingly transparent, a business deal with clearly defined terms. He's never pretended this marriage is about love or tried to use my emotions against me. If anything, he's been almost rigidly respectful of my boundaries. I pull the covers tighter around me, uncomfortable with the direction of my thoughts. I've only known Theodore for a short time. It's ridiculous to put him on a pedestal. But the evidence keeps mounting. Theodore Lawrence is genuinely a good man. Not perfect. His stubborn streak and workaholic tendencies are obvious enough, but fundamentally decent in a way Marcus never was, in a way I didn't believe existed in men with money and power. It doesn't matter, I tell myself firmly. This is still just an arrangement. But as I drift towards sleep, I can't help wondering what it would be like if it were something more. To be with someone who builds things instead of breaking them, who gives instead of takes, whose eyes light up with purpose rather than calculation. Someone like Theodore Lawrence.
Chapter 12. Theodore. I stand at the edge of the ballroom, nursing a glass of scotch. The Bellagio's chandeliers cast golden light across the crowd, Vegas elite in designer suits and gowns, all potential investors for Second Chance's upcoming expansion. Mr. Lawrence, your wife is absolutely delightful. I turn to find Janet Carlson, heiress to a hotel fortune and notoriously hard to impress, smiling at me. Thank you, I reply, my eyes seeking out Macy across the room. She's been a tremendous support. Well, she certainly knows how to work a room. I've already committed to doubling my annual contribution after speaking with her. I follow Janet's gaze to where Macy stands, stunning in a midnight blue dress that hugs her curves. Her hair falls in soft waves around her face, and when she laughs, the sound carries across the room. Something warm unfurls in my chest at the sight. If you'll excuse me, I murmur to Janet, already moving toward my wife. My temporary wife, I remind myself. As I cross the ballroom, I watch Macy work her magic. In just 3 weeks, she's transformed from nervous imposter to social butterfly. The woman who once panicked about which fork to use is now chatting comfortably with Las Vegas royalty. I pause when I see who she's speaking with. Harold Kensington, 70-something billionaire with a reputation for younger companions. He's leaning too close to Macy, his eyes fixed on her lips as she speaks. My hand tightens around my glass. What the hell is Kensington doing, and why is Macy smiling at him like that? She's a natural, my friend Osvaldo says as he appears at my side. Just convinced the Petersons to host a Second Chance fundraiser at their estate next month. Good, I mutter, barely hearing him. Kensington has placed his hand on Macy's bare shoulder, and she hasn't shrugged it off. You okay, Teddy? You look like you're about to break that glass. I force my fingers to relax. Fine. Osvaldo follows my gaze and smirks. Ah, I see. Kensington's making his move. Guy's got brass balls hitting on your wife right in front of you. She's not... I stop myself. Excuse me. I stride toward them, something hot and uncomfortable churning in my gut. As I approach, Macy's laugh rings out again, and Kensington looks like he's won the lottery. There she is, telling me all about how she's improved your social media strategy, Kensington calls as I join them. His hand remains on Macy's shoulder. Smart and beautiful. You've done well for yourself, Lawrence. I'm a lucky man, I reply, sliding my arm around Macy's waist. She looks up at me, surprise flickering in her eyes before she leans into my touch. I see you've met my wife. Indeed. Kensington's eyes linger on Macy. We were discussing how Second Chance could partner with my transportation company. Mrs. Lawrence has some innovative ideas. Macy always does. I pull her closer, my thumb tracing circles on her hip. She's brilliant at seeing possibilities others miss. Macy's body tenses slightly under my touch, but her social smile doesn't falter. Harold was just telling me about his fleet of luxury vehicles sitting idle most weeknights. I thought they could supplement our services during peak hours. Harold, is it? My voice comes out sharper than intended. Macy shoots me a quick, questioning look. Mister, Kensington has offered to donate 20% of his fleet's time to Second Chance. How generous. The words taste like vinegar. Kensington finally drops his hand from Macy's shoulder. Anything for a good cause, and when the cause has such a persuasive advocate. He winks at Macy, and something inside me snaps. We appreciate your interest. I say, extending my hand for a firm shake that borders on crushing. My team will follow up with details. Kensington raises an eyebrow but takes the dismissal gracefully. I look forward to it. He lifts Macy's hand to his lips. A pleasure, Mrs. Lawrence. I stand rigid until he disappears into the crowd. What was that about? What was that about? Macy echoes my thoughts, stepping out of my embrace. What about that alpha male display? She crosses her arms. You practically peed a circle around me. He was hitting on you. He was offering free cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to your foundation. While mentally undressing you. Macy's eyes narrow. I had it handled. I've dealt with handsy old men since I started waiting tables at 18. You shouldn't have to handle it. Not as my... I stop, suddenly aware of how possessive I sound. Not as my what? My wife? This is a business arrangement, a temporary solution. So why do I feel like punching Kensington's lights out? Macy studies my face, something unreadable in her expression. Your what, Theodore? I take a breath, trying to center myself. The truth is, I don't understand my own reaction. Macy and I have an arrangement, not a marriage. But seeing Kensington's hands on her... Look. Thank you for helping with the donors tonight, I say, softening my tone. You've been incredible. But you should be careful around men like Kensington. Macy's eyebrows rise. Careful? He's not interested in charity, Macy. Men like him are predators. They see a beautiful woman and think they're entitled to more than conversation. I glance across the room where Kensington is already leaning too close to another woman. They're sleazy. They use their money to get what they want. Unlike you. Her eyes spark with challenge. That's not fair. I keep my voice low. Our arrangement is different. It's mutual benefit, not exploitation. Macy tilts her head, a small smile playing at her lips. Are you jealous, Theodore? What? No. The denial comes too quickly, too forcefully. You sure? Because that little display seemed pretty territorial for a business partner. I'm being practical. I guide her toward a quieter corner of the ballroom, away from prying ears. These people know you as my wife. If they see you getting cozy with someone else, especially someone like Kensington, it sends mixed signals about our marriage. Cozy? I was networking for your charity. I know that, but... And for the record, I wasn't getting cozy. I was tolerating his hand on my shoulder while securing a major donation. She tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, something she does when she's annoyed. I've dealt with handsy customers and bosses for years. I know how to handle myself. I'm just trying to look out for you. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated that I'm not explaining myself well. These Vegas circles, they're shark-infested waters, and you're... I'm what? Some naive girl who needs protection? No, that's not... I sigh. You're my responsibility while we're in this arrangement. Her eyes soften slightly. She looks at me with an expression I can't quite read. Part amusement, part something else. Sure, Theo. A smile curves her lips. You're just being practical. Looking out for your investment. Something about her tone needles me. Why are you saying it like that? Like what? Like you don't believe me? Macy shrugs, the movement elegant in her fitted dress. Because practical men don't look like they want to commit murder when another guy touches their fake wife's shoulder. Heat creeps up my neck. You're exaggerating. Am I? She leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Your jaw was clenched so tight, I thought you might crack a tooth. I was annoyed he was wasting your time. Her smile widens. Not jealous at all. I scowl. Are you enjoying this? A little bit. She laughs, the sound making heads turn our way. The great Theodore Lawrence, green with envy over an old man flirting with me. It's unexpected. I'm not... I start, but cut myself off when I notice several guests watching us with interest. This conversation isn't helping our image. Macy notices too and immediately shifts her body language, leaning into me with practiced familiarity. To anyone watching, we look like a couple sharing a private moment. You're right. Sorry. The teasing glint in her eyes fades. I'll back off. I know this is just business for you. Just business. The words should reassure me, remind me of our boundaries. Instead, they sit uncomfortably in my chest. We should circulate, I say, offering my arm. The Hendersons haven't made their annual commitment yet. Macy accepts my arm, her touch light but warm through my suit jacket. Lead the way, husband. As we move through the crowd, I can't help but notice how perfectly she fits at my side, how natural it feels to introduce her as my wife. It's just an act, a convincing one. But for a moment, I let myself wonder what it would be like if it weren't.
Chapter 13. Macy. I kick off my heels and curl my legs beneath me on Theodore's ridiculously comfortable couch. The Las Vegas skyline sparkles through the windows of his penthouse, a constellation of man-made stars against the night sky. The champagne bubbles tickle my nose as I take another sip, savoring the crisp, expensive taste. So that's another $500,000 for the emergency transportation fund, Theodore says, scrolling through figures on his tablet. He shed his suit jacket and tie, his white shirt rolled up at the sleeves to reveal strong forearms. Plus, the Kensington Fleet donation, which, based on market rates, represents about $300,000 in services annually. Not bad for one night's work. I reach for a container of pad thai, twisting noodles around my fork. The Thai food was my suggestion. A celebratory feast that costs a fraction of what's in our champagne flutes. Old habits die hard. Theodore sets the tablet aside and leans back, watching me with a curious expression. You know, I've been doing these events for years. Never pulled in numbers like tonight. I shrug, trying to appear nonchalant, despite the warmth blooming in my chest at his praise. People are generous when they're having a good time. People are generous when they feel connected to a cause. He reaches for his champagne. You made them feel that connection. I just talked to them. Shared some stories from my own life about not having reliable transportation, what it meant when someone helped out. Theodore's eyes soften. That's exactly it. You made it personal, not just a tax write-off. You have a gift for that. Making people see beyond their privilege. I snort, nearly choking on my noodles. Is that what I do to you? Help you see beyond your privilege? A slow smile spreads across his face. Among other things. Something electric passes between us, and I busy myself with the food to break the tension. Well, I'm glad I could help. It's a good cause. You did more than help. You were the star of the show. He leans forward to grab a spring roll, his knee brushing against mine. Janet Carlson doubled her donation after talking to you for 5 minutes. The woman usually haggles with me for weeks. Maybe she was just tired of your negotiation tactics. His laugh is deep and genuine, warming me more effectively than the champagne. My tactics are excellent, I'll have you know. Is that so? I tilt my head, unable to resist teasing him. They must be working on me then, because here I am, eating takeout in your penthouse, when I should be home counting my tips from the diner. Theodore's eyes darken slightly. Trust me, if I were using my tactics on you, we wouldn't be focusing on spring rolls right now. Heat rushes to my ears, and I take another sip of champagne to hide my reaction. Good thing this is just business then. Just business. he repeats, though something in his tone suggests doubt. A comfortable silence falls between us as we continue eating. I steal glances at him when I think he's not looking. The strong line of his jaw, the way his hair falls across his forehead, now that the product has worn off, how his eyes crinkle at the corners when he catches me staring. "What?" he asks. "Nothing." I smile. Just thinking that for a ruthless billionaire businessman, you're surprisingly easy to be around. Surprisingly? He feigns offense. "You wound me, Mrs. Lawrence." The fake surname still sends a little jolt through me every time I hear it. You know what I mean. When we first met at Dave's, I thought you'd be a complete jerk? Different. I laugh. More demanding. Less willing to eat pad thai straight from the container while watching reality TV. He gestures to the paused cooking competition on his massive television. What can I say? I contain multitudes. That you do. I reach for the champagne bottle, topping off our glasses. To multitudes then, and successful fundraisers. Theodore clinks his glass against mine, his eyes never leaving my face. To partnerships that exceed expectations. We drink, and I pretend not to notice how his gaze lingers on my lips, or how my heart beats a little faster in response. This is dangerous territory. The candlelight, the champagne, the way his presence fills the room even when he's perfectly still. "You're a natural at this, you know," he says, breaking the moment. "The charity world, I mean. You should consider doing it professionally once our arrangement concludes." The reminder of our temporary status lands like a small stone in my stomach. Maybe. Though I don't think most charitable foundations are looking for women like me, though. You'd be surprised. He sets his glass down, leaning closer. People with your kind of emotional intelligence are rare. You can teach someone numbers, but you can't teach them how to make others care. Is that a job offer, Mr. Lawrence? I raise an eyebrow, trying to keep my tone light. Just an observation. His voice drops lower, though I wouldn't be opposed to finding ways to extend our professional relationship. The air between us feels charged, heavy with things unsaid. I need to be careful here. This comfortable intimacy, this easy banter, it feels too real, too dangerous. I set my glass down on the coffee table, a little too forcefully. The sudden thump breaks the moment before it can take us any further. I should probably check my phone, I say, the words tumbling out too quickly. Make sure everything's okay with, my email. Theodore sits back, giving me space. Tension still lingers in the air, but he doesn't push. Of course. Take your time. I stand up, my legs unsteady. From the champagne or his proximity, I'm not sure. Walking to the other side of the room feels necessary, like creating physical distance might cool the heat rising under my skin. My phone sits on the kitchen counter, and I check it even though I have no notifications. From here, I can observe him without being obvious. The way he lounges against the couch cushions, long legs stretched out, his profile outlined by the soft lighting. He's ridiculously good-looking, which isn't a revelation, but something about seeing him relaxed in his home environment makes it more potent somehow. "Everything okay?" he calls over. "Fine," I answer, scrolling aimlessly through apps, just making sure I'm not ignoring anyone important from tonight. Theodore smiles, and even from this distance, it does things to my insides I'd rather not acknowledge. I need to redirect this energy before I do something stupid. Like wonder how those lips would feel against mine. For real this time, not for show. I walk back toward the couch but perch on the armchair instead, creating a fortress of furniture between us. "So," I begin, tucking my feet beneath me. "You never really talk about New York." His eyebrows lift slightly. "What about it?" What was your life like there? Before you came back to Vegas? I reached for my champagne, needing something to occupy my hands. You mentioned it was different. Theodore runs a hand through his hair, making it stand up in appealing disarray. Different is one way to put it. Good different or bad different? Just... He pauses, considering. Freer, maybe. I wasn't Theodore Lawrence, heir to the Lawrence fortune there. I was just Theo. Theo, I repeat, testing the nickname on my tongue. It suits him better somehow. Less formal, more authentic. Nobody calls me that anymore except my college friends. A small smile plays at his lips. I lived in a walk-up in Chelsea. Nothing fancy. Had roommates until my final year there. Wait. I lean forward. You, billionaire Theodore Lawrence, had roommates? In a walk-up? He laughs, the sound rich and warm. My father believed in building character. He paid for my education, but nothing else. Said if I wanted to find myself in New York, instead of joining the family business right away, I could find myself a job too. And did you? Find yourself, I mean. His expression shifts, something vulnerable flickering across his face. Parts of myself. Lost others. The weight behind those words feels significant, and I wait for him to continue. I worked at a nonprofit that helped underprivileged kids get into college. Started as an office assistant. Worked my way up to program coordinator. His fingers traced the rim of his glass. Those were good years. Simple. Purpose-driven. Sounds nothing like the party boy reputation that preceded you. Theodore's jaw tightens. The partying came later. After. He doesn't finish the sentence, but I sense the darkness gathering around the words. I've noticed how he sometimes drifts into silence when certain topics arise, like there's a boundary in his mind he won't cross. What made you come back to Vegas? I ask, steering away from whatever painful memory I've accidentally brushed against. Well, my father was pressuring me to get married. I figured Vegas would be a good place to start thinking about what I'd do next. He shrugs, but the casualness feels forced. And some things happened in New York that made staying there difficult. His eyes meet mine, and I see a storm of emotions. Grief, guilt, regret. So much for light conversation. I'm sorry, I say softly. I didn't mean to pry. You're not prying. He offers a half smile. We're married, remember? At least on paper. You're entitled to know who you've tied yourself to. Even if it's just business? The words slip out before I can stop them. Theodore holds my gaze for a long moment. Is that all it is, Macy? My heart thrums against my ribs. This is exactly the kind of conversation I was trying to avoid. The champagne, the intimate setting, his piercing blue eyes. It's all conspiring to make me forget why we're really doing this. It has to be, I answer, more to remind myself than him, for both our sakes.
Chapter 14. Theodore. I wake up earlier than usual, surprisingly refreshed despite our late-night fundraising and the subsequent Thai food feast. The penthouse is quiet except for the soft hum of the air conditioning. From my bed, I can see a strip of Las Vegas already baking under the morning sun. My mind drifts to Macy, sleeping in the spare bedroom down the hall. Our conversation last night left things unresolved. When she said, "It has to be just business," I heard the hesitation in her voice. Felt the same doubt churning in my own gut. I grab my phone, scrolling mindlessly through emails before an idea strikes me. With a quick search and a few taps, I place an online grocery order for delivery within the hour. By the time the doorbell rings, I've showered and dressed casually in jeans and a black Henley. The delivery guy hands over bags filled with fresh ingredients: eggs, vegetables, bacon, flour, and other basics. I'm arranging everything on the kitchen counter when I hear the soft padding of bare feet. Morning. Macy stands at the edge of the kitchen, hair tousled from sleep, wearing shorts and an oversized t-shirt. Without makeup, the constellation of light freckles across her nose is more pronounced, and her hair forms a halo of curls around her face. The sight of her, soft and unguarded, tightens something in my chest. Morning. I hold up a carton of eggs. Hungry? She eyes the counter with suspicion. What's all this? Breakfast. I grin. Or it will be, once we figure out how to cook it. We? Her eyebrows lift. You don't have a chef for this sort of thing? Not on Saturdays. I toss her an apron, which she catches reflexively. I thought we could try making breakfast together. Unless you have somewhere to be? Macy glances at the clock on the microwave. Not until later. She ties the apron around her waist. Fair warning, though, I'm terrible at cooking, hence all the takeout and microwave meals. That makes 2 of us. I pull up a recipe on my tablet. But how hard can pancakes be? People make them every day. Famous last words. She peers at the screen, brow furrowing. Why does this recipe have 16 steps for pancakes? I scroll through the instructions, suddenly less confident. It's the first one that popped up when I searched for best pancakes. It has 5 stars. From professional chefs, maybe. She laughs, the sound light and unguarded. Let me find an easier one. She leans close to reach for the tablet, her arm brushing against mine. The scent of her shampoo, something citrusy and warm, drifts up, and I resist the urge to lean in closer. Her fingers tap quickly across the screen, pulling up a simpler recipe. There. Easy pancakes for beginners. That's more our speed. Speak for yourself. I reach for the flour, attempting to open it with a tug that sends a small white cloud into the air. Some settles on my shirt. Macy bites her lip, clearly suppressing laughter. Very professional. Gordon Ramsay is quaking. I'd like to see you do better. I gesture to the ingredients with a flourish. Challenge accepted. She grabs a mixing bowl and measures out flour with surprising precision. For the next few minutes, we operate as a clumsy team. I crack eggs, fishing out shell fragments twice while she whisks. When she reaches up to grab measuring spoons from a high shelf, her shirt rides up slightly, revealing a strip of dark, smooth skin. I avert my eyes, though not as quickly as I should. What's next? I clear my throat, focusing intently on the recipe. Milk and melted butter. I open the fridge, grateful for the cool air on my suddenly warm face. How's your coffee situation? I've got a machine that makes pretty much anything. Black and strong, please. I'm still waking up. While the coffee brews, I watch Macy stir the batter with focused determination, her tongue caught between her teeth in concentration. A curl falls across her forehead, and without thinking, I reach out to tuck it behind her ear. She freezes momentarily, eyes meeting mine. Something electric passes between us before she smiles, a small, almost shy gesture. Your hair is... I gesture vaguely, suddenly unsure of myself. A wild mess in the morning, I know. She pats at her curls self-consciously. Beautiful, I finish. The word hangs between us. The natural texture. It suits you. Her mouth falls open slightly before she turns back to the bowl. Thanks, though right now it's mostly bedhead. Still beautiful, I murmur, quiet enough that she might not hear. The coffee machine beeps, breaking the moment. I pour 2 mugs while Macy turns on the stove and places a pan over the flame. Okay, let's see if these actually turn out edible. She pours a ladle of batter onto the hot surface. When in doubt, add syrup, I suggest, leaning against the counter to watch her work. The morning light streams through the windows, catching the golden undertones in her deep brown skin. She's so damn beautiful, it almost hurts to look at her. Oh no. She flips the pancake to reveal a blackened bottom. That's definitely burned. Maybe it's just caramelized, I offer, fighting a smile. Is that what billionaires call charcoal these days? She dumps the failed attempt into the sink with a laugh. Let me try again. The second pancake doesn't fare much better than the first. When Macy flips it, the batter splashes over the edge of the pan, sizzling as it hits the stovetop. Damn it! She jumps back and I step in, grabbing a paper towel. Here, let me help. I move beside her, our shoulders touching as I wipe up the mess while she manages the pan. Maybe we're being too ambitious with the size? You think? She shoots me a playful glare. I was trying to impress you with my giant pancake skills, but apparently those don't exist. Smaller is better sometimes. I take the ladle from her hand, our fingers brushing. Let me try. I pour a modest amount of batter into the pan, watching it spread into a perfect circle. See? Manageable. Show off. She bumps her hip against mine. Beginner's luck. Or natural talent? I wink, feeling lighter than I have in months. When it's time to flip, I hesitate, spatula hovering above the golden brown surface. The moment of truth. Just do it fast, Macy advises. Commit to the flip. I take a deep breath and flip with perhaps too much enthusiasm. The pancake folds awkwardly in half, creating a sad-looking crescent. Well, at least it's not burned. Macy's laughter fills the kitchen. It's just deformed. It has character. I defend my creation, sliding it onto a plate. Now you try again. For the next 20 minutes, we take turns at the stove, gradually improving our technique. By the sixth pancake, Macy has mastered a perfect flip that makes me slow clap in appreciation. Our failures pile on one plate, the burned, folded, and oddly shaped attempts, while another plate collects our victories. We're getting the hang of this, I say, pouring fresh batter into the pan. At this rate, we'll be ready for a cooking show by dinner time. I wouldn't go that far. Macy sips her coffee, watching me with those keen eyes. But it's not bad for two cooking novices. You know what would make these even better? I open a cabinet and pull out chocolate chips. My mom used to make these for me when I was a kid. One of the few times she actually cooked. Your mom cooked? I figured you grew up with private chefs and butlers. We did. I sprinkled chocolate chips onto the cooking pancake. But once in a while, usually Sunday mornings, she'd kick everyone out of the kitchen and make chocolate chip pancakes. Just for us. Macy's expression softens. That sounds nice. It was. I flipped the pancake carefully. What about you? Any family cooking traditions? My grandma made the best buttermilk biscuits every Sunday. A smile plays on her lips. She'd never use a recipe, just knew exactly how the dough should feel. I try to help, but my hands could never get it right. Maybe that's what we need. A grandma consultation. Our laughter mingles as I plate the chocolate chip pancake and hand it to her. Try this one. She takes a bite, eyes closing briefly in appreciation. Okay, the chocolate elevates this significantly. Right. I lean against the counter, watching her enjoy the food we made together. Something warm unfurls in my chest that has nothing to do with the stove's heat. A series of chimes interrupts the moment. Macy's phone, sitting on the counter, lights up with multiple notifications. She glances at it, and her expression immediately darkens. Everything okay? I ask, noticing how her shoulders tense. She turns the phone face down. Just spam. 3 more chimes in quick succession. Clearly not spam. When she reluctantly checks again, I catch a glimpse of the name Marcus on her screen before she silences the phone. The name sticks in my mind. Marcus, her ex, the guy who left her drowning in debt after promising her the world. Something hot and uncomfortable coils in my gut. Marcus. I try to keep my tone casual as I pour more batter. That's your ex, right? Macy's jaw tightens. Unfortunately. What does he want? I'm aiming for nonchalance, but there's an edge to my voice I can't quite hide. God knows. She shakes her head, glaring at her phone as it lights up with yet another message. He's been blowing up my phone for days. Apparently he heard I'm doing better and now wants to talk. After what he did. The spatula clatters against the pan as I flip a pancake with more force than necessary. Exactly. Macy picks up her phone, thumbs moving rapidly as she types something. I told him to leave me alone, but he keeps trying different angles. I've changed, or I just want to apologize, or my personal favorite. I miss what we had. The possessive feeling intensifying in my chest surprises me. We're just business partners. Fake fiancé. I shouldn't care who texts her. Yet the idea of this guy trying to worm his way back into her life makes me want to find this guy just to ram his head into the ground. What are you telling him? I ask, trying to sound merely curious. To go to hell, basically. She puts the phone down with finality, then looks up at me with narrowed eyes. Why? You're not actually jealous, are you? Of course not. Are you sure? Absolutely, I say, lying through my teeth. Want some more pancakes?
Chapter 15. Macy. After our impromptu breakfast cooking adventure, I find myself with Theo's black Amex burning a hole in my wallet as I browse through Neiman Marcus. The store's cool air conditioning is a welcome relief from the Vegas heat pulsing outside. You sure you don't want anything, Willie? I glance over my shoulder at Theo's driver, who maintains a respectful distance behind me, his muscular frame looking out of place among the delicate clothing displays. No thank you, Mrs. Lawrence. I'm fine right where I am. His deep voice carries just enough for me to hear, but his eyes never stop scanning our surroundings. When Theo insisted I take Willie along for security, I thought he was being ridiculous. Now, surrounded by designer clothes I would have never dared look at 3 weeks ago, I'm grateful for the buffer. The stares from sales associates when I first walked in, clearly assessing whether I belonged here, faded quickly when Willie appeared at my side, looking every bit the professional security detail in his crisp black suit. I run my fingers over a midnight blue cocktail dress, the silky fabric cool against my skin. The price tag makes me wince, $2,800. Pre-Marcus, I would have saved for months for something half this price. Now, with Theo's credit card, I could buy 10 without making a dent. You should try it on. A saleswoman appears at my elbow, all perfect makeup and practiced smile. It would look stunning with your complexion. My initial instinct is to decline, to say I'm just browsing. The words almost leave my mouth before I catch myself. This is part of our arrangement. Theo was explicit this morning before I left. Get whatever you want, he'd said, pressing the credit card into my palm. Seriously, Macy. It's not charity, it's part of our deal. My wife needs to look the part. His hand had lingered on mine just a moment too long, his eyes holding mine with an intensity that made my stomach flip. For a business arrangement, things are getting dangerously unbusinesslike. I think I will try it on, I tell the saleswoman, taking the dress from the rack. And maybe that burgundy one too. 20 minutes later, I'm standing in front of a three-way mirror in the dressing room, barely recognizing myself. The midnight blue dress hugs every curve like it was made for me, the color making my skin glow. I turn slowly, admiring how the fabric catches the light. Damn, I whisper to my reflection. Is this really me? The woman staring back looks confident, elegant, like she belongs in places I've only dreamed of going. My phone buzzes on the small bench beside me. Another text from Marcus, no doubt. He's been relentless since this morning. I ignore it, focusing instead on how I feel in this dress. Powerful. Beautiful. After another admiring glance, I change back into my jeans and blouse, carefully hanging the blue dress on its velvet hanger. I've already decided. It's coming home with me, along with the burgundy one that made my waist look impossibly small. As I step out of the dressing room, arms laden with dresses, I spot Willie by a pillar near the entrance to the department, his eyes constantly scanning. When he notices me, he straightens, taking a few steps in my direction. "Found some good ones?" he asks, his professional demeanor softening slightly. "I think so." I smile, heading toward the register. I might be turning into one of those trophy wives who blows through their husband's money. "Mister, Lawrence wouldn't mind," Willie says with a small smile. "He?" Whatever he was about to say dies on his lips as his expression hardens, eyes focusing on something, or someone, behind me. I turn, and my stomach drops to my feet. Marcus. Standing there in the middle of the store, looking like he hasn't slept in days. His usually meticulous appearance is in shambles, wrinkled shirt untucked on one side, stubble darkening his jaw, but it's his eyes that catch me, desperate and laser-focused on me. "Macy," he calls, taking a step forward. "Please, just give me 5 minutes." Willie moves with surprising speed for a man his size, positioning himself between us before Marcus can take another step. "Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to step back," Willie says, his voice calm but carrying an unmistakable warning. "Who the hell are you?" Marcus tries to look around Willie's broad shoulders to me. "Macy, come on. I've been trying to reach you for days." I clutch the dresses tighter to my chest, feeling suddenly exposed despite being fully clothed. "I have nothing to say to you, Marcus." 5 minutes, he pleads, trying to sidestep Willie, who moves with him like they're engaged in some awkward dance. "That's all I'm asking." I made mistakes. I know that. "Mistakes?" The word comes out as a bitter laugh. "You call what you did mistakes." Willie glances back at me, clearly assessing whether I want to engage or if he should remove Marcus entirely. "Sir," Willie says more firmly now, "Mrs. Lawrence doesn't wish to speak with you. I suggest you leave before security gets involved." "Security? For what?" Marcus's voice rises, drawing stares from nearby shoppers. His eyes dart back to me. "You've got security now? What happened to you?" "I'm married to Theodore Lawrence now," I say, the words coming out stronger than I expected. The ring on my finger catches the light as I shift the dresses in my arms. "And I want absolutely nothing to do with you." A beat passes. Marcus's eyes widen. Then he bursts into laughter. A harsh, incredulous sound that grates against my nerves. Theodore Lawrence? The billionaire? His laughter intensifies, drawing more stares. "No way you married a Lawrence out of nowhere. What is this? Some kind of scam?" Heat explodes across my body. Not embarrassment, but pure rage. This man, who left me drowning in debt, who betrayed me in every possible way, now stands in front of me laughing like I'm telling him a joke. "Sir," Willie's voice drops to a dangerous rumble as he takes a step forward. "That's enough." Marcus backs up slightly, his eyes darting between Willie's imposing figure and me. "Come on, Macy. You expect me to believe you somehow bagged one of the richest men in Vegas? The party boy? That's not even believable." "Believe whatever you want." My fingers tighten around the hangers. It doesn't change the fact that I never want to see your face again. Willie places a hand on Marcus's shoulder, turning him toward the exit. "Time to go, sir." Marcus shrugs out of Willie's grip, but doesn't approach me again. Something shifts in his expression. The mockery morphs into desperation, his cocky facade cracking. "Macy, please," his voice drops, suddenly urgent. "I need your help. They're going to kill me if you don't help." I freeze, dress hangers digging into my palms. "What?" "The people I owe money to. They're serious. They're not like the banks. They don't send letters." His eyes dart around nervously. "I've got 2 weeks to pay them back." Willie has had enough. He grips Marcus firmly by the upper arm, steering him toward the exit with professional efficiency. Let's go, buddy. The lady's done talking. Macy! Marcus calls out as Willie marches him away. I'm not lying. They're going to kill me. Please. His voice echoes through the suddenly silent department store. Everyone is staring. At him, at me, at the scene we're creating. My face burns under their scrutiny. Please. I know I messed up. His voice grows more distant as Willie pushes him toward the main exit. I'm desperate. I stand rooted to the spot, confusion washing over me in waves. Kill him. What kind of people has he gotten involved with? And how is that my problem? The man who stole from me, who cheated on me, who left me in financial ruin is now begging for my help. My hands shake as I clutch my chosen dresses. This isn't happening. Not today. Not when I was finally starting to feel some semblance of control over my life. A saleswoman approaches cautiously. Ma'am, would you like to complete your purchase? Her voice snaps me back to reality. I nod, not trusting myself to speak, and follow her to the register. The transaction passes in a blur. Swipe of Theo's black card, signature, receipt, bag. Have a wonderful day, Mrs. Lawrence, she says, handing me the sleek shopping bag. Mrs. Lawrence. The name still feels foreign, but right now it's a shield. Something that separates me from the woman Marcus abandoned. I scan the store for Willie, spotting him re-entering from the main mall area, his face set in professional calm, despite what just happened. My pulse hammers in my ears. I need to get out of here. Clutching my purchases to my chest like armor, I hurry toward Willie and the exit, the weight of Marcus's desperate pleas settling heavy on my shoulders, despite my best efforts to shake them off. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Theodore. I loosen my tie as I step into the penthouse, the weight of back-to-back meetings sliding off my shoulders. The sunset casts a golden glow through the windows, painting the space in warm light. My eyes immediately find Macy curled up on the massive sectional, legs tucked beneath her, head bent over her camera. "Honey, I'm home," I call out, the joke rolling off my tongue before I can stop it. She glances up, offering a quick smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes, before returning to clicking through photos on her camera's display. Something's off. The usual spark in her expression is dimmed. I drop my briefcase by the entryway table and shrug out of my suit jacket, draping it over a bar stool as I pass the kitchen. "Find anything good at the stores today?" She murmurs, not looking up. I pause, studying her. Her shoulders are tense, fingers moving mechanically through the images on her camera. This isn't the woman who threw a handful of flour at me this morning when I teased her about burning the pancakes. I cross the living room and sink down onto the couch beside her, careful to leave space between us. "What's going on in that camera of yours?" Her fingers still on the display. A landscape shot of the Vegas skyline glows on the small screen, the city bathed in that particular desert light that makes everything look slightly surreal. This is really good, I say, leaning closer. You've got an eye for composition. Thanks. She clicks to the next photo, a close-up of a desert flower pushing through cracked earth. It helps me think sometimes, looking at things from different angles. I lean back against the cushions, watching her profile. The tension radiating from her is almost tangible. And what are you thinking about right now that's got you so quiet? She sighs, finally setting the camera down on the coffee table. Marcus showed up today. My body tenses instantly. What do you mean he showed up? Where? At Neiman Marcus, ironically enough. She finally meets my gaze, her hazel eyes troubled. He just appeared out of nowhere while I was shopping. I sit up straighter, a surge of protectiveness washing through me. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? No. Willie was there. She pulls her knees to her chest, making herself smaller. He kept Marcus away from me. But what? My jaw clenches involuntarily. The thought of that jerk anywhere near her makes my blood boil. He said some things. Macy reaches for a throw pillow, hugging it to her chest like a shield. He laughed when I told him we were married, like it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. I shift closer to her on the couch, careful not to crowd her space. That bothered you? What he thinks? No. Yes, I don't know. She presses her forehead against the pillow for a moment before looking back up. I think he's in some trouble. Again. He said people are going to kill him if he doesn't pay them back, that he has 2 weeks. Jesus Christ. I run a hand through my hair. He's playing you, Macy. You think I don't know that? Her voice rises slightly, frustration evident. I spent years with him. I know his manipulation tactics, but part of me still wonders. Wonders if he's telling the truth this time. I finish for her. She nods, looking miserable. I hate that I even care. After everything he did to me, I shouldn't give a damn what happens to him. But you do. It's not a question. Not because I have feelings for him, she clarifies quickly, her eyes meeting mine with unexpected intensity. But because I'm not the kind of person who can just... She gestures vaguely. If someone actually hurt him and I knew about it beforehand... I reach out, covering her hand with mine. That's because you're a good person, Macy. Or a stupid one. Hey. I squeeze her hand gently. Compassion isn't stupidity, even when it's directed at people who don't deserve it. Oh. She stares at our joined hands for a long moment. He looked terrible, like he hasn't slept in days. Part of me enjoyed seeing him like that. Can't say I blame you. And the other part, she trails off. Is worried, I finish. She nods, looking frustrated with herself. It's ridiculous. He's not my problem anymore. I take a deep breath, watching the emotions play across her face. The vulnerability in her eyes hits me somewhere deep, and I'm reminded again of how remarkable she is. Even after all the pain that bastard put her through, she still worries about him. You know what? You're a kind person, Macy Evans. I shift to face her fully. Too kind, probably. But kindness isn't weakness. It takes a hell of a lot of strength to still care about someone who hurt you that badly. She looks away, her fingers restlessly tracing the pattern on the pillow. I don't want to care. I get that, but Marcus screwed you over in every possible way. My voice hardens. He manipulated you, stole from you, cheated on you, and left you holding the bag for his financial mess. And now he's creeping around trying to find a new angle. Her eyes snap back to mine. I know that. Then you also know you shouldn't tolerate him showing up and trying to mess with your head again. I cover her hand with mine, stilling her nervous movements. Not for a second. The warmth of her skin against mine sends an unexpected jolt through me. Her hand is delicate yet strong, The hands of someone who works hard. Someone real. I don't plan to, she says softly, but seeing him today, it brought everything back. That's normal. I find myself tracing small circles on the back of her hand with my thumb. But you're not the same person he left. You're stronger now. She looks down at our hands but doesn't pull away. Am I? Because today it felt like I was right back where I started. The fact that you're sitting here talking about it, instead of emptying your bank account to save his worthless face, tells me everything I need to know. That pulls a small laugh from her, the sound warming something in my chest. Fair point. I smile, relief flooding through me at seeing even a flash of her usual spirit. You're going to be okay, Macy. And if he shows up again, you call me, immediately. What are you going to do? Beat him up? The teasing lilt returns to her voice as her eyebrow arches. If necessary, I say, completely serious. Her smile fades, eyes widening slightly as she studies my face. You would, wouldn't you? In a heartbeat. A charged silence falls between us. She's so close I can smell her perfume, something subtle and warm that makes me want to lean closer. Her eyes drop to my mouth for the briefest moment before darting away and my heart kicks against my ribs. Theodore! Theo, I correct automatically. When you call me Theodore, it sounds like I'm in trouble. Aren't you? Her voice drops lower, barely above a whisper. The air between us feels electric. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of everything. The soft cushions beneath us, the fading light painting shadows across her face, the way her breath seems to have quickened. Probably, I admit, my own voice rougher than I intended. I move my hand from her, slowly bringing it up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. She doesn't pull away. Instead, she leans slightly into my touch, her eyes never leaving mine. This isn't part of our arrangement, she whispers. No, I agree. It's not. My fingers trace the curve of her jawline, feeling her pulse flutter beneath my touch. She's so beautiful. Macy, I murmur, giving her time to move away. She doesn't. I lean in slowly, deliberately, my eyes locked on hers until the last moment when her lids flutter closed. My lips brush against hers, gently at first, a question rather than a demand. Her sharp intake of breath almost makes me pull back, but then she presses forward, answering. Her lips are soft, warm, and when they part slightly under mine, I'm lost. I cup her face with my hand, deepening the kiss as she melts against me. There's a sweetness to it that I wasn't prepared for, an honesty that knocks the wind out of me. She tastes like possibility, like redemption, like everything I never knew I was missing.
Chapter 17. Macy. His lips taste like expensive whiskey and promise. I shouldn't want this. Shouldn't arch into his touch as his hand cradles my face like I'm something precious. But I do. God help me, I do. My fingers slide into his hair, softer than I imagined during those moments I'd caught myself watching him. His tongue brushes against mine, and the gentle exploration sends heat spiraling through me, pooling low in my belly. The kiss deepens, growing more urgent as his other hand slides to my waist, fingers pressing into my skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. Macy. He breathes against my mouth, his voice rougher than I've ever heard it. Tell me you want this. The raw need in his eyes steals my breath. This isn't the calculated businessman or the charming playboy. This is just Theodore, stripped of pretense, wanting me. I want this, I whisper, surprised by the steadiness in my voice despite the trembling in my limbs. I want you. Something flashes in his eyes. Relief, hunger, something more dangerous, before he captures my mouth again. This kiss is different, unleashed. His hands are everywhere, learning me as I push his suit jacket off his shoulders. Too many clothes, I murmur against his lips, fumbling with his tie. He laughs, the sound vibrating between us. Allow me. With practiced ease, he loosens his tie and pulls it free, then makes quick work of the buttons on his shirt. I sit back slightly, mesmerized by the revelation of tanned skin and defined muscle. The man is sculpted like a Greek statue, all hard planes and perfect proportion. Your turn, he says, his eyes dark with desire. Heart racing, I reach for the hem of my blouse and pull it over my head. The cool air of the penthouse prickles against my heated skin. Theo's gaze is a tangible weight, traveling over the black lace of my bra with such appreciation that I feel beautiful, powerful. You're stunning, he says, voice reverent as his hands settle on my waist. His touch is electric, sending currents through me as his thumbs trace small circles against my bare skin. I reach behind me, unhooking my bra and letting it fall away. His sharp intake of breath is more gratifying than any compliment. Christ, Macy. His mouth finds my neck, tracing a burning path down to my collarbone, then lower. When his lips close around my areola, I gasp, arching into him as pleasure shoots straight to my core. His tongue circles the sensitive peak as his hand cups my other side, thumb grazing back and forth until I'm squirming against him. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. When the tremors subside, I collapse against his chest, my heart pounding against his. His arms wrap around me, tracing lazy patterns on my sweat-slicked back as our breathing gradually steadies. I can't believe I did that. Can't believe I just had sex with the man who was supposed to be my fake husband. But do I regret it? No, not for a moment.
Chapter 18. Theodore. I can't take my eyes off her. The way her fingers trace the rim of her champagne glass. The subtle lift of her eyebrow when the sommelier says something pretentious about the vintage. The golden glow of the restaurant lighting catching the curves of her collarbones above the neckline of that deep burgundy dress I bought her yesterday. Mr. Lawrence, would you like to taste the wine? I blink, realizing the sommelier has been waiting for my approval. No need. I'm sure it's perfect. I gesture to Macy's glass. Pour for my wife first. My wife. The words roll off my tongue with surprising ease these days. 3 weeks ago they felt like part of a script. Now they feel right. You're staring again, Macy murmurs after the sommelier retreats, her lips curved in that knowing smile that's been haunting my dreams. Can you blame me? I reach across the table, taking her hand. Her skin is warm against mine, and I run my thumb across her knuckles, remembering how those hands felt pressed against my chest, pinning me down. You're the most beautiful woman in this room. Everyone else is staring too. She rolls her eyes, but I catch the pleased smile appearing on her lips. Smooth talker. Only stating facts. I lift her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss against her palm. The gesture is small, intimate, something unscripted. Something has shifted between us since that night on my couch. Sex was never supposed to happen between us. That wasn't part of the deal. Now it cracked something open in me, revealing a hunger I didn't know I possessed. Not just for her body, but for her laugh, her mind, her presence. The maitre d' approaches our table, bowing slightly. Mr. Lawrence, Mrs. Lawrence, your table by the window is ready, as requested. I never requested a table change, but I immediately recognized the calculated move. The window tables at Le Cirque are the most visible in the restaurant, where people go to see and be seen. Perfect. I stand, offering Macy my arm as our wine and place settings are transferred. I lean in close as we follow the maitre d', whispering, "Sorry about this. My father's business associate just walked in. Might as well put on a show." Macy's fingers tighten slightly on my arm. "Lead the way, husband." The window table offers a stunning view of the Bellagio fountains, but the real spectacle is how every eye in the restaurant follows us. I pull out Macy's chair, letting my hand linger on her shoulder a moment longer than necessary. When I take my seat opposite her, I position myself to face the room, an arm draped casually over the back of my chair. The picture of a man proudly displaying his greatest possession. Except Macy isn't a possession. She's becoming essential. "You're really enjoying this, aren't you?" She takes a sip of her wine, her eyes sparkling with amusement over the rim of her glass. "What?" "Playing the doting husband." Showing me off, she gestures subtly to the room behind me. I counted 3 business magazines' most eligible bachelor winners watching us right now. You've effectively destroyed their hopes. I laugh, genuinely delighted by her observation. Good. Let them find their own wives. Their own fake wives? The question should be playful, part of our usual banter. Instead, it lands like a stone in my chest. Fake. Right, that's what this is. Seems pretty real to me. I reach for her hand again, needing to touch her. At least the parts that matter. Her expression shifts, something vulnerable flickering across her face before she glances out at the fountains. And which parts are those? The honest answer terrifies me. The way my pulse quickens when she enters a room. How I've started scheduling my meetings around her daily activities, just so that I can spend some more time with her. The parts where you keep me on my toes. I opt for charm instead of honesty, safer ground. The parts where you're genuinely impressed with my excellent taste in restaurants and fashion. Her laugh is warm, but I catch a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Your taste is acceptable, I suppose. Our waiter approaches with appetizers I don't remember ordering. A chef's special selection, apparently. As he describes each delicacy in elaborate detail, I find myself watching Macy instead of listening. The graceful curve of her neck as she leans forward with interest. The way she tucks her hair behind her ear. What is happening to me? I've dated supermodels and heiresses, women cultivated for the spotlight. Yet none of them captured my attention like this stubborn, brilliant woman who started as a business arrangement. The server finishes his elaborate description, setting down plates with architectural precision. I catch Macy's eyes, and we share an amused glance at the unnecessarily complex presentation. The smoked hamachi with yuzu espuma and microgreens, he announces, placing a dish that looks like abstract art before Macy. And for you, sir, the foie gras torchon with black truffle and brioche. When he finally retreats, Macy looks at her plate with a mix of wonder and skepticism. Do you actually know what any of these ingredients are, or do you just nod and pretend? You caught me! I grin, lifting my wine glass in a mock toast. Half the time I'm convinced they're making up words. What the hell is an espuma anyway? Fancy chef speak for foam. She takes a delicate bite and her eyes widen slightly. Okay, whatever it is, it's incredible. Better than those instant noodles you were living on when we met? She points her fork at me. Don't knock my ramen. That stuff got me through college. I sample my own appetizer, letting the rich flavors linger. Are you enjoying yourself tonight? The question sounds simple, but I realize I genuinely need to know. Her happiness has become surprisingly important to me. Macy takes another sip of wine, considering. The fountain outside erupts in a synchronized display of water and light, casting ripples of gold across her features. "Yes," she says finally. "I am." Something loosens in my chest at her answer. "Good." We fall into comfortable silence as we work through our appetizers. I find myself cataloging every small reaction, the slight furrow between her brows when she concentrates on a particularly complex flavor, the unconscious hum of appreciation at the back of her throat. "I should take you to Club Inferno soon," I say as our plates are cleared. The words emerge before I fully thought them through. "Introduce you to the rest of my longtime friends." Her eyebrows lift. Am I in for some trouble? Not at all. Most of the guys are married too, so they're not as wild as they once were. The Inferno test. Every spouse goes through it. My friends like to frame it as a loyalty test, a way to ensure that the marriages within our circle maintain the club's exclusivity and secrets. In reality, it's an assessment designed to test a partner's commitment. What will they design for Macy? The thought makes my stomach tighten. She's hardly like anyone they've tested before, not from our world, not playing by our rules. And despite our arrangement being temporary, I find myself wanting her to pass, to be accepted, to belong. But I can't tell her about any of this. Club tradition demands that spouses face the test unknowingly. "It's not as bad as you might think," I say, pushing away my concerns. "Just a group of guys who've known each other forever. Born into the same circles, that kind of thing." Our main courses arrive. Butter-poached lobster for her, a perfectly seared Wagyu steak for me. The presentation is immaculate, each plate a canvas of color and texture. "The shellfish is incredible, and probably super expensive," Macy murmurs, though she doesn't hesitate to take a bite. The expression that crosses her face is worth every penny. "Worth it?" I ask, cutting into my steak. "Don't fish for compliments." She points her fork playfully. "Your ego is big enough. Among other things." She kicks me lightly under the table, but she's laughing. "You're terrible." "You like it?" "Maybe." She takes another bite, closing her eyes briefly in appreciation. When she opens them, something warm and genuine shines there. "This is nice, Theo." "Thank you." For a moment, just one perfect moment, the rest of the restaurant fades away. There's no business arrangement, no impending Inferno test, no expectations beyond this table. Just Macy and me sharing excellent food and better company. I raise my glass to enjoying the evening.
Chapter 19. Macy. I'm practically floating out of Pilates class, my muscles pleasantly sore in that way that signals a good workout. The morning sun warms my skin as I step onto the sidewalk, slinging my gym bag over my shoulder. 3 weeks ago, I would have rushed straight to my next job, probably wolfing down a granola bar along the way. Today I have time for proper coffee, in a real mug, not a plastic-to-go cup grabbed between shifts. "See you Thursday, Macy." My instructor waves from the door. "Wouldn't miss it," I call back, unable to keep the smile from my face. It's still surreal, this new life. I check my phone. No desperate texts about covering someone's shift, no bank alerts about overdraft fees. Just a message from Theo saying he's tied up in meetings until dinner. I find myself rereading it, lingering over the little X he added at the end. Just a kiss symbol. Why does it make my heart flutter like I'm 16? I tuck my phone away, weaving through the morning crowd toward the grind, a coffee shop I could never afford before, but now visit regularly. They have these almond croissants that are basically religious experiences. This was supposed to be simple, a business arrangement, a fake marriage. Except nothing feels fake anymore. When Theo looks at me across the dining table, his eyes intense and focused, like I'm the only person in the world. Nothing seems pretend when his fingers brush against mine, deliberately casual but leaving trails of electricity on my skin. I stop at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. A woman beside me wears the same perfume my mother used to wear, and the familiar scent grounds me momentarily. What would Mom think of all this? Of me marrying a billionaire's son for money and security? She'd probably tell me to guard my heart. Too late for that advice. The light changes and I cross with the crowd, passing a newspaper stand where Theo's charity makes headlines for some new initiative. There he is, looking devastating in a tailored suit, his smile confident but genuine. My husband. My temporary husband. The thought sends a pang through my chest. When did I start dreading the end of our arrangement? When did I start wanting this life? Wanting him to be real? The grind is just ahead, its signature blue awning like a beacon. I fish in my bag for my wallet, mentally debating between their house blend and something fancier. These days, I can afford fancy. Miss Evans. I turn at the sound, not registering that someone's using my maiden name, not Lawrence. Before I can process what's happening, a hand clamps over my mouth, another gripping my arm with bruising force. I'm yanked sideways into a narrow alley between buildings, my scream muffled against a palm that smells like cigarettes and cheap cologne. My gym bag drops, water bottle clattering across pavement. My heart hammers against my ribs so hard I'm sure it will crack bone. Stop struggling. A voice hisses in my ear, male and somewhat familiar. I don't stop. I kick backward, connecting with something solid. My attacker grunts but doesn't loosen his grip. I said stop. He drags me deeper into the alley, where morning shadows still linger. I just want to talk. Talk? People who just want to talk don't grab women off public streets and muffle their screams. Terror crystallizes into something sharper. Rage. I bite down hard on the hand covering my mouth, tasting the salt of skin and something metallic. Damn. He yanks his hand away, giving me a split second to inhale. I spin around, the adrenaline still pumping through my veins, and come face to face with my attacker. Marcus. My voice comes out half gasp, half snarl. He stands there looking like a wreck, hair disheveled, eyes bloodshot with dark circles underneath. His once pristine clothing rumpled and stained. The Marcus who charmed me years ago is barely recognizable in this desperate shell of a man. Surprise, baby. He flexes his hand where I bid him, a smirk playing across his lips that doesn't reach his eyes. Damn, you still got those sharp little teeth. What the hell are you doing? I back away, creating distance while scanning for escape routes. You can't just grab people off the street. Marcus runs a hand through his greasy hair. Had to get your attention somehow. You've been ignoring my calls. Because I blocked your number, genius. My back bumps against the brick wall. After you stole my money and disappeared? That's ancient history. He waves his hand dismissively, like he's swatting away a minor inconvenience rather than the financial devastation he caused. I need your help. You need... I'll almost choke on the audacity. Are you kidding me right now? He steps closer, and I catch the sour smell of stale alcohol mixed with desperation. It's gambling debts, big ones. His voice drops to a whisper. These guys don't mess around, Mace. They break fingers for fun. Not my problem. I try to sidestep him, but he blocks my path. Actually, it is? His eyes narrow. That familiar manipulation creeping in. I told them you'd help me pay. The world tilts sideways for a second as his words sink in. You what? I told them my girl has money now. Married up, didn't you? His gaze flicks to my wedding ring. Nice upgrade from that cubic zirconia I gave you. Anger erupts in my chest, hot and overwhelming. You involved me in your gambling debts? After everything you've already done? Look, It was a compliment. He holds up his hands defensively. I told them my girl is so loyal, so ride or die that she'd help me out. Even showed them your picture. Horror crawls up my spine. You showed loan sharks my picture? These guys play for keeps, Mace. They know who you are now. His expression shifts to something that might be mistaken for concern if I didn't know better. They know where you live, where you go. That fancy husband can't protect you 24/7. My palm connects with his cheek before I even realize I've moved. The crack of skin against skin echoes in the alley, and Marcus's head snaps sideways. How dare you? I'm screaming now, beyond caring who hears. How could you involve me in something so stupid like this? I'm not your girlfriend. I'm not your anything. You ruined my credit, emptied my savings, and disappeared without a word. Marcus touches his cheek, a low laugh building in his chest. It's a hollow, eerie sound that makes the hair on my arm stand up. You'll never be rid of me that easily, Macy. He steps closer, voice dropping to that intimate tone that once made my knees weak. Don't you get it? You're mine. Always have been. This Lawrence guy, just a detour. I feel my expression harden, ice replacing fire. I am not yours. I never was. I was just convenient, a bank account you could drain. We have history. His eyes glitter dangerously. And now we have a shared problem. Those guys want their money by the end of the week, 200 grand. Go to hell. The corner of his mouth twitches. I might, but I'm taking you with me if I do. Something snaps inside me. I plant both hands on his chest and shove him with all my strength. He stumbles backward, caught off guard, and I seize the opportunity. I grab my gym bag from the ground and run, sprinting out of the alley and onto the crowded sidewalk. You can run, but they already know your face. Marcus's voice follows me, lost in the noise of the city. I'll be seeing you real soon, baby. I don't look back. I push through the morning crowd, my heart hammering in my chest, tears blurring my vision. My temporary safety with Theo suddenly feels like nothing but an illusion, shattered by the man who once broke everything else in my life.
Chapter 20. Theodore. I ease the bedroom door closed behind us, watching as Macy pulls her shirt over her head. Late afternoon sun filters through the half-drawn blinds, casting golden stripes across her dark skin. She's beautiful, a fact that hits me with renewed force every time I see her like this. Come here, I murmur, closing the distance between us. Her body meets mine, warm and yielding as I slide my hands down her sides, tracing the curve of her waist, the flare of her hips. I dip my head to kiss the slope of her neck, inhaling the faint scent of her jasmine body wash.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
For a long moment we stay like that, breathing hard, bodies still connected. I press lazy kisses to her shoulder, her neck, anywhere I can reach. You okay? I ask, eventually rolling to the side and pulling her against me. Yeah. She nods, but there's something in her voice, a slight flatness that catches my attention. I prop myself up on one elbow, studying her face. Her eyes don't quite meet mine, focusing somewhere around my collarbone instead. You sure? I tuck a strand of her curly hair behind her ear. You seem somewhere else. She hesitates, her teeth catching her bottom lip. I'm fine. Just tired. It's a lie. I've gotten good at reading Macy these past weeks, learning the subtle shifts in her expressions, the way her voice changes when she's holding something back. Whatever this is, it's not just fatigue. Macy. I cup her cheek, gently turning her face toward mine. Talk to me. What's going on? Her eyes finally meet mine, and I'm startled by the vulnerability I see there, a stark contrast to the fierce independence she usually projects. Nothing, really. She offers a smile that doesn't reach her eyes. I don't push, though every instinct tells me something's wrong. Instead, I pull her closer, wrapping my arm around her waist, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She fits against me perfectly, and I find myself wishing I could shelter her from whatever shadow has crept into her thoughts. I'm here, I say simply. Whatever it is, whenever you're ready. I'm here. I feel her body tense against mine. For a moment, I think she's going to maintain the pretense that everything's fine. Then her shoulders start to shake slightly. Macy? I pull back to look at her face. A tear slides down her cheek, leaving a glistening trail on her dark skin. My chest tightens at the sight. Hey, what is it? I brush away the tear with my thumb, but another quickly replaces it. Talk to me. She takes a shuddering breath. Something happened today, before I came home. The vulnerability in her voice sets alarm bells ringing in my head. I sit up, bringing her with me until we're facing each other on the bed. I pull the sheet up to cover her, a reflexive gesture of protection. What happened? Her eyes drop to her hands, which are twisting the edge of the sheet. I saw Marcus today. The name hits me like a sucker punch. I've never met the man, but I hate him with a visceral intensity for what he did to her. My jaw clenches, but I force myself to stay quiet, to let her speak. I was walking back from the coffee shop on Charleston Boulevard. Her voice wavers. He came out of nowhere, grabbed my arm, and pulled me into an alley. He did what? The words come out sharper than intended, edged with razor wire. Fresh tears well in her eyes. He wouldn't let go. I tried to pull away, but he... She swallows hard. He was so angry, Theo. Different than before. My blood runs cold, then hot with rage. I picture some faceless man putting his hands on her, forcing her into an alley, and my fingers curl into fists of their own accord. Did he hurt you? I struggle to keep my voice level. She shakes her head. Not physically, but he told me. Her voice breaks, and she takes another unsteady breath. He said he's been gambling again. Worse than before. He owes a lot of money to some dangerous people. The pieces start falling into place, and dread pools in my stomach. And he told them I would pay his debt. She meets my eyes now, her own swimming with tears. He gave them my name, Theo. He told them I'm responsible for what he owes. Jesus Christ. I run a hand through my hair, trying to process what she's telling me. How much? 200,000. The number hangs in the air between us. For me, it's nothing. Pocket change. But I know what it means to her. Someone who's been fighting her way out from under a mountain of debt that this same man left her with. He can't do that, I say, anger building in my chest like a gathering storm. That's not how debt works. You can't just... These aren't people who care about legal technicalities. Her voice is small. They're loan sharks, Theo. Marcus told them I have money now because I married rich. He told them to come after me. The casual cruelty of it, using our marriage as a weapon against her, makes me want to put my fist through a wall. Or better yet, through Marcus's face. I'll handle this, I say, the words coming out clipped and hard. How? She looks at me with red-rimmed eyes. You can't just make this go away. Watch me. I reach for her hand, uncurling her fingers from their death grip on the sheet. First thing tomorrow, I'll have my security team locate him. Then my lawyers will... No. She pulls her hand away. No lawyers, no police. These people Marcus is involved with, they're dangerous. If they think we're bringing in authorities... I take a deep breath, trying to rein in my anger. Not at her, never at her, but at the situation. At this coward who's trying to drag her back into his mess. He can't do this to you. Not again. My voice comes out low and fierce. I won't let him. A tear spills over, tracking down her cheek. I was finally starting to feel like I was getting my life back together. And now he's just... She chokes on the words. I pull her against my chest, feeling her tears dampen my skin. My mind races, cycling through options, solutions, ways to end this threat permanently. The protectiveness I feel surprises even me. A primal, overwhelming need to shield her from harm. Listen to me. I cradle her face in my hands, forcing her to look at me. This is not your debt. This is not your problem. And I promise you, he will not get away with this.
Chapter 21. Macy. I dragged the shopping cart down the cereal aisle, trying to focus on something as mundane as breakfast food. Rice Krispies or Cheerios? The question feels absurdly normal, and I cling to it desperately. Mrs. Lawrence, would you like me to carry that? Willie's deep voice comes from just behind my right shoulder. I glance back at Theo's security guard, all 6'4" of him, with shoulders broad enough to fill a door frame and the kind of hyper-vigilant eyes that never stop scanning our surroundings. He's been my shadow for 3 days now. I'm good, Willie. It's just cereal. I drop the Cheerios into my cart. You don't have to hover quite so close, you know. His expression doesn't change. Mister. Lawrence's instructions were explicit. Of course they were. I sigh, pushing my cart forward. I understand that, but people are starting to stare. You look like you're about to tackle someone into the Pop-Tarts display. Willie adjusts his position slightly, moving a whole foot back. Better? Much, I lie, turning down the next aisle. The weight of his presence follows me through the store like a physical thing. Part of me appreciates Theo's concern. The other part feels suffocated. Between Willie and Theo's increased protectiveness, I've barely had a moment to myself since I told him about Marcus. I stop in front of the coffee section, deliberating between brands while Willie positions himself at the end of the aisle, maintaining his sight line to me. My phone buzzes and I fish it out of my purse. A text from Theo. How's shopping going? Willie behaving? I type back. We're fine. Though I think he might have a heart attack if I decide to buy wine. 3 dots appear immediately. I told him not to let you out of his sight. I roll my eyes at my phone. I need to pee. Is that allowed? His response is quick. Don't be difficult. This is for your safety. Everything all right, Mrs. Lawrence? Willie asks, noticing my expression. Just peachy, I mutter, tucking my phone away. Willie, I need to use the restroom. Is that going to cause a security incident? To his credit, he doesn't even blink. Not at all. Would you like me to accompany you to the door? No. I park my cart against the shelves. I'm perfectly capable of peeing by myself. I'll be right back. Willie nods, though I can see he's not thrilled. I'll wait here with your cart. The bathroom is down a short hallway past the pharmacy section. I push through the door, relieved to have a moment without someone watching my every move. After washing my hands, I stare at my reflection in the mirror. Dark circles under my eyes betray my lack of sleep. Who could rest easily knowing some loan shark might come knocking? Still, the constant surveillance is wearing me down. I need to breathe. Instead of heading straight back to Willie, I take a detour through the health and beauty section. Just 5 minutes alone. That's all I want. 5 minutes to pretend my life hasn't spun completely out of control again. I'm examining a bottle of shampoo when a hand closes around my upper arm, fingers digging in tight enough to make me gasp. Well, isn't this convenient? The voice is male, unfamiliar and cold as ice. I whirl around, coming face to face with a tall man in a dark jacket. His face is all hard angles and flat eyes. Behind him stands another man, shorter but broader, blocking my path back to the main aisle. Let go of me. I try to jerk my arm free, but his grip tightens. Marcus said you'd be difficult. The taller one smiles, showing too many teeth. He also said you're good for his debt. 200 grand, sweetheart. My stomach drops. I don't owe Marcus anything. Not how he tells it. The shorter man steps closer, boxing me in against the shelves. Says you're swimming in cash now, rich husband and all that. Whatever Marcus told you, it's not true. My voice wavers, and I hate myself for it. This isn't my debt. Don't really care whose name was on the original loan. The tall one shrugs, his fingers still clamped around my arm. What matters is, who's gonna pay it off? Marcus says that's you. I glance desperately past them, but the aisle is empty. Where the hell is Willie? My husband's security is currently looking for you on the other side of the store. The shorter man chuckles. Saw him searching by the freezer section. Not too bright, is he? Fear crawls up my throat like bile. They've been watching me, planning this. I'm not paying Marcus's debt, I say, injecting steel into my voice despite the tremor in my hands. That's between him and you. Leave me out of it. Not an option. The tall one leans in close enough that I can smell stale coffee on his breath. We know where you live. We know about your fancy new life. You've got 3 days to get the money together. I straighten my spine, channeling every ounce of determination I can muster. I'm not paying a cent of Marcus's debt. Not a single dollar. The shorter man exchanges a look with his partner, his mouth twisting into an ugly smirk. That's not how this works, Mrs. Lawrence. The way he says my married name sounds like a slur. Marcus borrowed money. Marcus couldn't pay it back. Marcus told us his woman could cover it. I am not his woman. My voice rises despite my effort to keep it steady. I haven't been for a long time. Should have thought about that before you signed those loan papers. My blood runs cold. What loan papers? The taller one's grip tightens, sending pain shooting up my arm. The ones with your signature on them. Real pretty handwriting you got. Forgery. That bastard forged my signature. The shock gives way to a wave of fury so intense it momentarily overshadows my fear. He forged my signature. I never signed anything. Like I said, that's not our problem. The shorter man steps closer, invading what little personal space I have left. 3 days, 200,000, or we'll show you what happens to people who don't pay their debts. My heartbeat thunders in my ears. And if I go to the police? They both laugh, the sound devoid of humor. Go ahead. Tell them your ex-boyfriend forged your signature on some papers nobody can find anymore. The tall one finally releases my arm, leaving behind what will definitely be finger-shaped bruises. While you're wasting time with cops, we'll be deciding which part of your pretty new penthouse to visit first. Maybe that fancy bedroom you share with your billionaire. Terror slices through me at the implied threat. How long have they been watching us? Stay away from my husband. The words come out as a snarl. Then pay the debt. The shorter man shrugs, like we're discussing something as trivial as splitting a dinner check. Simple business transaction. I swallow hard. Where is Marcus now? I want to talk to him myself. The men exchange another look, this one calculating. What's it matter to you? The taller one asks. If he's sending debt collectors after me, I deserve to know where to find him. I fight to keep my voice from shaking. I don't even know where the bastard lives right now. The shorter man smirks. The Pines Apartments, Building C, Apartment 307. Not that it'll do you any good. He's not going to change his mind about this. 3 days, the taller one repeats, stepping back. We'll be in touch. They move away in different directions, dissolving into the store like they were never there. My legs give out the moment they're gone, and I slide down against the shelves, knocking several bottles of shampoo to the floor. Tears spring to my eyes, hot and unstoppable. I press a trembling hand against my mouth, trying to muffle the sound of my sobs. How is this happening? Just when I thought I was finally free of Marcus and his chaos, my phone buzzes in my purse. With shaking hands, I pull it out, seeing Theo's name on the screen. I answer immediately. Macy? Where are you? Willie just called me in a panic. Theo! His name comes out as a broken whisper. I need you. What's wrong? His voice sharpens instantly. What happened? Marcus's debt collectors just cornered me in the store. I struggle to form coherent sentences through my tears. They're saying I owe $200,000. They threatened us. Said they know where we live. Where is Willie? Theo's voice turns deadly, cold fury evident in every syllable. He was supposed to be watching you. I went to the bathroom. Then I pause, guilt mixing with my fear. I took a detour. I just wanted 5 minutes alone. Jesus Christ, Macy. His breath comes harsh through the speaker. Don't move. I'm coming to get you. Where exactly are you? Health and beauty section, near the shampoo. I wipe at my tears with my free hand. Theo, they said Marcus forged my signature on loan documents. The sound that comes through the phone is more animalistic growl than human response. That piece of trash. I'm going to kill him. They gave me his address. The Pines Apartments. Stay where you are. Theo's voice is tight with barely contained rage. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't move. Don't talk to anyone else. Okay. Macy. He pauses, and when he speaks again, his voice is slightly softer but no less intense. Are you hurt? I look down at my arm, already showing the outline of fingerprints where his nails dug into my skin. Just some bruises. I'm okay. 10 minutes. The promise in his voice is absolute. I'll be right there. Thank you, I whisper, ending the call. I pull my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible against the store shelves. My tears continue to fall, marking silent tracks down my cheeks as I wait for Theo to arrive.
Chapter 22. Theodore. I grip the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turn white, the engine of my Aston Martin growling beneath me as I tear through the streets of Vegas. The rage pumping through my veins makes everything sharper, clearer. My mind keeps replaying the image of Macy huddled on the floor of that supermarket, trembling and terrified because of that worthless piece of trash. $200,000. The amount is nothing to me, but the fact that Marcus would forge her signature, drag her back into his mess after everything he's done, that's what has me seeing red. I check the GPS, the Pines Apartments. 5 more minutes. My phone buzzes with a text from Willie. Mrs. Lawrence and I are safely back at the penthouse. Extra security stationed at all entrances of the building. Oh, good. At least she's safe for now. I'd torn Willie a new one for losing sight of her, but my real anger isn't directed at him. This is all on Marcus. Always has been. The Pines comes into view, a depressing cluster of 3-story buildings with peeling paint and cracked concrete paths. Building C stands at the back of the complex, partially hidden by scraggly trees that give the place its optimistic name. I park in a visitor spot, killing the engine and sitting for a moment to collect myself. The gun from my glove compartment feels heavy in my hand, a 9mm Glock that I've taken to the range enough times to be comfortable using it. I've never had to point it at anyone before. Today might change that. I tuck it into my waistband at the small of my back, making sure my jacket covers it, then get out and head for Building C. The stairwell smells like piss and weed, the concrete steps crumbling at the edges. 3rd floor, apartment 307. I stand before his door, breathing deeply. Control the rage, channel it, use it. I knock firmly. Who is it? Marcus's voice calls from inside. Delivery, I answer, keeping my tone neutral. The door cracks open, and I see his face for the first time. This man who nearly destroyed Macy. He looks smaller than I imagined, narrower shoulders, weaker chin. His eyes widen in recognition, then fear, as I shove the door hard, sending him stumbling back into his apartment. I'm inside in an instant, kicking the door closed behind me. What the hell? He sputters, regaining his balance. You can't just... I reach back, pull the Glock from my waistband and level it at his chest in one smooth motion. Sit down, I growl. His face drains of color. Damn, man, take it easy. I said sit. He sinks onto a threadbare couch, hands raised. Look, Lawrence, this is crazy. Whatever Macy told you. Shut up. The sound of Macy's name in his mouth makes my finger twitch against the trigger guard. You don't get to say her name? Not ever again. The apartment is a mess. Takeout containers littering every surface, clothes strewn across the floor, the sour smell of unwashed sheets and cigarettes hanging in the air. How Macy ever saw anything in this pathetic excuse for a man is beyond me. You forged her signature on loan papers. I step closer, keeping the gun trained on him. You sent debt collectors to threaten my wife. Marcus swallows hard. It's not like that. I've got gambling debts, man. These guys, they're serious business. Do I look like I give a damn about your problems? I cut him off, voice deadly calm. Where's your phone? What? Your phone? I emphasize each word. Get it out. Slowly. His eyes dart to the coffee table where a cracked iPhone sits among beer cans and ashtrays. I nod at it. Pick it up. You're going to call your loan sharks. I want their number, and I want you to tell them to leave Macy alone. Now. They won't listen to me, he stammers. I owe them too much money. I move closer, pressing the barrel of the gun directly against his forehead. Then you better be very convincing, or I'll redecorate this apartment with what's inside your skull. His eyes go wide with terror. Jesus Christ, okay. With shaking hands, he picks up the phone, scrolling through his contacts. It's under Victor. He's the one who... I don't care. Call him. Put it on speaker. Marcus nods frantically, tapping the screen. The phone rings 3 times before a gruff voice answers. This better be good news, Turner. You got my money? Victor, Marcus stutters. About that debt, you're wasting my time. Macy Evans isn't responsible for my debt, Marcus blurts out, eyes fixed on the gun at his forehead. I forged her signature. She's not legally liable. You need to back off. Leave her alone. Silence on the other end. Then a low chuckle. That's not how this works. We already talked to your pretty ex. Clock's ticking. I press the gun harder against Marcus's head, and he whimpers. Tell him the truth. All of it. Victor, Marcus's voice cracks. I'm serious. She doesn't have anything to do with this, and her husband is Theodore Lawrence. The Lawrence family is powerful. They'd go after you if you started messing with her. Another pause. Ah, the billionaires. Yes, Marcus confirms, and he's standing here right now with a gun to my head. So please, for Christ's sake, just drop it. I lean toward the phone. Let me make this perfectly clear. Macy Evans, Mrs. Lawrence, is under my protection. You come near her again, you so much as look in her direction, and I will bury you and your entire operation. I have the resources, the connections, and the motivation to make you disappear completely. Do we understand each other? There's a long silence before Victor responds. Lawrence, this is business. Turner owes us $200,000. I'll transfer $250 to whatever account you want in the next hour if you leave Macy out of this permanently. I lock eyes with Marcus, who looks about ready to piss himself. But Marcus here is going to work off every penny. I'm sure you have ways to make that happen. I maintain the pressure of the gun against Marcus's sweaty forehead, watching his pupils dilate with fear. Victor's silence on the other end of the call stretches for several seconds before he responds. $250, huh? Victor's voice has shifted from threatening to calculating. And Turner works to pay it off? That's right. I like the sound of that. The loan shark's voice carries a satisfied edge now. Very generous of you, Mr. Lawrence. Marcus's face contorts with panic. What? No way. He jerks back from the gun, his survival instinct finally kicking in. I'm not becoming yours, man. You can't just... Shut up! I press the gun harder against his forehead, forcing him back into the couch. You don't get a vote here. Victor's harsh laugh crackles through the phone speaker. Yeah, Turner, shut your mouth. Adults are talking. I can see Marcus's mind racing, searching for an escape route that doesn't exist. The pathetic apartment, the debts, the mess he's created. It all closes in around him like walls of a prison cell. Here's what's going to happen, I say, my voice deadly calm. I'll transfer the money today. In return, Macy's name gets removed from any paperwork, forged or otherwise, and your guys never contact her again. And Turner? Victor asks, sounding almost amused. I'm putting him to work as a janitor at one of my properties. The plan forms in my mind as I speak it. Minimum wage, maximum hours. Every cent goes toward his debt to me. Marcus's eyes widen with each word. You can't be serious. I want one of your guys watching him, I continue, ignoring Marcus completely. Daily. Make sure he shows up, does his job, doesn't run. Consider it insurance on our arrangement. A low whistle comes through the speaker. Not bad, Lawrence. You missed your calling in collections. Do we have a deal? I press. We do. I'll send you the account details for the transfer. There's a pause. And I'll have Darius watch your new janitor. He's good at keeping people motivated. Marcus lunges forward, desperation written across his face. Screw both of you! I'm not doing this! You can't... I grab a handful of his shirt and slam him back against the couch, gun now pressed under his chin. Yes, you. Our each word comes out as a separate sentence, punctuated with rage. This is the price you pay for what you did to Macy. Consider yourself lucky I don't put a bullet in you right now. Fear and defiance war in his eyes. What if I refuse? Then Victor's guys find you, and I don't interfere. I smile coldly. I'd imagine breaking kneecaps is still industry standard. Among other things, Victor confirms casually. Marcus's resistance crumbles visibly, his shoulders sagging in defeat. Fine, he mutters, not meeting my eyes. Whatever. Not whatever, I correct him. You say, yes, I accept. He glares at me with pure hatred, but the fear wins out. Yes, I accept. Smart choice, Victor says through the speaker. Darius will be in touch within the hour. Don't even think about running, Turner. I straighten up, tucking the gun back into my waistband but keeping my eyes on Marcus. Send the account details to this number. I recite my phone number clearly. You'll have the money within 30 minutes of receiving it. Pleasure doing business with you, Lawrence. The satisfaction in Victor's voice is unmistakable. Your wife's debt is officially forgotten. She never had a debt, I correct him sharply. But yes, we're done here. The call ends, leaving the apartment in heavy silence. Marcus slumps forward, head in his hands, the reality of his situation sinking in. "You ruined her life," I say quietly, the rage still simmering beneath my controlled exterior. "You'll spend every day for the next few years remembering that while you mop floors and clean toilets." His eyes, when they meet mine, are filled with a mixture of defeat and resentment. "You think you've won? That you're better than me? She'll see through you eventually, man. People like us, we're not meant for people like you." "That's what you think, you goddamn roach!" I spit back. "Stay away from Macy, or you'll regret it."
Chapter 23. Macy. I pace the length of Theo's living room for what feels like the 1,000th time, my nerves frayed to breaking point. The plush carpet beneath my feet has probably worn thin from my incessant movement, but I can't bring myself to sit still. Every few minutes, I glance at my phone, checking for messages, then shoot another anxious look at Willie, who stands by the door like a sentinel. He should have called by now, I mutter, wrapping my arms around myself. It's been hours. Willie's expression remains professionally neutral, but his eyes betray concern. "Mr. Lawrence can handle himself, ma'am." "You don't understand. Marcus is—" I trail off, unable to find the words to describe the chaos that is my ex. Manipulative, desperate, dangerous, all of the above, with a healthy dose of unpredictability thrown in. My stomach twists into knots as my mind conjures worst-case scenarios. What if Theo confronts Marcus and things turn violent? What if Marcus has those loan sharks with him? What if? The sound of the elevator chimes, and I freeze mid-step, my heart leaping into my throat. The doors slide open, and Theo strides through, his face a mask of controlled intensity. His jacket is slightly rumpled, his hair mussed as if he's been running his hands through it. But he's whole and unharmed. Oh, thank God, I breathe, relief washing over me like a tidal wave. Willie nods respectfully. "Mr. Lawrence," he says, before stepping into the elevator. "I'll be downstairs if you need me." As soon as the doors close behind him, I'm across the room in seconds, my hands moving instinctively to Theo's chest, needing to touch him, to confirm he's really here, really safe. "What happened? Are you okay?" The questions tumble out. I've been losing my mind waiting. "I'm fine." Theo captures my restless hands in his eyes locking with mine. The intensity I see there stops me cold. "Marcus won't be bothering you anymore?" Something in his tone sends a chill down my spine. "What did you do?" Theo releases my hands and walks to the bar, pouring himself a generous measure of whiskey. He downs half of it in one swallow before turning back to me. "I paid off your debt." His voice is casual, as if he's discussing the weather and not throwing around hundreds of thousands of dollars. $250,000 to be exact. My jaw drops. "You what?" "I tracked down Marcus at his apartment." Theo takes another sip of whiskey. "The Pines. Real messy. I had a little chat with him and his loan shark Victor." "You spoke with the guy?" My voice rises in panic. "Theo, those guys are dangerous." "I brought my gun." The words hang in the air between us. I stare at him, unable to process what I'm hearing. Theodore Lawrence, kind, compassionate Theo, who founded a charity to help addicts, who speaks with such passion about saving lives, brought a gun to confront my ex-boyfriend. "A gun?" I repeat weakly. "You have a gun?" "I do." He finishes his drink, sets the glass down with a definitive clink. "And I made sure Marcus understood exactly what would happen if he ever came near you again." My legs suddenly feel weak, and I sink onto the nearest chair. Did you hurt him?" "No." Theo runs a hand through his hair. "But I wanted to." Christ, Macy. when I saw that pathetic excuse for a man, knowing what he did to you. His jaw tightens. It took everything I had not to pull the trigger. I try to reconcile this version of Theo, this dangerous, intimidating man, with the one I've come to know. The philanthropist, the man who tears up talking about his lost friends, the man who holds me like I'm something precious. So what happens now? I ask quietly. Victor's men are dropping all claims against you. And Marcus. A cold smile touches Theo's lips. Marcus is going to work as a janitor in one of my properties until he pays back every cent of that loan. Minimum wage, maximum hours. You're kidding. I blink rapidly, trying to picture Marcus, who considered himself too good for honest work, cleaning toilets. I'm not. Theo comes to kneel in front of my chair, taking my hands in his. One of Victor's men will be watching him to make sure he doesn't run. He's effectively indentured to me until the debt is paid. The ruthlessness of it stuns me. It's calculated, efficient, and merciless. Nothing like the Theo I thought I knew. I can't believe you did that, I whisper. You could have been hurt, or arrested, or I would do it again in a heartbeat. His voice drops lower, his eyes never leaving mine. No one threatens what's mine, Macy. No one hurts you and walks away unscathed. Not while I'm breathing. A shiver runs through me. Not entirely of fear, which probably says something concerning about my psyche right now, but of relief, gratefulness, and maybe even a bit of love for this wild man I've decided to entangle my life with. The words, "What's mine?" should provoke an outrage in me, but instead, they send liquid heat flooding through my veins. Without thinking, I launch myself forward, nearly knocking Theo off balance as I wrap my arms around his waist and hold him tight. His solid warmth beneath me is an anchor, keeping me from floating away on a sea of overwhelming emotions. I can't believe you did that for me, I whisper against his chest, breathing in his scent, expensive cologne mixed with something darker, more primal. No one's ever fought for me like that. No one. Theo's strong arms encircle my waist, pulling me closer. One hand slides up my back to cradle my head, his fingers threading through my curls. Get used to it, he murmurs, his breath hot against my ear. I pull back just enough to look into his eyes, finding them bright and intense. A storm of emotions swims in those blue depths. Protectiveness, possessiveness, and something else I'm afraid to name. Theo, I'd be completely screwed in life without you. My voice catches on the words. Literally and figuratively screwed. I was drowning and you saved me. His expression softens. The dangerous glint in his eyes melting into something warmer. His thumb traces the curve of my cheekbone, feather-light. You've got it all wrong, Macy Evans, he says. You're the best thing to happen to me. This, he gestures between us. This is fine by me. I shake my head in disbelief. When I agreed to this marriage, I thought it would be purely business. Sign some papers, play the doting wife at events, then walk away with enough money to start over. And now? His question hangs between us, loaded with possibility. Instead of answering with words, I press my lips to his. The kiss starts gentle, a question waiting for an answer. But when his hands tighten on my waist, pulling me flush against him, restraint shatters like glass. His mouth claims mine with fierce possession, tongue sweeping inside to taste me. I meet his intensity with my own, fingers clutching the fabric of his shirt, needing to be closer. His hands are everywhere, tangling in my hair, skimming down my sides, gripping my hips. I gasp when he grabs me by the back and lifts me with him as if I weigh nothing. My legs wrap around his waist instinctively, and he walks us backward until my spine meets the wall. The solid pressure of his body against mine ignites something primal, desperate. Tell me what you want, He demands against my lips. You, I breathe. Just you. The word unlocks something in him. His kisses grow deeper, hungrier. One hand supports my weight while the other slides beneath my shirt, palm hot against my bare skin. I arch into his touch, my head falling back against the wall. He takes advantage immediately, lips trailing fire down my throat. Never thought a fake marriage could feel so goddamn real, he growls. A breathless laugh escapes me, though it quickly transforms into a moan when his teeth graze my collarbone. I know, isn't that crazy? This was supposed to be just business. Theo pulls back just enough to meet my eyes, his gaze intense. Nothing about us has ever been just anything, Macy. The simple truth of his words strikes me speechless. From the moment we met, nothing has followed the expected script. And now here we are, tangled in each other's arms, my fake husband having just confronted my real demons. I still can't believe this is happening, I whisper. That you're happening, that us is happening. His smile transforms his face, softening the hard edges. His thumb traces the outline of my lower lip, his touch reverent. Believe it, Mrs. Lawrence. The name still sounds strange to my ears. Not unpleasant, just unfamiliar. A new identity I'm still trying on, like a dress I'm not sure fits yet. But when Theo lowers his mouth to mine again, kissing me with such tender passion that my toes curl, I think maybe, just maybe, I could get used to it.
Chapter 24. Theodore. I adjust my tie in the back seat of the Bentley, stealing another glance at Macy beside me. She's a vision in her red dress, the fabric hugging her body before cascading to the floor. The neckline dips just low enough to make my mouth dry, and her hair is voluminous and curly, arranged nicely around her shoulders. I've seen beautiful women before, dated my fair share of models and socialites, but nothing compares to the way Macy looks tonight. "You're staring," she says without turning her head, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips. "Can you blame me?" I reach across the leather seat, taking her hand in mine. Her skin is warm, soft. Every man at this charity gala is going to envy me tonight. Macy smiles, waving me off. "What a smooth talker you are, Teddy." Willie navigates through evening traffic, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, giving us the illusion of privacy. The city lights of Las Vegas flash across Macy's face, highlighting the delicate arch of her cheekbones, the fullness of her lips. I run my thumb over her knuckles, marveling at how something so simple as holding her hand can send electricity coursing through my veins. "Never thought I'd be one for constant gala appearances," Macy says, gazing out at the strip's neon blur. "Then again, I never thought I'd be married to a billionaire either." It's amazing, isn't it? I turn to her, tilting my head slightly. "When did this happen?" "What?" "This." I lift our joined hands. "Us. When did we go from a business arrangement to whatever this is?" Macy laughs, the sound light and musical in the confines of the car. "Probably somewhere between our wedding night and you threatening my ex with a gun." Not my finest moment, I admit, though I can't bring myself to regret it. The memory of Marcus's face when he realized who I was still brings a certain satisfaction. I'd do it again, though. "I know you would." Her thumb traces circles on my palm. "That's what scares me." The car slows at a red light, and I take the opportunity to shift closer to her, breathing in the subtle floral scent of her perfume. "What are you afraid of?" Macy hesitates, her teeth worrying her bottom lip. "How real this feels. We signed up for a year, Theo. A business transaction with an expiration date. And if I don't want it to expire..." The words escape before I can stop them, hanging in the air between us. Her eyes widen slightly. "What are you saying?" I take a deep breath, suddenly aware of how quickly my heart is beating. Funny how I can close multi-million-dollar deals without breaking a sweat, but this woman leaves me tongue-tied like a teenager. Saying that meeting you has been the best thing that's happened to me in years, maybe ever. bring her hand to my lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. I'm saying that when I imagine my future now, you're in it. All of it. Macy stares at me, those expressive eyes of hers searching my face. Are you sure it's not just the sex? Because I know I'm good, but it's not just the sex. I laugh, grateful for her ability to break tension with humor. Though that is exceptional. Damn right it is, she quips, but her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes. I'm serious, Macy. I cup her cheek with my free hand, turning her face toward mine. When was the last time you felt like this about someone? Like they see you? Really see you? She leans into my touch, her eyelids fluttering close for a moment. Never, she whispers. I've never felt like this. The admission, so honest and vulnerable, tugs at something deep in my chest. I've dated plenty of women, but none of them ever looked at me the way Macy does, like she's seeing past the Lawrence name and fortune to the man underneath. Me neither, I admit, and it terrifies me. Her eyes open, surprise evident in them. The great Theodore Lawrence afraid? Right? I confirm with a rueful smile, because for the first time I have something real to lose. Willie clears his throat from the front seat. 5 minutes to the venue, sir. I nod, not taking my eyes off Macy. Thank you, Willie. Macy glances out the window, then back at me. We should probably talk about this after the event, when we're alone. Probably, I agree, though I'm reluctant to let the moment go. Just know this isn't a whim, Macy. I've been thinking about it a lot. She studies me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then, without warning, she leans forward and presses her lips to mine in a kiss so achingly tender it steals my breath. We'll talk, she promises against my lips. After. I rest my forehead against hers, content to breathe the same air for these final moments before we have to step into the public eye. My thumb traces the delicate line of her jaw, marveling at how perfectly she fits against me. The Bentley glides through the final stretch of road, my attention completely absorbed by Macy's face, the way her lashes cast delicate shadows on her cheeks, how her lips still hold the ghost of our kiss. We're in our own little world, a bubble of possibility that feels both terrifying and exhilarating. Almost there, I murmur, reluctantly pulling back just enough to straighten my tie. Ready to dazzle Las Vegas's elite? As I'll ever be. Macy smooths her dress, a flash of nervousness crossing her features. Just don't leave me alone with those oil tycoon wives. Last time, one of them asked if I was your exotic experiment. Damn, who? A flash of light from the right cuts off my words. The world slows to a crawl. Headlights, blindingly bright, coming at us too fast. My brain registers several things in rapid succession. Willie jerking the wheel, the squeal of brakes, Macy's hand suddenly gripping mine with bruising force. Theo, the impact hits like a sledgehammer. Metal screams against metal as an SUV slams into our passenger side. The sound is deafening, primal, an unholy shriek of twisting steel and shattering glass. The force sends our car spinning, the world outside becoming a nauseating blur of lights and shadows. Macy! I lunge toward her, arm outstretched to shield her from the impact. Everything goes sideways. My body becomes weightless for a heartbeat, then slams violently against something hard. The airbag deploys with explosive force, punching the air from my lungs. My head snaps back, then forward, connecting with something unyielding. Glass rains down like deadly confetti. Each breath tastes of acrid chemicals and metallic fear. The Bentley continues its sickening rotation, the centrifugal force pinning me against the door. My ears ring, drowning out everything except the thunderous pounding of my heartbeat. Macy! Where's Macy? I try to turn toward her, but my body refuses to cooperate. There's a hot, wet sensation trickling down my forehead. Blood. My blood. Mace! My voice comes out as a hoarse whisper, barely audible over the cacophony of destruction. The car finally stops its violent dance, settling at a grotesque angle. Something's on fire. I smell burning rubber and fuel. Warning bells scream in my head to move, to get out, to find Macy and run. Through the spider-webbed remains of the windshield, I glimpse the other vehicle. A black SUV with tinted windows. Not an accident. The positioning, the speed, the timing. This was deliberate. I need to reach Macy. My hand fumbles blindly in the darkness, searching for her. The interior lights flicker, giving me disjointed snapshots of the destruction. Red fabric. Dark hair. She slumped against the door, unnaturally still. No panic claws up my throat. Macy, baby, look at me! I fight against my seatbelt, against the airbag deflating across my chest, against the jagged pain shooting through my ribs. Each movement sends fresh waves of agony radiating outward. Willie? I call out, my voice sounding distant and wrong to my own ears. Willie, you okay? No response from the front seat. I need to get us out. Need to protect them. My vision blurs, darkness creeping in at the edges. The ringing in my ears grows louder, drowning out even the sound of my own ragged breathing. Not now. I can't black out now. They need me. My fingers finally find Macy's wrist. I press down, searching desperately for a pulse, for that reassuring rhythm that's become as essential to me as my own heartbeat. Stay with me, I whisper, unsure if I'm speaking to her or to myself. Just stay. The darkness at the edges of my vision rushes inward like an avalanche. I struggle against it, clinging desperately to consciousness, to Macy, to life itself. The last thing I register is the metallic taste of blood in my mouth and the distant wail of sirens before the world fades to nothing.
Chapter 25. Macy. Pain. That's the first thing I register as consciousness returns. Not the dull, throbbing kind that follows a hard workout, but sharp, precise agony that steals my breath away. My eyelids feel impossibly heavy, but I force them open, blinking against harsh, flashing lights. Red and blue pulses illuminate the night. Sirens wail. Voices shout over each other in an incomprehensible din. Ma'am? Can you hear me? A face hovers above mine, features drawn in professional concern. The woman wears a navy uniform with reflective strips. Paramedic. Try not to move. I attempt to speak, but my mouth tastes like copper pennies and ash. A cough rattles through me, sending fresh spears of pain through my chest. Theo. I manage to rasp out. Where's Theo? We're taking care of him, she says, her gloved hands moving efficiently over my body, assessing damage. Right now, I need you to focus on staying still. You've been in an accident. Accident. The word doesn't fit. I remember the headlights bearing down on us. Too fast. Too deliberate. The sickening crunch of metal. Theo's hand reaching for mine just as the world exploded. Your arm is broken. The paramedic continues, her voice calm but urgent. You might have some fractured ribs, and that head wound is going to need stitches. We need to get you stabilized and to the hospital immediately. I try to turn my head, needing to see Theo, but a neck brace restricts my movement. The paramedic's hands gently restrain me. Please, I whisper, tears of frustration and fear burning in my eyes. My husband. Your husband is alive, she says, understanding in her eyes. He's being treated by my colleagues. The driver, too. You all need immediate medical attention. Relief floods through me, momentarily dulling the pain. He's alive. Whatever else happens, Theo is alive. As they shift me onto a backboard, the angle changes, and I catch a glimpse of the scene beyond. The Bentley is barely recognizable, crumpled like a discarded soda can on one side. Glass glitters across the asphalt like diamonds. And there, parked at an angle, a black SUV with minimal damage to its reinforced front end. A tactical hit, Someone who knew what they were doing. My eyes drift to the cluster of police officers interviewing a man beside the SUV. Something about his posture, the way he gesticulates, strikes a chord of familiarity. When he turns slightly, the flashing lights illuminate his profile. My blood turns to ice water in my veins. That's him, I gasp, trying to point but finding my arm immobilized. That's Marcus. The paramedic follows my gaze, confusion evident on her face. Ma'am? The driver. Adrenaline surges through me, momentarily overriding the pain. That's my ex, Marcus Turner. This wasn't an accident. He did this on purpose. She exchanges a look with her partner that I can't interpret, but I sense their skepticism. I need to speak to the police, I insist, trying to sit up despite the restraints and my screaming body. He's trying to kill us. He's been stalking me. Ask Theodore. He tried to kill the both of us. Mrs. Lawrence, please, the male paramedic says, gently pressing me back down. You're seriously injured. We need to get you to the hospital. No! Panic claws at my throat. You don't understand. If you let him go, he'll try again. Please. Through a gap between the emergency vehicles, I watch Marcus gesturing emphatically to the officers. Even from this distance, I recognize his performance, the appropriately distressed victim, the innocent bystander. It's the same face he wore when convincing me to co-sign his loans, to believe in his lies. Officer! I shout, my voice cracking with the effort. Officer! The shout sends daggers through my ribs, but it catches the attention of a nearby policeman. He approaches, notepad in hand, expression professionally neutral. Ma'am, please try to remain calm. I'm Officer Ramirez. That man, I point toward Marcus with my uninjured arm, wincing at the movement. Marcus Turner. He's my abusive ex-boyfriend. This wasn't an accident. He deliberately rammed our car. Officer Ramirez's eyes narrow slightly. You're saying this was intentional? An attempted murder? Yes. The word comes out on a sob. He's been stalking me. He threatened me just last week. He hasn't left me alone since I moved on from him. He did this on purpose. You have to believe me. The officer writes something in his notepad. We'll investigate thoroughly, Mrs. Lawrence. Macy Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence, I hear your concerns. Officer Ramirez's expression shifts from professionally neutral to something more reassuring. And as it happens, Mr. Turner already has an outstanding warrant for his arrest on an unrelated charge. He does. My voice comes out small, disbelieving. Yes. Fraud charges and embezzlement against a past employer. He tucks his notepad away. We'll be taking him in tonight regardless. But I'll make sure your allegations are thoroughly documented and investigated. Relief crashes through me, almost as powerful as the pain. Thank you. My partner is talking with your husband now, at least as much as his condition allows. We'll need full statements from both of you once you're stabilized. I nod, immediately regretting the movement as pain lances through my neck. Please make sure he doesn't get out. He'll try again. We've got him, Mrs. Lawrence Officer Ramirez gives a small nod to the paramedics. You focus on getting better now. The paramedics waste no time shifting my stretcher toward the waiting ambulance. Every bump on the pavement sends fresh waves of agony through my broken body. The air feels cool against my tear-stained face. Where's Theo? I ask again, my voice weaker now as the adrenaline begins to ebb. Please, I need to see him. Your husband is already in an ambulance. The female paramedic explains, her voice gentle but firm. They're about to transport him. There's another unit for your driver. Willie. God, I'd nearly forgotten about him in the chaos. The guilt hits me hard. He was just doing his job, driving us to what should have been a perfect evening. Is he okay? Willie? He's conscious and stable, she answers, carefully monitoring my vitals as they lift the stretcher into the ambulance. Head laceration, impossible concussion, but he was wearing his seatbelt and the airbag deployed correctly. Inside the ambulance, the harsh overhead lights illuminate everything in unforgiving detail. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in a metallic surface. Blood matting one side of my hair, a deep gash across my forehead, bruises already forming on my exposed skin. The doors slam shut, and we're moving, siren wailing. Through the rear windows, I watch the scene of the crash recede. Another ambulance pulls away just ahead of us. Theo. Now that I'm alone with the paramedics, the full weight of what's happened crashes down on me. The tears come freely, pouring hot and fast down my temples into my hair. My husband, I choke out between sobs. How bad is he? Please tell me. The male paramedic adjusts something on my IV. He sustained significant injuries to his left side, which took the brunt of the impact. Broken bones, possible internal bleeding, but he was conscious and aware at the scene. That's a good sign. I try to focus on that positive note, but the image of Theo's face just before I lost consciousness haunts me. This is real. This is happening. The nightmare I've feared since Marcus's return has materialized, only worse than I could have imagined. Willie, our driver. Does he have family someone should call? I ask, trying to anchor myself to practical concerns rather than drowning in fear. The police will handle notifications, the female paramedic says, touching my uninjured shoulder gently. Right now, you need to save your strength. The ambulance swerves slightly, and I cry out as pain shoots through my ribs. Sorry about that, the driver calls back. Traffic's heavy downtown. I bite my lip, willing myself not to break down completely. Theo needs me to be strong. Willie needs me to be strong. Breaking down won't help either of them. But God, it hurts. Not just my body, though the pain is becoming more insistent as the shock wears off, but the knowledge that Marcus did this, that his obsession with me put Theo and Willie in harm's way, that he was willing to kill to keep me from being happy without him. The city lights blur through my tears as we race toward the hospital. I imagine Theo in the ambulance ahead, perhaps thinking of me too. I hope he's not scared. I hope he knows I'm coming. I hope he knows how much I love him. Please, I whisper, unsure if I'm addressing the paramedics, God, or the universe at large. Please let them be okay.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 26. Theodore. The steady beep of machines pulls me from darkness. My eyelids feel weighted with lead, but I force them open, blinking against harsh hospital lighting. Pain radiates through my entire left side, dull now thanks to whatever they're pumping through the IV attached to my arm. Well, look who decided to join the land of the living. Bruce's familiar baritone draws my focus to the two figures seated beside my bed. He leans forward in a chair that looks comically small beneath his build, while Jeff occupies the chair beside him, stylish as always, even in what appears to be hastily thrown together casual clothes. "What?" My voice comes out as a rasp, my throat sandpaper dry. Jeff immediately stands, pouring water from a pitcher into a plastic cup. "Don't try to talk too much. Doctor says you've got 3 broken ribs, a fractured clavicle, and enough bruising to make you look like an abstract painting." He helps me take a few sips through a straw. The cool water is heaven against my parched throat. "Macy?" It's the first coherent word I manage, the only one that matters. Bruce's expression softens. She's down the hall. Broken arm, concussion, some cuts that needed stitches. But she's awake and already giving the nurses hell about wanting to see you. Relief floods through me so intensely I almost pass out again. She's alive. Injured, but alive. I close my eyes briefly, offering silent thanks to whatever force spared us. "What time is it?" I ask, noticing the darkness beyond the window. "Just after 3 in the morning, Jeff says, checking his watch. "You've been out for about 6 hours. My memory returns in jagged fragments, the headlights bearing down on us, the sickening crunch of metal, Macy's scream cutting through the chaos, then pain and flashing lights before everything went dark. "Willie?" I ask, remembering our driver. "Minor concussion and some lacerations. They're keeping him overnight for observation, but he'll be fine." I try to shift position and immediately regret it as pain slices through my side despite the medication. "Take it easy, man," Bruce cautions. "Doctor said you're lucky the impact didn't rupture your spleen." Jeff perches on the edge of his chair, his expression shifting into what Macy calls his lawyer face. Precise, focused, no emotion wasted. "The news spread fast," he says. "I got a call from Lord about 3 hours ago. When I heard what happened, I came straight over." "We just spoke with Macy," Bruce says. "She was quite clear about who was responsible." My jaw tightens, sending a fresh wave of pain through my face. "Marcus." "Yes, her ex-boyfriend, Marcus Turner." Jeff's voice carries the clinical precision he uses in court. "According to Macy, it was a deliberate attack." White-hot rage surges through me, temporarily overpowering the pain. That piece of trash. Where is he now? "Police custody," Bruce says, his massive hands clenching into fists. "They took him in at the scene." Apparently he already had a warrant out for fraud charges. "Not enough," I growl. "He tried to kill us. He tried to kill Macy." I remember his face at his apartment door, the naked fear, when I pressed my gun against his head. The way he'd promised to leave Macy alone after I'd threatened him. Another broken promise from a man who specializes in them. "Macy told us about your previous intervention," Jeff says carefully. "About the gun incident and the debt he tried to saddle her with." $200,000, I hiss through gritted teeth. He took out loans in her name, forged her signature. When that wasn't enough, he tried pinning his gambling debts on her so that his loan sharks could harass her for the money. I thought I'd scared him straight. The heart monitor betrays my rising anger, beeping faster. A nurse pokes her head in, concern etched on her face. "Everything all right in here?" Bruce flashes his most charming smile. "All good. Just catching up." She eyes us suspiciously, but retreats, leaving the door slightly ajar. "I humiliated him," I say more quietly, connecting the dots. "Threatened him. Made him feel powerless. So he decided to take away what matters most to me." The thought of Macy being targeted because of me sends a cold wave of fear through my veins, stronger than the pain, stronger than the anger. "Jeff, I need you to make sure he stays locked up. Whatever it takes, money's no object." Jeff nods, already making mental notes. "I've already spoken to the DA's office. With Macy's statement and the traffic cam footage, they're looking at attempted murder charges, but we'll make sure nothing falls through the cracks." "I want to see her," I say, a attempting to push myself up again. Bruce places a gentle but firm hand on my shoulder. Doc says you need to stay put until morning. They're monitoring for internal bleeding. I fall back against the pillows, frustration and helplessness washing over me. Can you at least tell her I'm awake? That I love her? Of course, Jeff says, standing. I'll go now. She's been asking about you every 10 minutes. As Jeff steps out, Bruce leans closer, his voice dropping to a dangerous rumble. Just say the word, Theo, and this Marcus character will have more to worry about than prison time. The old Theodore would have taken him up on it immediately. But Macy's changed me. No, I say finally. I want this done right. I want him to face what he's done in front of everyone. I want him to lose everything, legally and publicly. Bruce raises an eyebrow, then nods with grudging respect. Your call. I close my eyes, Macy's face swimming behind my eyelids. She could have died, Bruce. Bruce nods slowly, his features somber in the dim hospital lighting. You both could have died, Theo. One wrong turn of the wheel. One more mile per hour. He lets the sentence hang, heavy with implication. It could have been a real tragedy. I swallow hard, the reality of our near miss hitting me like a physical blow. Marcus had wanted to hurt us, to hurt Macy, and he'd nearly succeeded. The thought of her broken body just a few rooms away makes my chest tighten painfully, beyond the broken ribs. But you didn't, Bruce continues, his voice softening. You're both still here. That means something. Yeah, the word comes out rough. It means everything. In this sterile room with its beeping machines and antiseptic smell, something crystallizes inside me, a truth I've been dancing around for weeks. The arrangement, the contract, the whole elaborate charade we constructed. It all seems so trivial now, so hollow compared to what I really want. I can't lose her, Bruce. My friend studies me, saying nothing, giving me space to continue. When those headlights came at us, when I heard her scream, I didn't think about the foundation or my father's inheritance or any of that nonsense. I pressed my palm against my eyes, fighting unexpected moisture. I just thought, not her. Please, not her. Bruce's expression remains unchanged, but his eyes reflect understanding. He's known me long enough to recognize when something fundamental has shifted. That contract we signed. I continue, dropping my hand back to the thin hospital blanket. The expiration date, the whole temporary arrangement. I don't want any of that anymore. The monitor betrays the acceleration of my heartbeat as I voice what I've been feeling for weeks. What nearly losing her has finally forced me to acknowledge. She's the love of my life, Bruce. The only woman who's ever called me on my mess and still looked at me like I'm worth something. A painful laugh escapes me, sending fresh waves of agony through my ribcage. She married me to clear up her debts, and I married her to please my father. And somehow in the middle of all that calculated nonsense, I found the one person who makes me want to be better. Bruce nods, unsurprised. I've seen the way you look at her. Even at the wedding ceremony when it was supposed to be all for show. I want to tear up that contract. I want her by my side forever, not just until the terms expire. The words tumble out faster now, as if my near-death experience has removed all filters. I want her name permanently tied to mine. I want real vows, not the rehearsed lines we fed to the efficient. I shift, ignoring the pain, needing to emphasize my point. You know what scares me more than almost dying tonight? The thought of her walking away when our arrangement ends. The thought of her thinking any of this was still just business. Bruce leans back, a small smile playing at the corner of his mouth. So, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to tell her everything. How I feel, what I want. The monitor beeps faster as my determination grows. I'm going to ask her to stay married to me, for real this time. No contracts, no clauses, no expiration dates. And if she still wants out when the time comes... I closed my eyes briefly, considering the possibility. Then, I'll respect her decision. But she deserves to know she has a choice, that what started as a business arrangement became the most important relationship of my life. The idea of Macy rejecting me sends a different kind of pain through me, sharper than broken bones, more lasting than bruises. But the thought of never telling her, of letting our arranged timeline play out without fighting for something real, that's unbearable. Well, I support you in whatever you choose to do. But first, Bruce says, standing and stretching his massive frame, you need to heal up. Can't sweep a woman off her feet with 3 broken ribs.
Chapter 27. Macy. The hospital room feels smaller on day 3, walls closing in with each passing hour. I shift uncomfortably in the bed, wincing as my broken arm throbs beneath its cast. The concussion has faded to a dull headache, and most of my cuts have been reduced to itchy scabs beneath bandages. You ready for this, Mrs. Lawrence? The nurse, Kelly, according to her name tag, checks my chart one last time. More than ready. I attempt a smile despite the pull of stitches at my temple. If I spend another day staring at this ceiling, I might lose what's left of my mind. Kelly laughs, helping me into the wheelchair that hospital policy insists I use, despite my protest that I can walk perfectly well. My legs weren't injured in the crash, just my arm, head, and apparently my nerve when it comes to motorized vehicles. Your husband is already downstairs finalizing your paperwork, Kelly says, positioning my IV pole alongside the wheelchair. He's been quite the advocate for your care. I feel warmth spread through my chest at the mention of Theo. Over the past 3 days, he's been a constant presence despite his own injuries, visiting me between doctor's rounds, bringing me decent coffee smuggled from outside, holding my hand through the nightmares that jolt me awake in the dark hospital room. Kelly wheels me toward the elevators, chatting about discharge instructions and follow-up appointments. I smile and nod, but my mind is on Theodore, on how the accident has shifted something fundamental between us. The elevator doors open, and there he stands in the lobby, tall and imposing despite his injuries. He's wearing fresh clothes that Bruce must have brought him, but nothing can hide the stiff way he holds himself to favor his broken ribs. His face lights up when he sees me, and my heart does that stupid flutter that I've stopped trying to suppress. There's my girl. His voice carries across the lobby, warm and possessive in a way that makes my toes curl. Hi, I say, suddenly shy as Kelly wheels me toward him. Jailbreak day. Theo's hand immediately finds mine, his thumb tracing gentle circles across my knuckles. About time. The food here is criminal. Mister. Lawrence has arranged for a car, Kelly tells me. It's waiting just outside. My body tenses involuntarily, the memory of screeching tires and shattering glass flooding back. Theo notices immediately, his grip on my hand tightening. It's a 10-minute drive, he says softly, for my ears only. Bruce is driving. We'll take it slow. I swallow hard, hating this new fear that's taken root inside me. I've never been afraid of cars before. Hell, I've spent half my adult life in Ubers traveling between jobs. But now the thought of being on the road again makes my chest constrict. I don't know if I can. The admission comes out barely audible. Theo crouches beside the wheelchair, ignoring the wince that crosses his face from the movement. His blue eyes lock with mine, intense and unwavering. You can, and you will. Because we're going home, Macy. Together. He brushes his thumb across my cheek. I'll be right beside you the whole time. Home. With Theo. The promise of it is enough to loosen the knot of fear in my chest. Okay. I nod, drawing strength from his certainty. Let's go home. Outside, the Nevada sun is blinding after days in the fluorescent hospital lighting. Bruce stands beside a sleek black SUV. He opens the door as we approach, and I see the interior has been modified with extra cushioning and support. My steps falter as we reach the vehicle. Theo's arm slides around my waist, steady and supportive. "One step at a time," he murmurs into my hair. "I've got you." I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and let him guide me inside. The seat embraces me like a cocoon, and Theo slides in beside me, our bodies finding each other despite our injuries. His hand claims mine immediately, and I focus on the warmth of his skin, the steady rhythm of his breathing. "Nice and easy, Bruce," Theo says as the engine purrs to life. The first movement of the car sends panic shooting through me. My fingers dig into Theo's palm, my breath catching. "Look at me," he says, his voice calm but commanding. "Just look at me, Mace." I turn to find his eyes waiting for mine, blue and clear and full of something that quiets the chaos inside me. The car rolls forward, but he doesn't flinch, just holds me steady with his gaze. "Tell me something I don't know about you," he says, his voice low and calm against the background noise of traffic. I blink, caught off guard by the request. "What?" "Something I don't know. Anything." His thumb traces patterns against my skin. "Distract that beautiful brain of yours." I swallow hard as the car turns, fighting the instinct to check our surroundings for oncoming threats. I wanted to be a baker when I was a kid." Theo's eyebrows lift. "What happened to that dream?" "My mom pointed out how early bakers wake up." A hint of a smile plays at my lips, despite the anxiety coursing through me. 4 a.m. wasn't exactly appealing to 12-year-old me. "Shame. I bet you look sexy as hell covered in flour." The comment pulls a genuine laugh from me, easing some tension from my shoulders. "Your turn. Tell me something." "I sometimes sleep with the TV on," he confesses, shifting slightly to accommodate his ribs. "Can't stand the quiet." "Really?" "Why?" Too many thoughts. His gaze drifts momentarily. When it's quiet, my mind gets loud. The vulnerability in his admission touches something deep within me. I squeeze his hand, and he squeezes back, our pain and comfort flowing between us like electricity. Each time the car slows or turns, Theo finds a new question, a new topic, coaxing me through the journey one moment at a time. By the time Bruce announces we're halfway home, my death grip on Theo's hand has relaxed, though I haven't let go. "You two are handling this remarkably well," Bruce observes, eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. "Most people I know would be basket cases after what you've been through." "Don't let the calm exterior fool you," I admit. I'm screaming internally. "She's braver than she thinks," Theo adds, his pride evident in his voice. Bruce nods appreciatively. "When you've both healed up nicely, you should come by Club Inferno. We need to properly celebrate your survival and your marriage." "I'd like that," I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. Once we're on our feet again. Theo's eyes widen slightly before his expression settles into something warm and pleased. "Yeah, we'll be there." "Excellent." Bruce navigates a turn with deliberate gentleness. The club has been abuzz with talk of the newest Lawrence bride. Everyone's dying to meet the woman who finally captured Teddy's heart. I glance at Theo, finding him already watching me with an intensity that makes my breath catch. His fingers intertwine with mine more firmly, and I wonder how much of this is still pretense for either of us. "Almost home," he mouths silently, and I nod, grateful beyond words for his steadying presence. The car slows as we turn into the driveway of the penthouse building. I've never been so happy to see anything else in my life. Bruce parks directly in front of the entrance, minimizing the distance I'll need to walk to the private elevator. The moment the engine cuts off, I release a deep breath. "Home sweet home," Bruce announces, coming around to open our door. Theo shifts carefully, moving to exit first so he can help me. I see him wince as he steps out, his broken ribs protesting the movement. Easy, Bruce warns him. You're not exactly in pristine condition yourself, kid. I'm fine. Theo dismisses, turning back to offer me his hand. Ready? I take a deep breath and nod, letting him guide me out of the vehicle. My legs feel wobbly as they touch solid ground, partly from days in the hospital and partly from lingering fear. Theo's arm slides around my waist, strong and secure despite his own injuries. I lean into him, accepting the support I would have stubbornly rejected a week ago. One step at a time, he murmurs as we start toward the front entrance. Each movement is careful, measured, a coordinated dance of two broken bodies helping each other forward. Bruce hovers nearby, ready to assist, but Theo keeps me close, guiding me up the shallow steps to the front entrance. I've got you, he says against my hair as we cross the threshold together. The words feel like more than just reassurance for this moment. They feel like a promise.
Chapter 28. Theodore. The soft glow of morning light filters through the penthouse windows as I carefully maneuver my coffee mug to my lips, wincing when the movement tugs at my ribs. 4 days out of the hospital, and both Macy and I have established a sort of injured person's choreography. Slow movements, calculated shifts, and an arsenal of pillows strategically placed throughout the apartment. "You're supposed to be resting," Macy calls from the doorway of the bedroom. She's wearing one of my t-shirts, the fabric hanging loose over her small frame, her broken arm cradled in its sling against her chest. Says the woman who's also out of bed. I set my mug down on the counter. At least I didn't try to make breakfast one-handed. I didn't try. A small smile plays at her lips. I definitely made toast. It's just very well done. The burnt smell lingering in the kitchen confirms her story. I shake my head, equal parts exasperated and endeared. Come sit down before you burn the place down. She shuffles over to the couch, carefully lowering herself onto the cushions with a practiced motion that minimizes strain on her injuries. I join her, positioning myself so she can lean against me without putting pressure on my broken ribs. I'm going stir-crazy, she admits, her head resting gently against my shoulder. How many episodes of true crime documentaries can two people reasonably watch before they start contemplating their own perfect murder? We passed reasonable 2 days ago. I drop a kiss on the top of her head, breathing in the scent of her shampoo. Though I've learned some interesting disposal techniques. Macy laughs, then immediately groans. Don't make me laugh. It hurts. Sorry, I murmur, my fingers gently combing through her hair. My phone buzzes on the coffee table. Bennett's name flashes across the screen and I reach for it, careful not to jostle Macy. Lawrence, I answer, shifting slightly to accommodate the call. Got an update for you, Bennett says without preamble. DA's office is moving forward with attempted murder charges against Turner. They've got him dead to rights. Multiple witnesses saw him deliberately ram your car, and his blood alcohol level was through the roof. I feel Macy tense against me, her breath catching. She can hear every word. What's his bail situation? I ask, my free hand instinctively drawing Macy closer. That's the good news. Judge Harmon denied bail completely, deemed him a flight risk and danger to others. He's sitting in county lockup until trial. Relief washes through me, loosening a knot of tension I've carried since waking up in that hospital bed. And the trial timeline? Prelim hearing next month. Trial probably 3 months out, but with the evidence they have, his attorney is already floating a plea deal. Push them for maximum, I say, my voice hardening. I don't want this jerk seeing daylight for a long time. Macy's fingers curl into my shirt, and I look down to meet her eyes, wide, vulnerable, but with the steely resolve I've come to admire. Will do, Bennett confirms. I've got a meeting with the ADA tomorrow. I'll keep applying pressure. Oh, and that a restraining order is permanent now. He comes within 500 feet of either of you. He's violating a court order. Good. I exhale slowly, mindful of my ribs. Thanks, Bennett. After ending the call, silence settles over us. Macy's body remains tense against mine. He can't hurt you anymore, I say softly. Her eyes close briefly. I know, it's just... hearing his name still feels like... She trails off, searching for words. Like a punch to the gut, I supply. She nods. Exactly. I spent years letting him dictate my worth. Having him literally try to kill me feels like the most extreme version of what he was already doing. He failed. I tilt her chin up gently. And he'll keep failing. I've got the DA's office watching this case like hawks. My father's old golf buddy runs the courthouse. Marcus Turner is going to face every possible consequence for what he did. Her lips quirk into a small, sad smile. Using those Lawrence connections for justice? Damn right I am. I brush my thumb across her cheek. My family's influence finally gets to serve a worthwhile purpose. She leans into my touch, her eyes softening. The moment stretches between us, quiet and tender amid the healing pain. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from Doctor. Ramon checking in on our recovery progress. Doctor wants another follow-up next week, I tell Macy after reading the message. Says we're both healing as expected, whatever that means. It means slowly and painfully, she grumbles, shifting to find a more comfortable position. I laugh, then immediately regret it as pain shoots through my ribs. Damn, don't make me laugh either. Fair's fair. She grins, then carefully extracts herself from my side. I need more painkillers, and so do you. It's been 6 hours. I watch Macy navigate to the kitchen, her movements careful and calculated despite the pain. There's something beautiful about her resilience, the way she refuses to let her injuries defeat her. She retrieves our prescription bottles from the counter, examining the labels with focused attention. Water? She calls over her shoulder. Please! She fills 2 glasses one-handed, an impressive feat of dexterity, then makes her way back to the couch. Each step is measured, her face a mask of concentration. I wish I could take some of her pain away, carry it for her, but all I can do is watch and admire her strength. Here. She hands me 2 pills and a glass of water. These are the good ones that make you sleepy. Just what I need. More reasons to be useless around here. I toss the pills back, chasing them with water. Says the man who changed the bandage on my arm yesterday when I couldn't reach it. Macy settles beside me, gentler this time, her movements more fluid as she finds her place against my side. We're quite the pair, aren't we? Her warm weight against me feels right, like she belongs there. It's strange how quickly I've become accustomed to her presence, how much I look forward to these quiet moments together. We sit in comfortable silence for a while, waiting for the medication to take effect. My fingers trace lazy patterns on her shoulder, careful to avoid the bruised areas. The morning light shifts across the room, painting everything in soft gold. I've been thinking, Macy says finally, her voice quiet but clear. Dangerous pastime. She pokes my side, gently, mindful of my ribs. I'm being serious. Sorry, go on. I turn slightly to see her face better. I've been thinking about our contract. Her eyes meet mine, steady and determined. The marriage contract. My heart skips a beat, then speeds up. What about it? The end date. She takes a deep breath, wincing slightly at the expansion of her ribcage. I don't want there to be one anymore. The world seems to stop for a moment. I search her face, looking for any sign of doubt or hesitation, but find only certainty in those hazel eyes. I don't want our marriage to end. Her voice grows stronger with each word. Not after a year. Not after 5 years. Not ever. Joy surges through me so intensely it almost overtakes the pain in my ribs. Macy, let me finish. She shifts to face me more directly, determination written across her features. When Marcus ran us off the road, my first thought wasn't about myself. It was about you, about losing you. And I realized that somewhere between all the pretending and all the truth, I fell in love with you, Theodore Lawrence. Real, messy, terrifying love. I can't help the smile that spreads across my face, so wide it hurts my bruised jaw. Are you asking me to stay married to you, Mrs. Lawrence? I'm telling you I want to stay married to you. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. If that's what you want too. I can call Jeff right now. I reach for my phone. Have him destroy those documents. Burn them. Feed them to wild animals. Whatever it takes. A laugh escapes her, followed by a wince. You do that in a heartbeat. I set the phone down, more interested in touching her face than making calls. My fingers trace the line of her jaw, gentle against the healing bruise there. I love you, Macy. I'm not letting you go. Not after a year. Not ever. She leans into my touch, her eyes closing briefly. Even though this started as a business arrangement, best deal I ever made. I tilt her chin up gently. I got the bargain of a lifetime, finding the love of my life while trying to please my father. Talk about unexpected returns on investment. Her smile is radiant despite the healing cut on her lip. So, we're really doing this? For real this time? For real. No contracts, no end dates, just us. I lean forward, ignoring the protest from my ribs, and capture her lips with mine. The kiss is tender, mindful of our injuries, but no less passionate for it. Her good hand comes up to rest against my chest, right over my heart, which beats steady and sure for her. When we part, her eyes are shining. I love you, Theo. I love you too. I rest my forehead against hers, savoring this moment of perfect clarity amid all the chaos we've survived. Always will.
Chapter 29. Macy. 6 weeks after the accident, I find myself standing at the entrance of Club Inferno, my arm finally free from its confining sling. The sleek architecture and subtle lighting scream exclusivity, making me adjust the hem of my emerald cocktail dress. A purchase I'd splurged on for this specific occasion. You okay? Theo's hand rests at the small of my back, warm and reassuring. Just taking it all in. I scan the interior, noting the pristine marble floors, crystal chandeliers, and various groups of well-dressed men clustered around tables. So this is where the wealthy men of Las Vegas come to plot their convenience marriages. Theo's laugh rumbles against me. Among other business ventures. But yes, this is where our story technically began, even if we weren't in the same room at the time. Feels like I should leave some kind of offering, maybe burn a copy of our contract as tribute. I think our near-death experience was sacrifice enough. His fingers trace gentle patterns against my spine. Come on. I see Bruce and Jeff. We weave through the crowd, Theo nodding at various men who regard him with a mixture of respect and curiosity. Their eyes inevitably drift to me, assessing, wondering. I straighten my shoulders and meet their gazes directly. Teddy! Bruce's booming voice carries across the room as we approach a large corner table. He rises, glass in hand, his imposing frame softened by a genuine smile. And he brings his bride at last. Bruce. Theo greets him with a one-armed hug, careful of his still healing ribs. Jeff. He exchanges a firm handshake with the attorney who drafted our marriage contract. And he acknowledges several other men around the table with nods. Joseph, Lord, Alton, Jaden. Gentlemen, this is my wife, Macy. The chorus of greetings washes over me as I take in each face, matching names to the stories Theo has shared during our recovery. The famous Macy. Jaden raises his glass. The woman who got Theodore Lawrence to settle down. We've heard much about you. All good things, I hope. I slide into the space Theo has pulled out for me. Better than good, Bruce chimes in. Our boy here hasn't shut up about you since the day you said, I do. Heat rises to my ears as Theo rests his hand on my shoulder. Can you blame me? Not when we see the results. Joseph gestures vaguely at Theo. You look happier than I've ever seen you, man. Near-death experiences have a way of clarifying priorities. Theo squeezes my shoulder gently. Speaking of which, anyone need a drink? Food? I'm famished. I'd kill for some of those lobster puffs, I admit. Consider it done. He drops a quick kiss on my temple. Gentlemen, try not to overwhelm my wife while I'm gone. She's still recovering from sharing living space with me for 6 weeks. More like nursing you back to health, I correct with a smile. Details. He winks before heading toward the bar, leaving me alone with his circle of wealthy friends. An awkward silence follows his departure, broken when Jeff leans forward. So, Macy, Theodore tells us you've revolutionized his charity's accounting systems? I wouldn't say revolutionized, I reply, grateful for the softball topic. Just implemented some streamlining that helps track donations more efficiently. The conversation flows easier after that, with questions about my background in finance and observations about how Theo has changed since our marriage. I'm just explaining my ideas for expanding the foundation's reach when a new figure approaches our table. Is this seat taken? A tall, broad-shouldered man with a military-precise haircut gestures to the empty chair beside me, Theo's spot. My husband will be back soon, but you're welcome to sit until then, I offer. He slides into the seat with practiced ease. Ben, he extends his hand. You must be Macy Lawrence. Theo's been keeping you all to himself. I shake his hand, noting his firm grip and the wedding band on his finger. First time at the club. I'm still getting used to all this. I gesture broadly at our opulent surroundings. First impressions. His eyes, keen and observant, study my face. It's exactly what I expected and nothing like I imagined, all at once. I take a sip of water. Less smoke-filled backroom dealing, more luxury social club with a side of dynasty building. Ben laughs, the sound genuine. That's the most accurate description I've heard. He leans back, comfortable in a way that suggests military training, alert even while relaxed. So, Theodore Lawrence's wife, how's that working out for you? Better than expected, I answer honestly, though I could have done without the car accident part. Heard about that? His expression sobers. My wife Brooke nearly took my head off when I suggested visiting you both in the hospital. Said you needed rest, not more visitors. Your wife sounds wise. She is. Kinsley, our daughter, gets her smarts from Brooke, even though she's only her stepmom. Brooke was her teacher before I married her. Pride colors his voice at the mention of his family. The image makes me smile. That's adorable. Sounds like you have a great family, Ben. Ben leans closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Between you and me, I'm curious about something. Oh. I raise an eyebrow, taking another sip of water. Your trust in Theo. Your devotion. His eyes lock with mine, searching. How solid is it? Especially when obstacles arise? The question catches me off guard. After everything we've been through, the accident, the recovery, the building of something real between us, why would he question this now? I don't understand. We nearly died together. I've spent 6 weeks helping him recover, and he did the same for me. My fingers tighten around my water glass. Ben shrugs, his shoulders rising and falling with casual indifference. It's just that Theo had quite the reputation before you. He brought other women here to Club Inferno, different one almost every month. My stomach tightens. That was before. And there's his past in New York. Things he did before coming back to Vegas. Ben swirls his whiskey. Stories that would make your hair curl. Did he tell you about the model from the charity gala? Or the twins from the yacht party? Heat rises in my chest, clawing its way up my throat. What exactly are you implying? Nothing. Another casual shrug. Just that there are plenty of women still dying to be with him. Women who've been waiting for your arrangement to fall apart. I heard Dolores Trenton asking about him just last week. Wanted to know if the marriage was still on. Something in me snaps. I set my glass down with more force than necessary, drawing glances from around the table. I don't believe a single word coming out of your mouth. My voice is low but firm. And frankly, I don't appreciate whatever game you're playing. If Theo has something in his past he wants to share, he'll tell me himself. We don't keep secrets. Ben's eyes widen slightly. I know Theo better than anyone now. I lean forward, matching his posture. If what you're saying is true, I can talk to my husband directly. I don't need rumors or insinuations from someone I just met 5 minutes ago. And I won't tolerate people trying to create problems in my marriage. Whatever Theo did before me is his business. What matters is who he is now and who we are together. Ben stares at me for a long, tense moment before his serious expression cracks. A wide smile breaks across his face as he leans back in his chair. Gentlemen, he announces to the table, raising his glass. She passed the Inferno test with flying colors. Confused, I watch as the other men break into grins and cheers. Well done. Perfect score. That's how it's done. Bruce signals a server, who hurries over with a tray of champagne flutes. A toast to Mrs. Lawrence, the newest member of Club Inferno's inner circle. I sit frozen, processing what just happened as glasses are distributed and raised. What the hell is going on? I manage to ask as Jeff hands me a flute. Tradition, he explains with a wink. Every spouse gets tested before they're fully accepted. You passed with distinction. You were testing my loyalty? To Theo? The realization washes over me in a wave of disbelief. All that stuff about other women was complete nonsense, Bruce confirms cheerfully. But you didn't waver for a second. I'm still processing this bizarre ritual when I feel familiar fingertips on my shoulder. I look up to find Theo standing there, a plate of lobster puffs in one hand and a knowing smile on his face. I see they've indoctrinated you while I was gone. He slides back into his seat after Ben vacates it with a friendly clap on Theo's back. You knew about this? I hiss, torn between amusement and irritation. Of course. He places the plate between us. Every spouse goes through it, even mine. And you didn't think to warn me? And ruin the surprise? Never. His eyes dance with humor. Besides, I never doubted you'd pass. You're too smart to fall for their amateur theatrics. So congratulations, Bruce interrupts, raising his glass higher. You're officially a member of Club Inferno now, Macy. God help you. The men laugh, and despite my lingering annoyance, I find myself joining them. Theo's hand finds mine under the table, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Welcome to the family, he murmurs against my ear.
Chapter 30. Theodore. I lean back in my leather office chair, stretching my healing ribs with a careful motion that no longer brings the sharp pain of weeks ago. The windows of my home office frame the Las Vegas skyline, afternoon sun glinting off distant casinos. The scent of garlic and onions wafts in from the kitchen, where Macy's quiet humming provides the perfect background music to my day. I never thought I'd say this, Dad, but the doctor might have been right about taking it slow. I shift the phone to my other ear, scanning the charity projections on my computer screen. 6 weeks of recovery, and I still feel it when I get up too quickly. That's because you're too stubborn to actually rest, my father replies, his voice carrying that familiar mixture of exasperation and concern. Just like your mother. I smile at the comparison, one of the few positive connections Dad ever makes between Mom and me. I wasn't the only stubborn one. You should have seen Macy trying to fold laundry with one arm still in a sling. How is she doing? Fully recovered? Almost. She's in the kitchen right now, experimenting with some recipe she found online. Said something about improving her skills beyond disaster level. I glance toward the doorway. Her words, not mine. Dad chuckles, the sound still unfamiliar enough to make me pause. Our relationship has transformed in ways I never anticipated since the wedding, and especially since the accident. Nothing like a brush with death to put decades of tension into perspective. That's why I called, actually, he says, his tone shifting to something more professional. I've cleared the amount with the board and I transferred the donation to Second Chance. $10 million, as we discussed. I stare at the screen, refreshing the foundation's account page. The numbers update, and there it is. 8 zeros following the 1. My throat tightens unexpectedly. Dad, I clear my throat. Thank you. This will fund our expansion into 3 more cities. The number of lives will change with this. I know, son. His voice softens. I've been reading your quarterly reports. The rehabilitation program stats are impressive. 87% success rate for participants who complete the full program. 89, as of last month. Pride swells in my chest. We've refined the peer support component. Makes all the difference. A comfortable silence settles between us, the kind that would have been impossible a year ago. You know, Dad finally says, I wasn't sure about this marriage at first. I tense slightly, my fingers pausing over the keyboard. But I've never seen you so focused, Theodore. So purposeful. His words come carefully, deliberately. The foundation work, your personal life, Macy's been good for you. She has, I agree, letting my gaze drift to the silver-framed photo on my desk. Macy and me recently at Lake Mead, her smile radiant against the water background. Not a publicity shot, just us, taken by a tourist we'd asked for help. Real. Better than I deserve. I don't think that's true. Dad sounds thoughtful. But I am proud of the man you've become. These past months especially. The words hang in the air, precious and unexpected. I've spent most of my adult life chasing his approval. And now that it's freely given, I'm not sure how to respond. Thanks, Dad. The words feel inadequate. That means a lot. I mean it. The way you've stepped up with the foundation, how you've handled the accident recovery, even how you talk about the future now. He pauses, and I know it's because of her. Macy appears in the doorway then, flour dusting one cheek, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She raises her eyebrows in silent question, and I give her a thumbs up. It is because of her, I tell my father, holding Macy's gaze. But not just her. It's what we built together. Well, whatever it is, I approve. Dad clears his throat. Now, about that board meeting next week. Macy points to the kitchen, mouthing something about lunch being almost ready. I nod, smiling as she disappears back down the hallway. Dad, I interrupt gently. Can we talk about the board meeting tomorrow? Macy's made lunch, and as a married man, I've learned not to keep her waiting. He laughs again, that new, genuine laugh. Go. Enjoy your lunch. We'll touch base tomorrow. By the way, I pause, the words coming naturally now. Thank you again, for the donation, for everything. You're welcome, son. I hang up and sit for a moment, staring at the Foundation's account balance. $10 million. Lives changed. And my father, proud of me at last. Macy calls my name from the kitchen, her voice carrying a hint of warning about letting whatever she's cooked get cold. With a smile, I push back from the desk and head toward her, each step reminding me how lucky I am to be alive. And even luckier to be alive with her. The kitchen smells like an Italian restaurant, and the warmth hits me immediately. Macy stands by our granite island, arranging something on 2 plates with the intense concentration of a surgeon performing an operation. "Don't just lurk in the doorway watching me," she says without looking up, somehow sensing my presence. It's creepy. I cross the kitchen and slide onto one of the bar stools. Not creepy. Appreciative. Big difference. She glances up with a skeptical smile that makes the dimple in her cheek appear. Appreciating the view or the food? Both. Always both. Macy places a plate in front of me with a dramatic flourish. Presenting my first attempt at homemade gnocchi with brown butter sage sauce. What sits before me looks nothing like the precisely plated Italian dishes at Carbone. The gnocchi are misshapen, some tiny, others huge, and the sauce pools unevenly around them. A few sage leaves are scattered haphazardly, some charred at the edges. It's endearingly imperfect. I know it looks like a hot mess. She grimaces, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, leaving a smudge of flour. The recipe didn't mention that the dough would stick to everything within a 10-foot radius, including the ceiling. Don't look up. I immediately look up to see a small glob of dough stuck to our kitchen ceiling. I said, "Don't look." She covers her face with her hands, but her shoulders shake with laughter. "How did you even—" "Physics. Trajectory. A very aggressive potato ricer." She waves dismissively. "Just try it before it gets cold." I spear a gnocchi with my fork and pop it into my mouth. The texture is surprisingly light, almost pillowy, and the nuttiness of the brown butter hits immediately, followed by the earthy sage. The flavor combination is perfect. I grab another forkful. "Macy, this is incredible." Her face brightens instantly. "Really? You're not just saying that because I almost broke my neck cleaning dough off the light fixtures?" I never lie about food. I take another bite, savoring it. The presentation might need work, but the taste... restaurant quality. "Thank you," she says, settling onto the bar stool beside me with her own plate. "I've been practicing while you're working. I figured if I'm going to live in this ridiculous kitchen with all these fancy appliances, I might as well learn how to use them." For a few minutes, we eat in comfortable silence. This is one of my favorite things about us now, how we can exist together without constant chatter, just appreciating each other's company. "So," she finally asks, "good news from your dad?" I saw that smile when I peeked in earlier. I set down my fork, still processing the conversation. He transferred the full donation to Second Chance. $10 million. Her eyes widen, fork pausing midway to her mouth. "Wow, that's life-changing for a lot of people." I reach for my water glass. But that's not the part that got me. He said he's proud of me, of who I've become. As he should be. Macy's voice softens, but her eyes hold mine with that directness I've come to rely on. It's strange. I spent years chasing his approval, with the partying, the publicity stunts, then the overcorrection with the Foundation. I shake my head. And now that I have it, I realize I don't need it the way I thought I did. What changed? You. I reach across the island for her hand. Us. The accident. All of it made me reassess what matters. My father's approval is nice, but it's not what drives me anymore. She squeezes my hand. And what does drive you, Theodore Lawrence? The question sits there, important. I think about how to answer. Being a man worth your respect. Building something meaningful with second chance. Making decisions I can stand behind. I run my thumb across her knuckles. I want to be better. Not for my father's approval, but because I see a future that matters. A future with purpose. Macy's eyes soften. That's quite the evolution from the rich workaholic who I met at Dave's diner. That guy was young and a little naive. I lift her flour-dusted hand to my lips. Though I'll always be grateful he had the sense to ask you to a fake marriage minutes after meeting you. She laughs, the sound filling our kitchen. Even if it was just for the donation? Especially then. Best business decision of my life. I grin at her. Even if the contract did end up being completely irrelevant.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 31. Macy. Maybe we should get married, I say, wiping a bit of sauce from the corner of my mouth. Theo's eyebrows shoot up, his fork suspended midair. Hate to break it to you, but... He points to the wedding band on his finger. I roll my eyes. No, I mean a real wedding. Not the courthouse special we had with just Bruce, watching us sign papers like we were closing on a timeshare. I push my plate aside, warming to the idea that's been floating in my head for weeks. Something with actual guests and music and me in a nice dress that I didn't buy last minute on sale. Your dress was on sale? His eyes crinkle at the corners, that teasing smile emerging. That's entirely beside the point. I toss my napkin at him. I'm being serious. We never had a real celebration, and after everything. My voice softens, the memory of the accident still raw. Life's too short for missed celebrations, isn't it? Theo sets down his fork, his expression shifting from playful to thoughtful. You're right. I'm sorry, what was that? What? Don't push it. He reaches across the counter and takes my hand. I'm serious, Macy. You're right. We deserve a real wedding, surrounded by people we love. My heart expands in my chest. A real wedding. Not because of a contract or a foundation donation or any other reason except that we want to celebrate our love, a concept that still sometimes feels surreal. We could invite your parents, I suggest, and my friends and family. God, my friend Christy would absolutely lose her mind if she got to be my maid of honor. And the guys from Club Inferno would never let me hear the end of it if they weren't included, Theo adds, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. We sit there, grinning at each other across our half-eaten lunch, like two kids plotting a surprise party. It feels light and exciting, exactly how planning a wedding should feel, not like the business transaction our courthouse marriage had been. We'd need a venue, I say, already mentally scrolling through options. Something that isn't too Vegas-y. The look on Theo's face shifts. his eyes lighting up with that expression I've come to recognize, the one that means my bank account is about to take a hit. "Let me stop you right there," he says, sitting up straighter. "This isn't going to be some modest little gathering. If we're celebrating our marriage, we're doing it right." "Define right," I say cautiously. Theo pushes his plate away and leans forward, eyes fixed on mine with that intensity that still makes my stomach flip. "I'm talking about the wedding of your dreams, Macy. Whatever you want, however extravagant. The most incredible flowers, a designer dress, or dresses plural if you want outfit changes. A venue that takes people's breath away." "Theo." "No budget," he continues, warming to his theme. "I want you to go absolutely wild with the planning. Get a coordinator, the best in Vegas, and tell them the sky's the limit." I laugh nervously. "That's insane. We don't need all that." "Need? No deserve?" "Absolutely." He stands and comes around the island, spinning my bar stool to face him. "I watched you nearly die, Macy. I sat in that hospital room, wondering if I'd ever hear your voice again." His hands cup my face, thumbs stroking my cheeks. "So yeah, I want to celebrate the fact that we're both here, that we found each other in the most unlikely way. I want everyone to witness how much I love you." The earnestness in his eyes makes my throat tight. How do I explain that I don't need grandeur? That I'd marry him in a parking lot if that's all we had? I grew up watching my mom clip coupons and work double shifts just to keep food on the table, I say quietly. Extravagance wasn't in our vocabulary. Even now it feels uncomfortable, he offers, his expression softening. Like tempting fate, I admit. Like if I reach for too much, it might all disappear. Theo nods slowly, processing my words. "What if we compromise? You take the lead on planning, whatever feels right to you, but I get veto power if you're being too practical just for practicality's sake. I consider this. And I get veto power if you try to rent out the entire Bellagio fountain for a private display during our first dance." That's oddly specific. His eyes twinkle. "Almost like you've been in my head." "I know you, Theodore Lawrence." I tap his chest. "Your definition of reasonable and mine are in different tax brackets." He laughs, the sound warming me from inside out. "True, but we're good at meeting in the middle, aren't we?" "The best," I agree, leaning in to kiss him softly. "So we're really doing this? A wedding? With all the bells and whistles you'll let me get away with," he confirms, his lips brushing mine again. "I can't wait to see you walk down the aisle toward me, for real this time. No contracts, no deals, just us, choosing each other all over again." "That sounds amazing," I whisper, gazing up at him as if his blue eyes carry all the stars in the universe. "So, what would your dream wedding look like?" Theo asks, still standing between my knees, his hands resting lightly on my thighs. "Paint me a picture of what Macy Evans wants." I lean back against the counter, considering the question. No one's ever asked me this before, not even me. "Nothing too flashy," I start, watching his face for the inevitable reaction. "Maybe something outdoors, with lots of greenery and flowers. A garden setting, but elegant. Simple white chairs with gold accents, string lights hanging from trees." Theo nods, his expression surprisingly serious. "Go on." "I'd want it at sunset, when everything glows golden. And for the dress?" I close my eyes, allowing myself to imagine it. Something fitted but not too tight. Lace, definitely lace, but modern. No princess ball gowns. "You'd look stunning in anything," he interjects. "That's beside the point." I laugh. "I'm thinking an intimate wedding party. Friends, family, No need for paparazzi and magazine journalists. Maybe 100 people for the guest list. Theo clears his throat. 100 could work if we're only counting my side of the family. I raise an eyebrow. Excuse me? I'm kidding. Mostly. He runs a hand through his hair. But we should definitely have a champagne tower. 6 feet tall, minimum. A champagne tower? I repeat. For 100 people? And a dove release when we say I do, he continues, eyes twinkling. At least 50 birds. I snort. Are you planning our wedding or a magic show? Both? Oh, and we'll need a custom ice sculpture of us. Life-sized. Now you're just being ridiculous. You're right. He nods solemnly. 2 ice sculptures. One of us, one of Bruce. The laughter bubbles out of me. You're impossible. What about a chocolate fountain? He's on a roll now. No, scratch that. A chocolate waterfall, with staff carrying trays of strawberries following guests around all night. I shake my head, still laughing. And I suppose you'll want a private fireworks show, too. His eyes light up. Now you're getting it. Synchronized to our first dance song. Which would be Highway to Hell, obviously, he deadpans. I shove his chest playfully. You're the worst. You love it. He steps closer, filling the space between us again. But seriously, whatever you want, Mace. Garden wedding, beach wedding, helicopter wedding. Please tell me a helicopter wedding isn't a real thing. In Vegas? Definitely a real thing. His fingers trace up my arms, leaving goosebumps in their wake. But I meant what I said. Whatever makes you happy makes me happy. The tenderness in his voice catches me off guard. For all his teasing and extravagant suggestions, there's a sincerity underneath that still knocks me sideways sometimes. What would make me happy, I say softly, is marrying you again. Everything else is just details. His eyes darken at my words. Warm hands cup my face, thumbs brushing across my cheekbones with a gentleness that belies their strength. Have I told you lately that I hit the jackpot with you? He murmurs, leaning in until I can feel his breath on my lips. Not in the last hour. Terrible oversight on my part. And then he's kissing me, his lips soft but insistent against mine. I sigh into his mouth, my hands finding their way to his shoulders, then his neck, then into his hair. He tastes like the lemon from our lunch and something distinctly Theo, a flavor I've come to crave more than any food. The kiss deepens, his tongue sliding against mine in a familiar move that still manages to quicken my pulse every time. One of his hands moves to my waist, pulling me to the edge of the bar stool until we're pressed together, chest to chest. I love you, he breathes against my lips, doves or no doves. I laugh softly, the sound swallowed by his next kiss. This one is more urgent, hungrier. His hand slides under the hem of my shirt, warm palm against the small of my back. Heat floods through me, pooling low in my belly. I wrap my legs around his waist, drawing him closer still. My fingers work at the buttons of his shirt, needing to feel his skin under my hands. Still thinking about wedding planning? He asks, his voice rough as he trails kisses down my neck. What wedding? I gasp as his teeth graze my collarbone. His laughter vibrates against my skin, and he pulls back just enough to meet my eyes. The blue of his irises is nearly consumed by black, his desire as evident as my own. Maybe we should continue this discussion somewhere more comfortable, he suggests, his hands gripping my thighs. I don't know, I tease, fingers tracing the exposed skin of his chest. I was just getting to the part about wedding night expectations. In one fluid motion, Theo lifts me off the bar stool. My legs instinctively tighten around his waist as he supports my weight effortlessly. I'm very invested in that particular topic, he says, already walking us toward the bedroom. I think it requires thorough research.
Chapter 32. Theodore. I carry Macy to our bedroom, her weight perfect in my arms, her legs wrapped tightly around my waist. Her warmth against me is intoxicating, and I can't help but press her closer as I navigate down the hallway. "Always showing off your strength," she murmurs against my neck, her lips sending electricity coursing through my body. "You love it." I gently lay her on our bed, admiring how her dark hair fans out across the pillows. My fingertips trace along the waistband of her cotton pants, savoring the way her breath catches.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Time seems to suspend as we remain locked together, our bodies still joined as the aftershocks ripple through both of us. I lower my forehead to hers, our breaths mingling in the small space between us. At this moment, I'm completely overwhelmed by her, by us. It's not just the physical release, though that was incredible. It's everything about her, the way she challenges me, the way she sees me, the way she's transformed my life from a hollow performance into something real and meaningful. "You're everything," I whisper against her lips, the words escaping before I can filter them. Her eyes, still hazy with pleasure, soften as she reaches up to cup my face. The tenderness in her touch nearly breaks me. I turn to kiss her palm, overcome with the depth of what I feel for this woman. I've never been so completely enamored with anyone in my life. What started as a business arrangement has become the most authentic thing I've ever known. Every time we're together like this, I discover new depths to what we can share. And with each passing day, I realize that I'm falling deeply and deeply in love with her.